Chapter 1. Became Hera's son Mount Olympus. What? In a splendid and elegant palace, a woman's scream came out. I saw a group of female servants kneeling beside the bed who delivered the baby for the Queen Hera, all bowing their heads in silence, as if a catastrophe was imminent. As for the god Empress Hera who just gave birth to a son, it is difficult to maintain majesty and calmness on her beautiful face. At this moment, she was looking at the ugly baby in her arms with an expression of disbelief and disgust. She couldn't imagine how she could give birth to such an ugly and disgusting child with her peerless beauty. That newborn baby, that is Hephaestus, blinking his eyes and looking at his mother at this time, feeling very bitter in his heart. It took him half a minute to roughly figure out that he had passed through this fact, and it's time to travel to the Western world. After all, the woman holding him has blonde hair, blue eyes, and a high nose bridge, without any oriental features. About this point, Hephaestus, who had read a lot of novels in his previous life, accepted it easily. The only unacceptable thing is, how could the mother who gave birth to her look at herself with such an expression? It's almost like looking at a sworn enemy. What's happening here? God Empress, this child of yours. An old woman's servant asked cautiously. Before she could finish speaking, Hera interrupted her directly, and she yelled hysterically, "No, he is not my child. I, Hera, have no such child. And you ugly little thing. I will never allow you to sully my dignity by staying on Mount Olympus." The voice fell. Hera directly threw the baby out of her arms cruelly. The naked baby flew out of the palace like a shooting star, passed through the clouds, and fell to the mortal world. Hephaestus froze, while his brain was racing. Keep thinking about those few words just now. Queen of gods, Hera, Mount Olympus. Isn't this Greek mythology? Hephaestus was very interested in Western mythology in his previous life, and he also knew something about Greek mythology. According to these scattered clues, Hephaestus can roughly determine his identity. I am Hephaestus, the child born of Hera's asexual reproduction? This is really nonsense. By the way, this child is the god of fire and craftsman in ancient Greek mythology. Because of his ugly appearance, he was disgusted by Hera when he was born, was thrown directly from Mount Olympus into the mortal world, and even broke a leg. Combined with the current situation, Hephaestus is almost certain. His body was writhing in the air. The cold wind was like a knife, blowing on Hephaestus's skin. It was very painful, and he suffered a lot. I was very tangled in my heart and hoped to land quickly so that I would not have to suffer from the wind. But once he lands, one of his legs will also be permanently disabled. Finally, the day-long fall was over. Hephaestus fell on an island like a cannonball. This island is the island where he was destined to break his leg, Lemnos. Catch, smoke and dust filled the sky. There was a sound of bone cracking so subtle that only Hephaestus could hear it. Sure enough, what should come has come. Hephaestus felt excruciating pain and was speechless. After such a fall, if he could survive in the future, he might become crippled and disabled for the rest of his life. Hephaestus struggled tentatively and found that he had enough strength to prop himself up. This surprised him. However, if you think about it carefully, this is nothing. No matter how weak he is still a god, and he can naturally do what ordinary people cannot. Other than a broken leg, there are no other injuries. I can walk, and I have a lot of strength. Hephaestus tried to lift a rock larger than himself, and succeeded easily. But even so, it is very difficult for a newborn baby to survive on this deserted island. There are fish in the sea, but I can't swim. There should be animals on the island. Be careful, and you should be able to catch the prey. No matter what, you must survive first. At this moment, Hephaestus' will to survive was manifested, thinking calmly. He picked up a dry branch on the beach as a walking stick and limped towards the depths of the island. The fishy wind rolled up by the waves kept blowing his back. At this time, ding dong, the god-level craftsman system has awakened, binding the host 1%, 5%, 20%, 60%, 80%, 99%. Ding dong. The system has successfully bound the host, Hephaestus. This series of mechanical sounds caught Hephaestus in a daze for a moment. Immediately revealed a look of surprise. System. My system is here. Hephaestus was very excited from the bottom of his heart. With the system by his side, it would be easier for him to survive. The only question is how to use the system. Ding dong. This system is a god-level craftsman system. The host only needs to do his job as a craftsman and make items to get system rewards. As soon as doubts arose, the system gave an answer. These are easy to understand, and Hephaestus can understand them naturally. After thinking for a while, he said, "System, look at my personal panel." A light curtain popped up in his eyes immediately. Chapter 2. Crafting items to get rewards system panel. Host, Hephaestus race. Greek god's bloodline level. The 9th rank of the main god strength level. The 1st rank of lower god clericship. None items. None. What is the bloodline level? My strength is the 1st rank of the lower god. Seeing his panel, Hephaestus lost himself in thought again. But he quickly thought of the answer. Because he is the child of Zeus and the queen Hera, his bloodline is very noble, the 9th rank of the main god. However, his own strength is very weak. Therefore, it is only the next level of god. Everything is figured out. The most urgent thing is to heal my leg injury first. Otherwise I might become permanently lame like Hephaestus in the myth. Thought Hephaestus. Treat the injured leg, and then start making items to see what the system can reward. Not far in front of Hephaestus is a forest, and behind him are rocks and the sea. His injured leg needed a plank, which naturally required wood, so Hephaestus reluctantly walked towards the woods. Come to the woods. Hephaestus picked a smaller tree, picked up the stone, and broke it with brute force. Clatter, a small tree fell. The fallen leaves were all over the sky, stirring up a burst of dust. Hephaestus limped over, threw the stone at the tree again, and took a small piece of wood at the end. He is still a baby, small in size, and doesn't need much wood. Need to find a flat rock. Hephaestus looked left and right, and finally found a thin piece of stone about the size of a palm. I don't have a tool in my hand, so I can only use this as an axe. Hephaestus split the wood and polished it into 2 planks. Tear off the bark and twist it into several rough ropes for later use. You must first make sure that the position of the bone is correct, otherwise, even if it is cured, it will still be a lame leg. Hephaestus put a wooden board under his right leg, and then supported his right leg with both hands, endured the severe pain to set his own bone, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Fortunately, the bones straightened without much effort. Hephaestus then fastened the plank to the wounded leg with bark ropes. That's how the leg injury is dealt with. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully creating the item. The system rewards 5 years of divine power. Charm value +1. At this moment, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Hephaestus was overjoyed. Earn rewards for crafting simple tools too. Opening the system panel again, Hephaestus found some changes. Host, Hephaestus race. Greek god's bloodline level. The 9th rank of the main god's strength level. Lower god tier 1. Plus, clericship. None items. Simple planks for fixing broken bones. Charisma. 0. Plus. There are plus options after the strength and charisma values. Hephaestus probably knew what the plus sign was for, and excitedly clicked on it with his thoughts. Boom! Hephaestus felt a tsunami of upheaval within him. Streams of divine power flowed to the limbs and bones. The blood boiled, and the bones made a slight crackling sound, as if they had become tighter and stronger. This feeling comes and goes quickly. After a while, Hephaestus calmed down. He knew that he had obtained divine power for 5 years. According to the usual progress, it will take 5 years for him to reach his current level. Host, Hephaestus race. Greek god's bloodline level. The 9th rank of the main god's strength level. 2nd rank of lower god clericship. None items. Simple planks for fixing broken bones. Charisma. 1. Checking the system panel, Hephaestus found another change. This charm value is somewhat interesting. If my charm value rises to a certain height, maybe my appearance will change a lot. Hephaestus understood. He hasn't seen what he looks like yet. However, from the expression of his biological mother, he can probably understand how strange this appearance is. Just now, the divine power flows to the limbs, and my legs don't hurt so much. This shows that divine power is effective in healing injuries. I'll try again. Hephaestus didn't think much, and manipulated the divine power to flow to his legs to heal his injuries. Sure enough, under the nourishment of divine power, the leg injury no longer hurts. Hephaestus thought he was healed, but the moment he untied the board and tried to walk, he realized he was wrong. So he tied it back obediently and continued to nourish it with divine power. Gulu gulu. Hephaestus heard his stomach growl. This is caused by hunger. He hasn't eaten anything since he was born. Although this leg has not completely healed, it does not affect my normal actions. Now I can try hunting, otherwise there is nothing to eat on this deserted island. Hephaestus thought to himself. So he turned his gaze to the tree just now. He wanted to make a bow and arrow for hunting. However, the flexibility of this tree is not good. Making bows and arrows is definitely not a success. Hephaestus had no choice but to go deeper, looking for wood with good toughness. It took about half an hour to walk. Hephaestus found a yew forest. This wood is good toughness and is one of several suitable woods for making bows and arrows. As before, Hephaestus broke a yew tree with brute force, split it open, and took a section. Chopping, grinding. It took a while before Hephaestus rounded the wood. The wood was about his height and heavy, but in Hephaestus, it is very light. Afterwards, he peeled off the bark again, and took the watery, flexible bark that could be stripped into silk threads and rubbed the bowstring with his hands. In this way, I was busy for more than 20 minutes. Hephaestus finally made a simple bow and arrow. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully creating the item. The system reward. Bow and arrow proficiency. Charm value +1. System rewards are issued again. Chapter 3. Hephaestus polished the arrow, held it in his hand, bent his bow, and set the arrow, and aimed sideways to the distance. Phew, bang. A series of abnormal noises erupted. I saw a butterfly nailed to a tree by a wooden arrow 20 steps away. Hephaestus's bow and arrow skills have been extremely skilled and handy. With this kind of skill, hunting is naturally not a problem. Set off. Hephaestus used leaves in series to cover his body, and made a simple quiver from the bark, filled it with 9 polished arrows, and set out to hunt. In front of a small lake. It's calm here. The breeze blew past, and the white clouds flowed slowly in the blue sky. Several wild deer walked out of the woods together, went to the lake, and bowed their heads to drink water. From time to time, their ears quivered, and they looked up at their surroundings, but found no danger. However, in the jungle, a big bough is being slowly pulled apart by a small hand. Medium. Hephaestus let go after taking aim. Whoosh. The sound of breaking the air sounded. Several wild deer panicked and fled in a hurry. But there was still a wild deer who was shot in the eye by the wooden arrow and ran frantically for more than 10 steps, dripping blood all the way, before falling to the ground and dying unwillingly. I used 4 of the 9 arrows and killed 2 birds, 1 rabbit, and 1 deer. Hee, enough to feed for several days. Hephaestus was in a good mood, picked up his bow and arrow, and ran towards the dead deer. A pair of little feet stepped on the still warm deer blood, pulling up many blood threads. Hephaestus pulled out the arrow and put it back in the quiver, and pulled the 2 horns of the wild deer away from here. The island is very pristine. There are many beasts, and even warcraft. Hephaestus now doesn't think he has the ability to defeat the powerful and ferocious monsters, so it's best to avoid what blood draw can't handle. In the woods, Hephaestus neatly dissected the prey with sharp stone flakes. Now it's time to fire up the barbecue. As the god of fire and craftsman, he can't let out fire. Looking at a pile of dry firewood piled up, Hephaestus scratched his head, speechless. He has not obtained the priesthood now, so there is no way to make a fire. Divine power is unreliable, so I can only find another way. Drilling wood to make fire. Hephaestus decided to start the fire manually. As far as he knows, in the minority tribes of some Western countries in the previous life, there was a very efficient method of making fire by drilling wood, the Iroquois method of making fire. Hephaestus was still somewhat impressed by this. Drill shafts, planks, ropes, and combustibles. Remember for a moment. Hephaestus started to move. Make fire tools according to the impression in his memory. Because the memory is a little fuzzy. There were a few mistakes along the way, and I failed because I was not familiar with the drilling. It took Hephaestus more than half an hour to finally finish making all the tools. They are a long wooden stick, a rectangular pressure plate with 3 holes drilled on it, a rope, a round balance board, and a wooden stick with a hole drilled at the bottom. These are all made of wood, and the rope is also rubbed out of bark. Putting the flammable dry leaves in the bottom hole of the stick, Hephaestus inserted the fire drilling stick, looped the bark rope several times, pressed down the plate with both hands, and started to make fire. This cycle for about a minute. The speed is getting faster and faster. Dry leaves began to smoke slowly. Hephaestus immediately put down the fire tool, picked up the leaves, and blew carefully. After blowing a few puffs, the smoky leaves sparkled more and more, and finally a ray of flame rose. The fire was successfully lit. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully making the item. The system rewards, Vulcan art. Charm value +1. The system sound pleased Hephaestus. Vulcan, which means that he can make fire out of thin air, no longer need these tools. Living in the wilderness, this skill couldn't be more convenient. Hephaestus immediately learned the Vulcan technique, and there was a lot of information in his mind. When he raised his hand, a burst of flame spewed out from his palm. A pile of dry firewood is burning. Hephaestus released divine fire on the prey, and after a while, the meat sizzled with oil, and the aroma was overflowing. Although this is convenient, it also consumes a lot of divine power. So Hephaestus did not continue to roast meat with divine fire, but with dry wood. When the meat was cooked, the hungry Hephaestus couldn't bear it anymore, and began to bite and chew. The meat is not seasoned and processed. Even if it is cooked, it has a fishy smell. But even so, Hephaestus still gobbled up the prey. He had expected the food to last for a few days. You must know that wild deer is bigger than him. After eating these roast meats, they will be transformed into streams of energy. A lot of satiety is increased, and the limbs are stronger. After eating the roast, Hephaestus went to the lake to wash his hands and face. A face was reflected in the waves. Hephaestus looked at it, and couldn't help showing an expression of disbelief. How did you manage to have such a terrifying face? No wonder Hera threw away her son so heartlessly. Hold a few handfuls of lake water to wash your face. Hephaestus immediately communicated with the system and set up all the charm points. After waiting for a while, there was no obvious feeling. Hephaestus let the water shine again and found that he looked better, and he was no longer as disgusting as before. As long as the charm value is up, I can change my appearance. Hephaestus felt that if he continued like this, he would become normal sooner or later. Eat and drink enough, and it's getting late. Hephaestus looked up to the west. The sun has set and is emitting its last ray, dyeing the clouds red. The night is undoubtedly a time for wild beasts and monsters to revel. Hephaestus doesn't intend to just live in the wild. Just find a safe place. He wiped his hands and mouth with the leaves and left the lake. After some searching, Hephaestus found a small cave. In this way, there is no need to sleep on the tree. Hephaestus put his bow and arrows in the cave, went out and found a lot of soft grass to spread on the ground, and lay on it comfortably. At this moment, it was night outside. The river of stars turns, and the meteor flies away. Not long. The tired Hephaestus breathed gradually and fell asleep. One hand is always tightly grasping the big bough beside him. Early the next morning, Hephaestus woke up and stretched comfortably. At this time, the light outside the cave was still very dim, shrouded in a moist and cool mist. The sun did not shine here, and the birds were singing, which was very pleasant. A new day. Hephaestus sat for a while, trying to wake himself up, and recited a sentence in his heart. He removed the splint on his right leg, tried to move it, and found that it didn't hurt at all. This also means that the leg injury has completely healed. Hephaestus jumped up and down happily in the cave without any discomfort. It's really healed. Now you won't have to be a cripple, and the hunt will be quicker. Hephaestus rejoices in his improved chances of survival. Wash up and go find something to eat. Hephaestus habitually wanted to wash, but found that he had no washing tools. It doesn't matter if you wash your face, you can do it by the lake. The trouble is toothbrush and toothpaste. I'll make these when I'm full. Hephaestus came out of the cave barefoot with a bow and arrow on his back. He is like a ghost, shuttling through this dense forest, coming and going like the wind. Didn't get very far. Hephaestus found a young wild boar in the jungle. It was about his size, and it was sniffing the ground continuously, as if looking for food. Wild boar, there is pork to eat today. But it must be killed as quickly as possible, otherwise it may attract adult wild boars. Hephaestus bent his bow and set an arrow, and quietly approached the wild boar cub. Because the bowstring is made of tree fibers, it is too rough and less flexible, so the shooting range is naturally short. If you want a one-hit kill, you have to get closer. 30 steps, 25 steps, 20 steps. At this time, the wild boar cub seemed to have sensed something and looked up vigilantly. But Hephaestus took advantage of this opportunity and resolutely shot the arrow out. Call out. Pooh! A wooden arrow pierced the wild boar cub's eyeballs into his brain. Oh! The little wild boar also uttered its last howl before dying. Hephaestus galloped over, picked up the still twitching and struggling wild boar cub, and galloped in the opposite direction. He heard a huge and mournful beast roar from behind. Hephaestus gave a sly grin. Wash the boar carcasses by the lake. Hephaestus kept the pig skin. Boar's bristles are an excellent choice for making toothbrushes. Back in the cave, Hephaestus lit a fire with Vulcan magic, roasted and ate the whole suckling pig, and then wiped his mouth contentedly. I just saw a few peppermint plants on the road, which can be transplanted to the entrance of the cave and can be used to make toothpaste anytime and anywhere. Hephaestus did not bring a bow this time, so he traveled lightly. Chapter 4. Hera wants to kill his son after a while. He came back with 2 bright green plants. This is peppermint, which exudes a fresh fragrance wherever it passes. Hephaestus dug 2 pits in a sunny place at the entrance of the cave and successfully transplanted the 2 mint plants. Then, he went back to the cave to get the ashes. Plant ash is the residue after burning firewood and straw. In ancient times, it can be used to wash hair, brush teeth, make noodles, and strengthen farmland. It is omnipotent. Hephaestus mixes plant ash and picked mint leaves and mashes them into a paste, and a simple toothpaste is ready. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully making the item. The system rewards 5-year divine power. Unsurprisingly, the system gave rewards. Hephaestus began to make a toothbrush and fixed it with a bone and bristles, and the simple toothbrush was successfully manufactured. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully making the item. The system rewards 5-year divine power. Hephaestus tried brushing his teeth. After rinsing, the taste is very fresh and refreshing. Very good. The problem of washing will be solved in the future. Hephaestus looked satisfied. After calling out the system panel, he clicked on all the divine power rewarded by the system. Just like yesterday, a wave of divine power was growing in his body. Hephaestus's hair also grew out, which is the golden hair inherited from Hera. With his strength, he was successfully promoted to the 3rd rank of the lower god. After eating and feeding, Hephaestus lay down on a rock, basking in the sun and dozing. The cave where he lived was too humid, with no sunlight and no ventilation. After sleeping all night, he felt that his whole body was about to get moldy. It's better to build a log cabin. Hephaestus suddenly had a thought. He is not an emoji person either. As soon as an idea arises, he starts to act immediately. The first is to pick a good location. Hephaestus found a sunny hillside with a wide view and a higher terrain, and it would not accumulate water when it rained. After, Hephaestus started cutting the wood. Hephaestus first felled the wood with brute force. But then he discovered that by using the Vulcan technique with his divine power, he could condense the flames into a silk thread, which could easily cut the trees apart, saving time and effort. Within 10 steps, I can condense the flames to the thickness of a silk thread. But no matter how far the distance is, the control will be weakened. Compared with proficiency in bow and arrow, this is also a killer feature. Hephaestus was delighted with this. An hour later, Hephaestus had cut enough wood. Most of them are the thickness of an adult's arm, and their height is equivalent to twice his current height. After drying the wood with flames, Hephaestus selected 12 strong and straight logs, dug deep pits on the ground, and buried the 12 logs to form a square. Next, Hephaestus found many tough vines. Lay the timber neatly to these vertical logs. This is a delicate work, and it took Hephaestus half a day to tie the cube perfectly. The roof of the wooden house will be made next. Hephaestus drew on the gourd, tied the logs together to form a cover, put it on the roof, and continued to reinforce it with vines. In this way, most of the manufacturing of a simple wooden house is completed. Hephaestus found many thick leaves, connected them with vines, and spread them on the roof. In this way, all the gaps are blocked, and there is no problem in shading from the sun and rain. The hut was built, and evening fell. It took a day. Hephaestus made a simple log cabin, and the rewards of the system will follow. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully creating the item. The system rewards 10 years of divine power. Charm value +1. Hephaestus was very happy to see the wooden house in front of him. This is my home now. Mount Olympus. The god Queen Hera sat on the golden throne. Her chest was constantly heaving. Her beautiful face was distorted, and she looked very angry. If you let me know who leaked the secret, I swear, I will kill him with my own hands. Hera growled angrily. Many servant elves knelt in front of her, trembling with horror. At some point, news spread that Hera had given birth to an ugly son. All the gods on Mount Olympus were talking about it and mocking Hera. This naturally made Hera very angry. But, fortunately, that ugly monster is dead. As long as she refuses to admit it, no one can be sure that she gave birth to an ugly monster. Is that ugly monster dead? Hera couldn't bear it, and in order to confirm, she activated her divine eyes to look at the mortal world. Immediately her bright eyes reflected Hephaestus standing in front of a wooden house, smiling at the last of the setting sun. Bad luck. Bad luck. Why isn't this evil seed dead yet? Hera felt nauseous for a while, and immediately closed her eyes, her fists clenched tightly. She was surprised that this D survived, and she was so furious at this sight that she wished to kill Hephaestus immediately. However, Hera also knew that it was too terrible to spread the news of killing her own son. It is easy to be used by those who want to take revenge. So Hera could only hold back her anger, snorted coldly, and left the palace. Those servant spirits also left tremblingly. Hiss hiss. At this time, a giant python vomited a bright red letter and swam up to the golden throne. This is Hera's pet, Piton. Pi looked at the direction of his master's departure with a pair of cold vertical pupils, lost in thought. It knows its master well. Cursing like this must be because he very much hopes that the ugly monster will die. Master, since this is your wish, Piton will fulfill it for you. Python thought to himself, A fierce look appeared in the snake's eyes. It knows what's at stake. If it had killed Hephaestus himself, in the eyes of the gods, it would have been no different from Hera himself. Therefore, it is necessary to find someone who has nothing to do with Hera to kill. Chapter 5. Siren Strait of Mexico. At this time, the sky was gloomy, and a thick white fog shrouded the sea. Under the sea surface, the undercurrent is turbulent, and the reefs are densely covered. In the dense fog, a huge monster broke through the water and gradually revealed its figure. It is a three-sail ship. In this weather, if the ship fails to steer well and runs aground, the consequences will be extremely serious. An old wrinkled sailor was climbing on the mast and staring into the distance, with an extremely vigilant expression on his face. After watching for a moment, he put 2 fingers to his mouth and blew a loud whistle. It was calm on deck. The crew and sailors performed their duties in an orderly manner. But after hearing the whistle, they immediately seemed a little flustered and hurriedly pushed each other to gather and line up. The bearded captain also came over, with fear in his eyes, and shouted in a rough voice, "Immediately stuff cotton balls into my ears. Then seal them with wax. Don't miss a single one, do you hear me? Don't miss a single one. Let's talk." The captain took 2 balls of cotton balls from the deputy captain and stuffed them into his ears, then sealed the ears with warm wax, and went back to steer. A veteran also took out a large ball of cotton and hot wax from the storage room and distributed them to everyone. Why are we doing this? Everyone seems to be scared. What's in front? Dooku. Several young sailors who had just sailed for a long time were puzzled by this. The sailor named Dooku was a little impatient. "Stop talking nonsense. Dylan, you brats, if you still want to survive, do it quickly." Seeing these young sailors looking at each other indifferently, Dooku had no choice but to shake his head, looked around, and said in a low voice, "The strait in front has a name called the Strait of Death, where the sirens of the sirens live. Once a ship passes by, it will sing loudly. Mortals like us, if we accidentally hear it, we will be confused and jump into the sea and become the rations of monsters." The siren. The young sailors were shocked. They had also heard rumors of sea monsters, but they never expected to actually meet them. Although they were very curious, they didn't dare to risk their lives, so they obediently sealed their ears with cotton balls and hot wax. Several old sailors tied themselves up with ropes very carefully. Extreme caution. The ship sailed slowly towards the strait. But at this time, a singing voice that was ethereal like a fairyland floated indistinctly. Although it is only a small sound, it is extremely beautiful. A young sailor was so curious that when he heard the ethereal singing, he couldn't help picking the sealing wax and cotton balls. The beautiful singing sounds like sounds of nature are in your ears. There was a look of extreme enjoyment and obsession on his face. Boom! There was a sudden sound of falling water. After several old sailors noticed it, they hurried to the side of the boat. In the thick white mist, everyone could only vaguely see a pair of boots floating on the water. One of the sailors cried out in pain, "No! Melon!" Deep under the sea, the 2 black shadows shuttled back and forth quickly, frightened the fishes, large and small, and retreated one after another. One of the shadows was a beautiful young woman, a head of blood-red long hair, extremely gorgeous. But her lower body is a fishtail covered with red scales, very similar to a mermaid. If you look closely, you can find that the butterfly bone on her back is very ugly, like a deformity. According to legend, the sirens once lost their wings to the muse because they lost a music competition with the muse. Couldn't fly anymore since then. After losing their wings, the siren had to swim near the coastline to trap food with singing. Obviously, this red-haired woman is the siren, and the other black shadow is the bewitched young sailor. At this moment, he doesn't know whether he is dead or alive. Humph! Ha ha ha! The siren swung its tail vigorously, jumped out of the water, and came to a small island. Throwing the young sailor in his hand to the ground, he let out a sinister laugh. "Where should I start?" The siren's fish tail turned into ugly short legs, and its greedy eyes fixed on the feast. Sirens. Just when the siren was about to start eating from scratch, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Siren looked back vigilantly and saw a huge boa constrictor entrenched on the reef. The boa constrictor was spitting out a bright red letter and held its head high, as if it was very proud. "Pedo." The siren recognized the person who came, turned around, and said lightly, "If you don't stay in Mount Olympus, what are you doing here?" Of course it was to find you. Pai Tong swam his body and came to Siren. "Siren, I need your help to kill someone." "Kill?" The siren wanted to refuse, but rolled his eyes and said with a smile on his face, "Pitong, you know, I'm good at killing people, otherwise you wouldn't come to me. But who are you going to kill? I've done this. What's the benefit?" He's a newborn baby on the island of Lemnos. Piton said, when it is done, you bring his body to me, and I will give you a golden apple. The golden apple is a legendary fetish, can give anyone eternal youth. For monsters like sirens, the allure is great. Just killing a baby, isn't that earning a golden apple for nothing? How could Pai Tong be so kind? In a heartbeat, the sirens narrowed their eyes, looked at Pai Tong and asked, whose child is this baby? Pai Tong, don't frame me. There was a trace of anger in Pai Tong's eyes. Siren, I don't have time to play tricks with you. If you don't do it, I'll find someone else. Seeing this, the siren turned into a smiling face again. Don't get angry. Since you intend to make a deal, I'll kill this man for you. Pai Tong, you can prepare the golden apple and wait in peace. Remember, move faster and faster. Pai Tong turned around and left, and soon disappeared. At this time, the young sailor behind him suddenly groaned. Obviously not dead yet. The siren turned around, with a fierce look in his eyes, opened his mouth wide, and directly swallowed the head that missed. Blood spurted wildly, extremely bloody. The siren did not continue to eat people, but dived into the bottom of the sea with this big meal. After half a day, the siren came ashore again, empty-handed, but happy on his face. Hey, it's Shira who is well informed. Piton really has no other intentions. It turns out that the person he wants to kill is the ugly son of Hera after the gods. He is really loyal to the Lord. However, it happened to be cheap for me. A golden apple. The siren let out an extremely melodious and beautiful laugh and jumped into the sea again. This time, she sailed in a different direction. Is the direction of Lemnos. Chapter 6. Lemnos Island. In the jungle, a ghostly figure shuttled back and forth. Wherever he went, it was like a gust of wind. It is Hephaestus with the bow and arrows on his back. The wooden house has now been built, and Hephaestus intends to hunt some large animals for their fur, which can be used as beds and bedding after drying. That way he wouldn't have to sleep on a thorny straw bed. But Hephaestus searched for a long time. Only a small hare was hunted, but no large beast was found. It seems that we still have to hunt by the lake. Inexperienced, finding prey is also a problem. The figure of Hephaestus gradually slowed down, looked around, and stood still. If he doesn't meet his prey again, he plans to go back. Although the hare has little meat, it can barely make up for a meal. Walk for a while. Hephaestus still didn't find the prey, but he spotted something else. It's a short, small pile of stones. The pile of stones was black and seemed to be a hole, with few weeds on it. Curious, Hephaestus tapped a stone and found that the sound was completely different from ordinary rocks. Is this the ore? Hephaestus thought suddenly. The island is very primitive and there are no people at all. Naturally, it is impossible for someone to develop the veins. Therefore, Hephaestus judged based on his own experience that this small rock is likely to be an outcrop of a surface deposit. In the human kingdom, such exposed surface deposits must have been mined or exhausted long ago. Using the method of exclusion, there is no blue-green copper salt nearby, so this is definitely not a copper mine. It is black, and it is not a gold and silver mine. Then it should be an iron mine. Hephaestus rubbed his hands together excitedly. The discovery of iron ore means a lot to him. It represents him from the Stone Age to the Iron Age. Moreover, he has mastered the Vulcan technique, so he can completely refine iron ore and make various utensils, even forge weapons. Try it with fire first to see if it is iron ore. Hephaestus suppressed his excitement, activated his divine power, and activated the Vulcan spell. Boom, a hot and violent flame spewed out from the palm, and the surrounding temperature rose suddenly. Scarlet flames licked the black rock. The surrounding weeds were burned to ashes by the flames. Gradually, after about a quarter of an hour, the rock turned into a red, thick, and viscous liquid flowing down. Hephaestus stopped immediately, showing joy. This is really iron ore. His Iron Age is coming. Hephaestus was very happy. After thinking about it, he planned to build a hammer first. The hammer can be used as both a tool and a weapon, and it is very lethal, so it is naturally the first choice. I already have the flame. Now I need the mold. Hephaestus thought for a while, found a large flat rock around him, lifted it up, and ran towards the dense forest. Not long after, Hephaestus returned. On top of the flat rocks is a pile of sand the size of a small hill. This is the sand on the beach. Hephaestus dumped this sand on the ground, then flattened it, compacted it, and dug it out in the shape of a sledgehammer. At that time, as long as the molten iron is poured into this pit, a big hammer can be successfully forged. Hephaestus condensed the flames into thin threads and cut the iron ore into an or twice his size and set it on the formerly flat rock. Launched the Vulcan technique again and start smelting. Half an hour later, Hephaestus consumed a lot of divine power to remove all impurities from the iron ore and melt it into pure molten iron. He picked up the hot rock again and poured molten iron as bright as orange juice into the previous pit. No more, no less. The molten iron fills up the pit, which is exactly the shape of a hammer. Throwing away the rock, Hephaestus sat quietly and waited. After working so hard for a while, he has consumed a lot and is still quite tired. After a long time, the molten iron solidified and turned silver-black in color. The terrifying high temperature also receded. Hephaestus grabbed the handle and lifted the hammer out of the sand. There were still many grains of sand sticking to it, but Hephaestus wiped it off with a leaf, and a heavy sledgehammer was completely forged. Everything is perfect except the styling is a bit imperfect. Hephaestus picked up the hammer and aimed it at a nearby rock and smashed it down. Boom. The rocks are falling apart. Shattered. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully creating the item. The system rewards clairvoyance. 10 years of divine power. Hephaestus' eyes lit up. Clairvoyance. This is a good supernatural power. In the future, take a look before hunting to ensure that one hunt is accurate. And if there is another good bow, the lethality is absolutely terrifying. Hephaestus learned immediately and also activated the 10-year power. Immediately, the body was filled with strength, and the previous exhaustion was swept away. Looking at the strength again, Hephaestus found that he had reached the 4th rank of the lower god. There is an iron mine, which must be used well. Let's build some arrows next. Hephaestus followed the gourd to draw a ladle, compacted and smoothed the sand, and dug out 9 pits for arrows. Then the iron ore is purified, melted into molten iron, and poured into it. Although wooden arrows are sharpened, they can only shoot at soft places, such as eyes. If it hit some beasts with rough skin and thick flesh, it would be very difficult to break the defense. The iron arrow is different. Its lethality is huge. Even the hardest beast's skull can penetrate through it with one blow. While iron arrow cooled, Hephaestus wasn't idle either. 6 pits for spears were dug in the sand. Short distance, the lethality of throwing spears is definitely greater than that of bows and arrows. And you can also get system rewards for building things. Why not do it? Half a day passed. Hephaestus picked up the formed iron spear, weighed it, and showed satisfaction. Very handy. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully creating the item. The system rewards spear proficiency. 5-year divine power. At this time, the system sounds. Hephaestus learned the spear proficiency and added divine power to himself. When he lifted the spear, he felt like he was one with himself. He aimed at a distant tree and hurled it. Pooh, pooh, pooh. I saw that the spear was like a broken bamboo. The momentum of running through 3 giant trees has just stopped. If this was placed on a wild beast, it would be nailed to the ground properly. The lethality is terrifying. I am now the 5th rank of the lower god. Divine power and strength have greatly improved, and self-protection ability has increased a lot. Hephaestus retrieved the iron spear, very relieved. Even if he meets a monster now, he is not afraid. Suddenly, Hephaestus' ears moved, and he looked in the direction of the beach with puzzled eyes. From that direction, there was singing. Singing? Why are there still people on this island? Hephaestus thought to himself. Gradually, the ethereal singing of the sounds of nature became louder and louder. Hephaestus was also gradually immersed in it, feeling in a trance, and the little hand that clenched the iron spear gradually loosened. Chapter 7. The Banshee Sirens Attack. Don't get in. Don't get in. Hephaestus indulged in this heavenly singing. Suddenly, my vigilance became high, and I kept reminding myself like this in my mind. Finally, Hephaestus regained his eyesight, clenched the iron spear in his hand again, and took a few steps back. This is a mythical world, extremely dangerous. We must not be so defenseless. Hephaestus warned himself this way. His eyes became sharper. The singing is coming from the direction of the beach. I want to see who is doing it. Hephaestus immediately used his newly acquired supernatural power clairvoyance to look around. His eyes were shining brightly, and he saw a red-haired beauty sitting on a rock in the shallow sea, with a proud and hot figure, and her thin lips moved, and the singing was obviously from her. The beach is several miles away from my place. Who can spread the singing so far? Or, this red-haired beauty is not human at all. Hephaestus forced himself to think calmly. The singing kept coming, and it was difficult for him to get rid of its temptation, so he had to cover his ears with his hands. Hephaestus glanced carefully again, and sure enough, he saw the red-haired beauty hiding under the sea with a fish tail covered with scales, and the snow-white back, the ugly scars on the butterfly bones. It's the siren, killing people with their singing voice. Hephaestus immediately determined the identity of the comber. At the same time, I am sure that the other party is not good. This island is uninhabited, and as long as the sirens have no problem with their brains, they will not sing and pray here. In that case, try my iron spear. Hephaestus endured to the limit. Stimulate your own divine power with all your strength, and your blood is surging violently. He grabbed the iron spear, let out a roar, and threw the iron spear out. Whoa! Just throwing the iron spear, Hephaestus just threw it casually, which cannot be compared with the current full-strength blow. I saw that the iron spear was like a shooting star, turning into a beam of slender light and passing through the forest. Direct electric fire to the shallows a few miles away. The beautiful siren is still sitting on the reef, singing loudly, making the most beautiful melody in the world, until she heard whimpering and breaking through the air. Looking up, I saw a black shooting star wrapped in a fishy wind and shooting towards it. The sirens were almost scared out of their wits. The singing stopped abruptly, and they were about to dive into the bottom of the sea to escape. However, the speed of the iron spear is too fast. The siren couldn't dodge at all, and was pierced through his shoulder with a sneer. The huge force of the iron spear hit the siren directly into the sea water, and the siren let out a shrill scream, and soon disappeared on the bottom of the sea. There were scarlet sprays on the sea. Not long. There was a movement in the dense forest, and Hephaestus also rushed over. It's still a step late. Hephaestus is a bit of a pity. He was too impulsive just now, and he didn't control it well. Otherwise he would sneak up and attack the siren at close range, and the other party would definitely not be able to escape. Still inexperienced in dealing with the enemy. But next time we meet, I will definitely not let her escape again. Hephaestus had a firm gaze. He had that confidence. Straits of death. Hera's son is just a baby. How could he hurt me? No, it must not be him. So who threw this iron spear? Seabed. The diving siren covered the huge wound on his shoulder, his brows furrowed tightly. The pain of the injury was very tormenting for her. However, it is very lucky to be able to survive under this iron spear. If the iron spear hit her heart and head instead of her shoulder, then she would be dead by now. Siren, how did you get hurt? The siren swam back to his underwater home and met his two companions. One is a blue-haired woman who looks murderous, with a bloated figure. One is an ugly monster with 6 heads, 12 oily green eyes, and dense sharp teeth, which is very terrifying. They were both very surprised to find that the siren was badly wounded in the shoulder. Charybdis, Scylla. Seeing these two companions, the siren cried out immediately. I just went to Lemnos Island, and I was injured by the abandoned baby of the Queen of God. He is too powerful. What? The abandoned baby of the Queen of God. He's just a toddler. How could he hurt you? Charybdis was puzzled. He had a weapon, and he threw his spear and nearly killed me. That's how I got wounded, cried the siren. Siren, since he hurt you, we will seek revenge from him. The blood debt must be paid in blood. The monster Skyra roared. The 3 of them dominate the nearby waters. No one has dared to challenge their dignity. That's right. Siren, take us to him. We'll kill him for you. Charybdis also showed his murderous aura. There is no need for sirens to lead the way. That little boy is in Lemnos. Charybdis, let's go now. Revenge is urgent. Scylla was very excited, and with a shake of his figure, he brought a huge wave and swam to the distant sea. Charybdis took a deep look at the siren and followed. In fact, in their view, the abandoned baby of the queen is just an ant that can be crushed to death at any time. Charybdis, Scylla, don't underestimate the enemy. The siren shouted a little worried. The other side, Hephaestus, who killed the sirens, continued to mine iron ore. Entering the Iron Age, he naturally wants to let go of his hands and feet and work hard. One of the iron spears is missing, and we need to continue to make supplements and build a pot to cook. In addition, Hephaestus has also created a very sharp machete. If it weren't for the hammer, this machete wouldn't be so perfect. With the machete, let's build a shield, and the armor, and the iron bow. Hephaestus is very busy. Anyway, if he creates a new tool item, the system will reward divine power and replenish consumption, so he won't be tired at all. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully creating the item. The system rewards 5 years of divine power. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully creating the item. The system rewards 5 years of divine power. Charm value +1. Ding dong. Time flies. Hephaestus created a series of iron objects such as machetes, shields, and crude armor, and got a total of 30 years of divine power. For points of charm, the strength has also been raised to the 6th rank of the lower god. He also got swimming proficiency and divine spell, aquatic breathing. It can be said that his strength has greatly increased, and he is also an elite who can fight amphibiously. It's a pity that I didn't get this magical technique and mastery before, otherwise I would be able to hunt down the sirens all the way, thought Hephaestus. Chapter 8. The monster that barks as a puppy, wow woof woof, wow woof woof, vaguely. Around Hephaestus heard the barking of puppies. In fact, when he was smelting iron and forging weapons just now, he heard a few vague sounds, but he didn't pay attention to it at that time, and only started to pay attention now after resting. Strange, there are dogs on this island. Hephaestus was curious. It even reminds me of owning a dog. That's not too bad. At least it won't be so lonely on this deserted island. After all, there is only the most primitive law of the jungle here. Picking up the iron spear, carrying the shield and machete on his back, Hephaestus looked for the sound and left. He is small in size, and the two large iron objects on his back look ridiculous, like a turtle shell. However, this did not affect his actions in the slightest. Hephaestus turned on clairvoyance and looked around. But what he didn't expect was that instead of the puppy, he found a monster. On the edge of the beach near the island forest, there is a monster. The monster was as big as a small mountain. Huge torso, 12 legs, and 6 long necks, each with a terrifying head on top of it, with dark eyes, and a huge closed mouth densely covered with sharp teeth. At this time, he was constantly opening his mouth to call, making the sound of a puppy. Hephaestus was taken aback and stopped walking. He never thought that such a cute puppy bark would come from such a terrifying monster. And this monster looks familiar no matter how it looks. Could it be that this is the legendary sea monster Skyra? Hephaestus thought of the description of the sea monster Skyra in Greek mythology in his previous life, and immediately connected with the monster in front of him. What's going on? Just as the siren was beaten away by me, another siren, Skyla, came. Could it be that the group came to this island just to kill me? Hephaestus was surprised to see Scylla looking around. If there is no special reason behind the two sea monsters coming to this uninhabited island one after another, no ghost will believe it. It doesn't matter. The siren ate my spear and survived, so I'll use you to make up for it today. Hephaestus returned to the original place, picked up 6 iron spears, and quietly lurked towards Skyla. The distance is short, and the lethality of the iron spear is also great. Even if it can't be a one-hit kill, it can still consume the opponent's strength. Skyra was very patient, and kept barking and calling, trying to attract something. And Hephaestus was also very patient, using clairvoyance to detect and approach the opponent quietly. There was about a mile between the two. Hephaestus finally stopped advancing. After all, this is a sea monster, and if it gets closer, it may be at risk of being discovered again. 6 iron spears. 6 heads. Hephaestus thrust 6 iron spears vertically into the soil beside him one by one. Then he took a deep breath, mobilized all his divine power, picked up the first iron spear, and threw it fiercely into the distance. He now has a total of 60 years of divine power. Throwing iron spears, how mighty. Straight like lightning, flashed away. Second route. Hephaestus didn't stop for half a second. He pulled out the second iron spear and continued throwing. It was followed by the third and the fourth, until all the iron spears were thrown out in one breath. Whoosh! 6 bolts of lightning descended almost at the same time. A mile away, Scylla, who was screaming, suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. Let out a panicked roar, ready to leave the place immediately. His intuition for so many years told it that if he didn't leave, he might die, but the premonition came too late. Scylla's eyes reflected many swift lightning bolts flying from the dense forest. It was almost there in the blink of an eye. Because it was too swift and violent, the wind that rolled up was as sharp as a knife. Iron spear. This is the iron spear that nearly killed the sirens. Scylla remembered what the siren said for a moment, and regretted that he shouldn't be so careless. However, at the same time, it also tried its best to squeeze its explosive power to the extreme. Shift the 6 heads from their original positions. Pooh, pooh, pooh. 3 of the 6 black lightning bolts failed. 3 of them pierced through the 3 heads of Scylla severely. That huge head burst like a watermelon. Blood and viscous slurry splashed all over the sky. The piercing pain forced Scylla to howl miserably. He felt angry. The other party was a newborn baby of the Protoss race, and he killed 3 of its heads without even seeing him. But in my heart, I am also somewhat glad that I did not die. Hera's child, pure Protoss bloodline. If I eat him, my strength will definitely increase by another level. Scylla survived the lightning's 6 spears, and the danger of death subsided, and he had no desire to escape, but instead focused on how to devour Hephaestus. And Hephaestus arrived as expected. Skyra the siren. A childish voice sounded. I saw a small figure jumping out from the jungle. It was Hephaestus. He held a sharp iron machete in his right hand and a thick shield like a turtle shell in his left hand. Prepare with both hands, both offensive and defensive. Little devil, what's your name? When Skara saw this little savage appear, the remaining 3 heads roared angrily, with greed still appearing in their eyes. This little brat is not enough for him to eat in one bite. Me? It's okay to tell you, so you can understand. My name is Hephaestus, the future god of fire and craftsman. Hephaestus approached step by step. The size disparity between the two seems a bit ridiculous. One is huge, and the other is very small. Very good, Hephaestus. You wounded the siren. You also exploded 3 of my heads. I must eat you to make up for my loss. No matter who you are, you must die today. With a roar, Scylla rushed over with 12 legs shaking. This small piece of ground was shaken by the shock. Dust rose all over the sky, leaving deep footprints wherever Scylla stepped. Sure enough, he colluded with the sirens. Hephaestus didn't move, just stood there quietly. In the dark, the divine power was circulating in his body, and he was about to riot at any time. Although Scylla is huge in size, he is definitely not slow when running. Especially the long neck. The body is still far away, and 2 hideous and terrifying heads have already been bitten. The stench of the wind poured down. Volcanism. Hephaestus looked up and saw 2 heads falling from the sky, with an indiscernible flame spewing out from their mouths. This flame was like a thread, cutting through Scylla's head. Quietly, with blood splashing, these 2 heads landed from midair. There was an expression of disbelief in his death-like eyes. This siren is a bit weak, Hephaestus thought now. Holding a machete in one hand and a shield in the other, he rushed towards Scylla's body. The last head, he intends to cut it off with his own hands. Oh. Scared at last, Scylla turned and ran away. It didn't even figure out how its head was cut off for a while. Charybdis. Help. While running, Scylla screamed to the sea not far away. Death is behind it. Less than 100 steps away. This is the first time Scylla has come so close to death. Chapter 9. Swallowed by the vortex monster Charybdis. The great vortex monster in Greek mythology that devours everything. Scylla's roar made Hephaestus feel vigilant. And think of the resume of Charybdis, the sea monster and monster. It is said that it is the daughter of Poseidon, the king of the sea, and Gaia, the goddess of the earth. It makes waves in the sea from time to time, devouring all creatures that pass through its domain. Very ferocious and cruel. Thinking of this, Hephaestus slowed down a step and failed to catch up with the monster in front. I saw the sea monster Scylla, who was on the verge of death, screamed, leaped up, and plunged into the sea. Set off a huge wave of fury. In an instant, this small piece of sea was blood-stained scarlet. See where you can escape. Hephaestus hesitated for a moment, picked up his shield and machete, and jumped into the sea. He is proficient in aquatic breathing and swimming, and he is no worse than a siren in fighting in sea water. Even the maelstrom monster may not be able to kill him. And there is also a firm idea that Hephaestus has chased after him. That is, he really wants to capture these sea monsters alive, and ask them why they want to kill him. Boom, Hephaestus fell into the sea. The bone-chilling sea irritated Hephaestus' skin. He circulated his divine power to swim continuously, and his body quickly warmed up. Ha! Brat, do you still dare to enter the sea? Court death. Scylla saw Hephaestus chasing him in the sea, and couldn't help but sneer. Charybdis met it not far away. There is no doubt that this little devil will die if he goes into the sea. It knows the strength of its companion. Even if this brat is twice as strong, he may not be an opponent. Nonsense. Hephaestus moved swiftly in the sea like a fish. With a series of bubbles, he came behind Scylla in the blink of an eye. This speed surprised him, and his heart went straight to his throat. It never expected that Hephaestus is so good in water. Die! Hephaestus swung the machete, forming the light of a black full moon. Seeing that the knife was aimed at his neck quickly and accurately, Scylla couldn't make a sound, so he could only raise his 2 legs to block it. Although it will be crippled, at least it can save life. Just hold on for a moment, and Charybdis will come to the rescue. Pooh! I saw that black full moon passing directly over those 2 legs. Like scratching tofu, cut off the last head of Scylla. One-hit kill. Leave the sea as soon as possible. If Charybdis really comes, I'm afraid I'm not an opponent yet. With the machete in his mouth, Hephaestus held Scylla's huge corpse with both hands to keep it from sinking, and swam towards the shore. But just when he surfaced, pointy white hills appeared all around, forming a circle. Each mountain is almost the size of an island, and the color is white, like the teeth of some giant beast. It's here. Seeing this, Hephaestus' complexion changed. Before he was given time to act, The sea area was rumbling and twisting, forming a huge vortex. There is no doubt that this is the great vortex monster in Greek mythology. Oops! Hephaestus secretly screamed in his heart that something was wrong. His whole body was uncontrollably wrapped and twisted by this vortex. Boom, boom, the eerie loud noise also filled Hephaestus' ears. At this moment, he felt like his head was about to explode. The turtle shell shield was swept away at some point, but Hephaestus still held on to the machete. In the sea water, his Vulcan spell can't exert its power. This machete is what he relies on to kill the big vortex monster. Although Hephaestus wasn't sure if he could break through the defense of this huge and terrifying sea monster. I don't know how many turns the vortex twisted. Hephaestus felt dizzy and staring, unable to recognize the direction. But he could clearly see that the surrounding forest and white mountains were gradually gathering together. It's like the gates of hell slowly closing. Boundless darkness descends. Is this the sea monster that swallowed me? Hephaestus forced himself to think calmly. But the constant pounding into his body in the sea was too disturbing. Those were some aquarium fish and reefs, as well as unknown rags, and perhaps the broken corpse of Scylla. Hephaestus used divine power to circulate in his body, and soon he was full of strength again. He held the machete tightly and kept slashing around his body. Many fishes were smashed to pieces, and suddenly fewer hit Hephaestus. Boom! At this moment, a sense of weightlessness swept over Hephaestus' body. He fell into the water again. This time he had the feeling of falling from a tall building. But fortunately, he was not injured, but was thrown in a mess. It's too dark in here to see anything. The stench of decay was strong and unbearable, almost suffocating. Hephaestus struggled for a while to calm himself down. He blinked and looked around, but it was pitch black all around, and he couldn't see anything at all. So, Hephaestus raised a hand out of the water and cast Vulcan. Scarlet warm flames illuminate the place. Only then did Hephaestus realize that there were many tattered ship corpses around. And not far away, Scylla's huge corpse was also floating on the water. He also plans to use this sea monster's body to make items, and it will be a big loss if it is lost. There are so many boats and so many aquarium fishes, they won't starve to death for a while. After Hephaestus found out his situation, he gradually felt relieved. The only thing that makes him unbearable is that it stinks here. With the machete in his mouth, Hephaestus swam up to Scylla's body, grabbed it, and swam to the largest wreck nearby. This wreck is relatively complete. It can provide a temporary foothold without soaking in sea water all the time. Stepping on the plywood, Hephaestus searched the storeroom, finding nothing. The items are all rotten, and the food is also moldy and rotten, and there is no way to use it. It is necessary to create items and get rewards from the system, so as to improve the strength as soon as possible, so as to leave this ghost place. Hephaestus calculated calmly. Looking around, he set his sights on the corpse of the Cirrus siren. The skin of this monster is tough and soft to the touch, and it can be made into many things. Hephaestus jumped into the water, cut off most of one leg of the monster's corpse, and after peeling off the skin, threw the whole leg into the water again. Not long after, many sharks and other aquatic animals swam over to nibble on the leg meat. Hephaestus picked up a shark and hacked it to death. He carried it to the deck and dissected it. He took its sharp and slender fishbone and fish intestines, and tied the fish intestines to the end of the fishbone, so that the needle and thread was made. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully creating the item. The system rewards, charm value, +1. Chapter 10. The needlework Hephaestus made from fishbone and fish intestines was going to be used to sew up the skin of Scylla to make a simple tent. To make a tent, you need a pair of brackets. Hephaestus hacked off a deck with a machete, then split it into 4 wooden strips of equal thickness, tie them into an X shape with washed fish intestines, and support them in the siren's skin. Later Hephaestus began sewing the siren's skin with needle and thread. Needle by stitch, it took half a day for Hephaestus to complete the work. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully creating the item, and the system rewards, 10 years of divine power. As Hephaestus thought, he got a lot of system rewards. If this continues to be produced, his strength will soon be raised to another level. Hephaestus clicked the plus sign behind the strength box on the system panel, and his body was immediately filled with endless power. The fatigue from before was gone. Later, Hephaestus used the deck and Scar's skin to create a pair of leather drums, which gave him 10 years of power and a little charm. He also made a small kayak and small objects such as baggage. In total, he got 40 years of divine power and 7 points of charm. After adding everything to himself, Hephaestus opened his own system panel. Host, Hephaestus race, Greek god's bloodline level, the 9th rank of the main god's strength level. The The 7th rank of lower god clericship. None items. Simple splints for fixing broken bones, toothpaste, toothbrush, simple wooden house, fire drilling tools, iron bows and arrows, iron spears. Siren skin drums, siren skin tents, siren skin air rafts. Charm, 14/point divine spells. Vulcan, clairvoyance, aquatic breathing talent proficiency, bow and arrow proficiency, spear proficiency, swimming proficiency. Now the strength of Hephaestus has been successfully promoted to the 7th rank of the lower god. More than twice as powerful as before. It should be able to cause damage to this whirlpool monster. It's time to get out. Hephaestus showed determination. He threw the kraken raft into the water, stepped on it, and rowed away. He is currently in the stomach of Charybdis, and if he cuts his stomach open, he will be able to get out naturally. It was a long time paddling on a kraken before Hephaestus saw the stomach lining of this monster. As if endless, all you can see is blood red, and the flesh wall is constantly wriggling and secreting mucus. The surrounding water is more fishy than other places, and there are piles of fish skeletons and ships. They are all rotten. Look how thick your stomach is. Hephaestus raised the knife with both hands, and a raging fire ignited on the iron knife, shining in all directions. Immediately afterwards, he stepped on the raft with both feet, and his whole body flew out like a cannonball. Boom! I saw huge fireballs constantly bombarding the thick stomach wall of the sea monster. The blood-red flesh wall immediately exuded a burnt smell and convulsed. Hephaestus continued to destroy a large area with the machete Vulcan technique for a while, but he never cut open the sea monster's stomach. This thing is 10 times thicker than the city wall. Ho 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 ho. However, this move also caused Charybdis to howl. After a burst of ups and downs, a large whirlpool immediately formed in the stomach, constantly twisting everything. Seems to smash this restless crawler in the stomach. Hephaestus tried his best to resist with a machete on the flesh wall and was not pulled over. And it continues to launch fireballs, causing large-scale destruction. In this way, after a long time, the vortex, which was more destructive than the tsunami, finally stopped and gradually subsided. Hephaestus felt strange and frowned. Is this sea monster dead? Just when Hephaestus had doubts, a light suddenly appeared above the head. Vaguely, the white mountains opened up again, and a gust of hurricane poured in. Shattered Hephaestus couldn't open his eyes. Rumble. The hurricane stopped, and all the water in the sea monster's stomach was lifted up by a huge force. Hephaestus knew that Charybdis couldn't hold on, and wanted to spit himself out. So he pulled the machete out of the meat wall and went with the flow. Boom, 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 after a deafening roar. Hephaestus followed the broken boats that had been piled up for many years, rotten fish and shrimps, and even hills, including the newly made drums, rafts, tents, and the body of Scylla was vomited out together. The originally calm sea was boiling. The sea water is still fishy and salty, but it doesn't have the rotten stench in the sea monster's stomach. Hephaestus saw the sun again, breathing heavily, feeling extremely comfortable. At this time, the sea monster howled and disappeared into the depths of the sea. Want to run? Where to run? Hephaestus found that the sea monster was gone, and immediately used clairvoyance to investigate. It didn't take long to discover the huge monster in the sea 100 miles away. He first threw Scylla's body and the things he had made on the shore of a small rock. Then he swam to catch up. Anyway, the other party can't kill him now. Hephaestus will not rest until he achieves his goal. After chasing and fleeing, the two came to the Strait of Mexico. The big monster was moving very fast, and it slipped across the strait in no time. Hephaestus searched with clairvoyance for a while before he spotted him. In addition, he also found a surprise here. On one island, he saw a familiar red-haired woman. Sirens, you are actually here. Hephaestus was quite happy in his heart. The size of the maelstrom monster is too large, and it is unrealistic for him to kill him at this stage. Not to mention capturing the opponent alive to ask for information. But the siren is different. This siren only has singing as a threat, and it doesn't threaten Hephaestus, so it's easy to handle. Siren, I hope you will not disappoint me. Hephaestus gave up chasing the maelstrom, swam to the desolate and primitive island, and headed for the sirens. At this time, the siren is dealing with the corpses of 2 sailors. This was just snatched from a passing ship. Only by eating more people can she recover quickly from her injuries. While savoring the feast, the sirens happily waited for the good news from their companions. Although she was nearly killed by Hephaestus, she had enough faith in her companions. In her opinion, both Scylla and Charybdis have the ability to kill Hephaestus solo. I just can't get the kid's body. But there's no way for Pitong to renege on his debt, right? If the gods know that it has done such a thing, The Queen Hera will never be able to hold her head up on Mount Olympus again. Therefore, this golden apple must be I can get it. Siren thought to himself. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound in the jungle behind him. The siren suddenly turned around and called out vigilantly, "Who?" "Hephaestus." A little savage with a machete came out of the jungle. Chapter 11. Killing the siren. Siren's expression changed suddenly, and he took a few steps back. "Who are you?" She vaguely knew the identity of this little savage. But some can't imagine. If this little savage is really the foundling of Lemnos, what about Scylla and Charybdis? "Where did you go?" "Me? I'm the one you want to kill, don't you forget." Hephaestus was very calm, dragged the machete on the ground, and walked less than 20 steps away from the siren. When he takes a step, the siren takes a step back. He stopped, and the siren stopped too. But this distance is still within the control of Hephaestus. His current strength is much stronger than before. To kill a seriously injured siren is like killing a chicken. "No, it's impossible. Scylla and Charybdis won't let you go. How could you come here?" The siren still couldn't believe it, and with one hand behind his back, he held a sharp dagger inlaid with gems. "Scylla, I killed him and made it into a tent and a leather drum. The maelstrom monster couldn't beat me and ran away by itself. I chased it all the way here." The siren's small movements naturally couldn't escape the eyes of Hephaestus. He said, "If you don't want to die too quickly, I suggest you not to act rashly." The siren's dagger was clenched tighter, and the muscles in his neck gradually tightened. She is a sea monster, not only can sing, but the sonic attacks she emits can also shock people to death. Boom, boom, the siren will speak. "I only felt a black meteor strike." The cold wind was blowing, and Siren's body was extremely stiff, and there was no time to escape. Fortunately, the stream of light entangled in a fishy wind landed on the rock beside her. Out of the corner of his eye, the siren saw that it was the machete Hephaestus was holding in his hand, and a small half of the blade was sunk into the rock. Suddenly, Siren felt hairs all over her body, and her pupils shrank, staring forward. I do not know when Hephaestus has come to the front. There was still a scarlet flame in the immature white hand. The temperature of the flame was extremely high, and the siren could already feel the surrounding air becoming hot. "Don't struggle. I can kill you 100 times before you speak," said Hephaestus. Siren felt desperate. The disparity between the enemy and ourselves is too great. She felt extremely aggrieved. How can a newborn fur boy be so strong? What kind of freak did Hera give birth to? "What do you want?" Siren asked tremblingly. She knew that her life was already in the other party's hands. "Although I have the ability to fight to the death, it is obvious whether I can succeed. I want to ask you, why did you kill me? And Scylla, Charybdis, why did you come to Lemnos Island one after another to kill me? Make it clear," asked Hephaestus. "That old-fashioned look doesn't look like a child at all. I tell you, please spare my life." Siren found himself trembling uncontrollably. In order to show his sincerity, the siren immediately answered, "It's Pitong, the pet of Queen Hera, a sinister python. It suddenly found me and asked me to kill you with a golden apple as a reward. Hera and Charybdis came to avenge me because I was injured. Pitong, Hera's pet." Hephaestus felt outrageous. Just throwing him away after he was born is fine, but now he is even sent to kill him. Isn't this too cold-blooded? "I told you all. Hephaestus, please let me go. I have no intention of being your enemy, and you can't kill me. I am the river god." Before the siren finished speaking, Hephaestus walked a few steps forward in silence, holding the iron knife stuck in the rock with his right hand. "Do not." Seeing this movement, the siren showed a frightened expression and opened his mouth to let out a sharp cry, trying to kill Hephaestus first. But Hephaestus moved faster. He lifted the handle of the knife, turned around, and passed by like a gust of wind, appearing directly dozens of steps away. But the siren's voice and movement stopped abruptly. Next moment, a beautiful head thrown high, warm blood splashes everywhere. Eventually they all fell to the ground. Hephaestus turned around and said to the corpse, "Thank you for telling me all this." He never promised the siren would let her go. It's another sea monster's corpse. What a bumper harvest. Take it back and make it slowly. Hephaestus tore a sailor's corpse into strips of cloth and tied the iron knife and siren's dagger across his back. Then he picked up the siren's head with one hand and the body with the other, ran for a while, and jumped into the sea. The sea monster nearby went out of 3. All died at the hands of Hephaestus. Back to Lemnos. Hephaestus first retrieved Scylla's body and belongings, then began to think about how to use the 2 kraken corpses to make items. After dissection, Hephaestus found a bead in Scar's body. Somewhat similar to Yi Mingzhu, There is an inexplicable force constantly fluctuating inside. Is this the magic core? The magic core is a good thing. Put it away. Hephaestus wove a net out of bark fibers, put the bead in it, and hung it around his neck. In this way, it becomes a simple necklace. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully creating the item. The system reward. Charm value, +1. Afterwards, Hephaestus dissected the sirens. The skin of the siren is very ordinary and useless. But her bones, as warm and flawless as Nwanyu, gave Hephaestus some ideas for a moment. I made a drum out of Skira's hide, and I'll make a bone flute out of your bones. Hephaestus rubbed his hands together excitedly. Chapter 12. Reaching the middle god and obtaining the priesthood. By the way, there are magic cores in Skira's body. Is there any in Siren's body? Hephaestus suddenly thought of a question. Both are sea monsters. If there is a magic core, it makes no sense that the siren does not have one. He immediately dissected the siren's body with the ruby-studded dagger. Finally found a crystal-clear bead on the head, only the size of a fingernail. But like the one in Skira's body, it has strong fluctuations, which is the magic core. If the magic core is added in the process of making the bone flute, the quality should be improved by more than one level. Hephaestus stroked the crystal and had an idea in his mind. He cut off a large piece of Skira's meat and roasted it to fill his stomach before he started working. The process of bone flute is very simple. All that is needed is a clean piece of bone, with the wide bony joints cut off at both ends. Hollow out the inside of the bone, and then punch a few small round holes, and the bone flute is finished. Hephaestus doesn't have many tools, but he can control the flames in detail. The cutting is sharper than knives, and the bone marrow inside the bone is also very neat. In just a few minutes, Hephaestus completed a series of operations. Even the blowholes were perfect. Create another groove to inlay the magic core. Hephaestus continued to outline the cut with the fire wire, and installed the siren's magic core in this groove after it was done. The groove bites the magic core, and it fits perfectly, very stable, without any flaws. In this way, a perfect bone flute is formed. The appearance is exquisite and detailed, and the magic core also adds a lot of attractive charm to it. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully creating the low-grade artifact. The system rewards 100 years of divine power. Master/craftsman. Music proficiency. The sound of the system came one after another. This surprised Hephaestus for a moment. One is that he made a low-grade artifact. The second is to obtain 100 years of divine power. And the third is to finally obtain the priesthood of a craftsman. He is the god of fire and craftsman. He only knows how to use fire, and he can only be considered decent if he gets the priesthood of craftsman. Have you got music mastery yet? Then come and try this bone flute. Hephaestus put the white bone flute to his lips. A series of beautiful flute sounds immediately filled the surrounding fields. Ethereal like the sound of nature, not like the joy of the world. Hephaestus played recklessly for a while, and found something was wrong. I saw many wild beasts gradually gathering around him. The wolf and the rabbit walk side by side, and the poisonous snake and the field mouse walk together. They look more or less demented, as if they are being controlled by something. This is... Hephaestus stopped playing and looked around in a daze before he understood what was going on. The siren's bone flute, the siren's magic core, played music, and it actually has the effect of confusing the body and mind of living beings. No wonder it can be called an artifact. It's worth it this time. There is also the magic core of Scylla, and make good use of it. Hephaestus was happy. Shout at the sluggish animals around to drive them away. The animals woke up suddenly, terrified, and all of them ran away very fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It's time to improve your own strength. That woman Hera wants to kill me, and I can't just let others slaughter me like this. Hephaestus put the bone flute away, thinking to himself. The python Pidong is Hera's pet. If the owner didn't have this idea, how could the pet come? Or how could he dare to hire the Kraken killer to kill him? Anyway, no matter what, Hera has an inseparable relationship with this matter. Even, more killers may come to assassinate in the future. Hephaestus must improve his strength as soon as possible to protect himself from being killed. Did not think too much about these. Hephaestus turned his attention to the system panel. Anyway, what he has to do now is to improve his strength as soon as possible, and thinking about anything else is just wishful thinking. Hephaestus first clicked on the charm value, and after a while, clicked on the plus sign behind the strength. Rumble. The moment the thought goes down, Hephaestus immediately felt his blood surging. It was as if a surge of hot blood rushed directly to his head, make it hard for him to think. At the same time, the bones of his body also made crackling sounds, and his physical body was constantly growing. This growth is very painful. Hephaestus held on to his will, so he didn't pass out. He leaned against the wooden wall and sat in a daze for a long time. When he woke up, he opened his eyes again, and through the window, he found that the sun was already high outside. I passed out. Hephaestus felt a headache. He looked down at himself and found that his hands, feet, limbs, and body had grown a lot. It is no longer the appearance of a baby, but the same size as a 7 or 8-year-old child. By the way, my face, Hephaestus touched his cheeks with both hands, and ran out of the wooden house in a hurry, and came to the freshwater lake in the island. In the shimmering reflection, Hephaestus saw a somewhat handsome little boy. He has short blonde hair and clear blue eyes. It looks better. Hephaestus smiled and laughed heartily. No one wants to be an ugly monster. Fortunately, his current appearance has recovered, and he only needs to continue to improve his charm in the future. Hephaestus believes that when the charm value reaches a certain level, even the handsome male gods Apollo and Adonis in Greek mythology, he can also compare. Chapter 13. The siren's father comes to seek revenge. Mount Olympus Python was sitting on its own throne, with a sinister gleam in its elongated snake pupils. It has been focusing on Hephaestus and sirens lately. I have been looking forward to the siren killing the evil seed born by the master. However, it received news this morning that the siren was killed, and was killed by Hephaestus. This incident made it very surprising. It never thought that this newborn baby would have the ability to kill the sirens. However, this is not a bad thing. Siren is dead, but can keep it a secret for me. And that brat, there will be Echris deal with him. Python was very happy. In its view, no matter how strong Hephaestus is this time, he is dead. Sirens are the daughters of the river god Echris. A monster, a god. The difference of one word, the strength is also very different. Croesus is the upper god. The strength is very strong. Once she knows that her daughter has been killed, she will inevitably fall into a rage, blood for blood, and kill Hephaestus for revenge. With a powerful river god, killing a little baby is not an easy thing. Get the message out. Remember, you must let the river god Croesus know. With sinister eyes, Python gave an order to another boa constrictor sitting on Bao's seat. Obey. The silver python was extremely respectful and immediately swam away. Under Python's deliberate dissemination, the news of the siren's death naturally reached the ears of the river god Echris. Strait of Mexico, a small island full of unknown bones. Suddenly, there was a mournful roar. Sirens. I saw a tall and strong man standing in front of a pool of blood, with a ferocious face and extremely angry. He is the father of the sirens, the river god Echris. After hearing the rumors, he came here to investigate, but he didn't find the siren, only such a big pool of blood. The feeling of the existence of the other half connected by blood disappeared like this. Uncontrollable sadness and anger welled up in my heart. Echris clenched his fists and looked in a certain direction with angry eyes. The evil seed abandoned by Hera. I'll just kill you. Hera won't say anything. Blood debt needs to be paid in blood. Echris dived into the sea in the form of a stream of water. In an instant, 100-foot-high torrent of furious waves rose from the huge sea, sweeping towards Lemnos Island. Rumble. A thunder streaked across the sky. The downpour fell instantly. Hephaestus sat by the window and was immediately drenched in rain, leaving him speechless. Gee weather, it's still sunny in the morning, so it's going to be stormy. I knew this wooden house wouldn't have windows open. Hephaestus covered this window with siren skins, and the rain was completely shielded out. Boom, 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 the thunder subsided, and Hephaestus noticed that there were other voices outside. Moreover, it was extremely large and dull, as if it came from a very far away place. What's that sound? A tsunami. Hephaestus made a distinction, feeling some bad premonition in his heart, picked up a piece of siren skin and put it on himself, left the wooden house, climbed to a higher hillside, and looked into the distance. I saw a black line approaching in the distance. In the heavy rain, Hephaestus' vision was very blurred. Simply launch clairvoyance to look. This look surprised Hephaestus. That black line is sea water rising to a height of hundreds of feet. This natural disaster is constantly approaching Lemnos Island. Is there anyone else up there? Hephaestus took a closer look and found a strong man standing on the water. His expression looked extremely angry, as if he would choose someone and devour him. This is not a natural disaster. This is the wrath of the gods. Even if Hephaestus didn't really want to admit it, he had to admit that this person was probably coming for him. The mind froze for a moment. Hephaestus tried his best to remember again, finally thought of what Siren said before his death. The siren clearly wanted to point out her family background at that time, and came to warn me not to mess around. Hephaestus came to his senses. Then the man standing on the sea is the river god Akros. The siren was born from his blood. No wonder he is so angry. He is seeking revenge on me. Hephaestus recognized whoever he was, thinking about it like a flash of thought. In the current situation, the most reasonable thing to do with his strength is to pack up his things and run away. But whether he can run away is still up for debate. The strength of this river god is obviously much stronger than him. Akros, stop. Stop now. Just when Hephaestus decided to give it a go, he packed his things and ran. A majestic voice sounded in the sky. It was a woman's voice, very domineering. Who is talking here? Hephaestus' eyes widened. On the sea, Akros suddenly found that the huge waves he manipulated could not advance an inch, and he was shocked. At the same time, the voice sounded from the front again. Akros, stop. Stop it for me immediately. This made Akros murmur a few words. Thetis, goddess of the sea? Duh. Chapter 14. Sorry, I made a mistake. Chapter 13 was written as Chapter 14, so I posted Chapter 15, and Chapter 14 is useless. Now it has been corrected. Chapter 14 is a new post. Please take a look. The sea girl Thetis is also a high god. In charge of the sea, his divine power is extremely powerful. Akros didn't expect that he would startle her, and his heart was filled with gloom, but he could only hold back his anger and said, Noble sea goddess, please don't block my way. I want to avenge the siren. You are going to kill a newborn child. A huge column of water rises from the ocean. Hold up a beautiful woman with a voluptuous body. She was wearing a sea blue long dress, and her eyebrows were full of unquestionable majesty. At this moment, she looked down at the river god condescendingly. I can't tolerate you doing such a cruel thing, Akros. What's more, the siren has done a lot of evil. Death deserves more. It's not going to be a while for the siren and the other two sea monsters to do harm to one party. Moreover, the small island where the sirens lived was almost full of human skeletons, and the words that they did a lot of evil and died without guilt were not groundless. Akros suddenly flew into a rage. But facing this sea goddess, he was full of anger and did not dare to burst out. Because no matter in terms of strength or background, Thetis and him are completely different. If the other party is in a bad mood, one finger will crush him to death. The river god could only force himself to calm down, his whole body trembling with anger. Goddess of the sea, since you are the one who came forward, then I should retreat. However, the flame of revenge will never be extinguished. Akros admitted his cowardice, and his voice fell. The hundreds of feet of sea water quickly receded, and the sea's surface returned to calm. The sky also cleared up, and the red sun reappeared in the clouds. Thetis, goddess of the sea, Lemnos Island. Hephaestus saw all this clearly, and was extremely pleasantly surprised in his heart. He even forgot to pick up the siren skin he was wearing when he dropped it behind him. He didn't expect that there was another village where the willows were hidden and the flowers were bright, and he survived a desperate situation. He met the goddess of the sea and forced Akros back. As far as he knows, the real god of fire and craftsmen was kindly adopted by Thetis after being abandoned by the queen Hera. On the sea, the beautiful goddess came from the sky and walked in front of Hephaestus in a few steps. The majesty on her face was reduced a lot, and there was more pity in her eyes. Before being disturbed by the great movement of the river god, Thetis had vaguely heard about the abandoned son of Hera. But now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I know it's all true. In just a few days, your child has grown so big. Son, do you have a name? Thetis stroked Hephaestus' blonde hair kindly. She thinks this child is quite handsome, not ugly at all. I really don't know what Hera thinks. Exalted goddess of the sea, I have a name. I am Hephaestus. Hephaestus said respectfully. Hephaestus? Very nice name. Thetis nodded and asked again. Has Hera ever visited you? She has completely abandoned me, sea goddess. Hephaestus' tone became cold. This made the sea goddess sigh. She looked around and found a simple cabin on a hillside. She understood at once that it was there that the poor little ghost, covered with leaves, lived. For a child who has just been born, this is not easy. Thetis couldn't help but pity Hephaestus, thought for a while, and said, This island is too desolate for you to live in. Hephaestus, come back to the bottom of the sea with me. You can live safely there. There was hope in Hephaestus' eyes. Sure enough, the goddess of the sea wants to take me in. Hephaestus thought to himself. He never thought of refusing, because there is no reason to refuse. Wouldn't the lofty goddess palace be more comfortable to live in than this wooden house made of branches? Sophisticated and exquisite food is not more comfortable than drinking blood and grilling meat in the virgin forest every day. Of course, this is not the most important. Most importantly, With the background of the sea goddess, Hera would never dare to send someone to assassinate him again. That river god Ekrus would never dare to seek revenge on him again. At least, you can spend a peaceful life in that place. It also gave him time to improve his strength. Compared with these great gods, he is still too weak. Have you promised, Hephaestus? Thetis asked. Yeah. Thank you, Lord Thetis, for taking me in. Hephaestus nodded repeatedly. Thetis showed a moving smile and held Hephaestus' little hand. Then come home with me. The underwater palace of the sea goddess is very splendid. Let Hephaestus think of the dragon palace in his previous life when he saw it. Perhaps the dragon palace is not as luxurious as the palace in front of me. All kinds of rare treasures in the ocean are piled up here like huxia cabbage, blinding people's eyes. Moreover, there are many very young and beautiful servant elves in the palace. As soon as Thetis came back, they immediately crowded up to meet her. Boss, take him down to take a shower, and then arrange a room for him to live in, the room next to me. By the way, prepare some food for us, okay? Thetis took Hephaestus' hand and walked in, while commanding the servant elves. A woman in the lead responded very respectfully. Yes, Lord Thetis. Hephaestus sighed a little in his heart. The powerful god can serve everything well. A weak god, like him, he was still hunting on a deserted island half a day ago. Soon, Thetis handed him over to the maid. The maid took Hephaestus to a bath, changed into a new suit, and brought him back to Thetis. At this moment, he has become a young nobleman. Chapter 15. On the wide dining table, Hephaestus found that there were cheese, fish, honey, and other foods in front of him, while Thetis had only a glass of water in front of him. This is Shinlu, my usual food. Thetis, with a dignified appearance, noticed that Hephaestus was curiously looking at the water glass in front of her and gave a glance to the maid beside her. The latter understood, and not long after he left, he came back with a tray and prepared a cup of elixir for Hephaestus. Thanks. Hephaestus thanked him, but did not drink at once, and did not touch the table. Judging from his experience, before eating, Thetis probably still had something to ask him. Hephaestus, I know this will make you sad, but I want to ask, why did your mother, Hera, abandon you? As he expected, Thetis asked. However, Hephaestus was not sad, but was a little embarrassed. After a moment of silence, he answered, Hera said that I was too ugly and would tarnish her dignity, so she threw me down from Mount Olympus. That's it. Lord Tis. Thetis frowned, as if thinking about something. But you are not ugly, Hephaestus. Hephaestus didn't say anything, and looked at the delicious food in front of him. Then, well, Hephaestus, don't worry about anything else. You will stay here from now on. Hera abandoned you, but it doesn't matter. I, Thetis, will raise you from now on. Seeing this, Thetis said. Hephaestus nodded, feeling a warmth rise in his chest. In this way, Hephaestus settled down in the palace under the sea. His room is simply furnished. These are everyday items. Another wall hangs a bone flute he made from siren bones. Strange, why is the system not responding? Hephaestus was puzzled. His iron machete was missing a piece. The less part was melted into an iron cup by Hephaestus. Because there is no mold, the shape of the iron cup is irregular and rough. Moreover, the most important thing is that Hephaestus created the iron cup, but the system did not give a reward. As usual, there should be movement in the first place. What's going on here? The system is broken? Hephaestus tried a few more times and melted out an iron ring, an iron bracelet, and an iron mask. The results were all the same, and the system did not respond. This made him feel helpless, who wanted to continue making things to improve his strength. After careful consideration, Hephaestus thought of a possibility. He is now a middle god, and he has also obtained the priesthood of craftsman. Creating low-grade artifacts, both in terms of strength and memory, have been greatly changed. If you continue to build these rough and ordinary items, the system will not reward you. Try again. Hephaestus made up his mind. He has his tools at the ready to build something beautiful. Since he received the priesthood of craftsman, he has accepted the inheritance, and Hephaestus has naturally learned a lot of knowledge. Combined with the knowledge from the previous life, Hephaestus' current skills have reached a very high level, more than enough to create high-level items. However, there are too few supplies. Hephaestus scratched his head. There is only a big hammer, half machete, and a dagger in front of him. It is not only difficult to create high-level items, but there is no way at all. After thinking for a while, Hephaestus went next door to find his adoptive mother Thetis. Little guy, are you still resting? Thetis was talking to the chief steward at this moment. When she saw Hephaestus coming, she smiled. Hephaestus greeted Thetis politely and said, I need something to make things, Lord Thetis. Oh, Thetis was a little surprised. She knows Hephaestus gifted craft. On Lemnos, she has seen objects created in harsh environments. But now that I have come to the submarine palace, I have everything I need, and I don't need to make things myself anymore. Thetis thought, probably Hephaestus wanted to have fun. Thetis didn't object to this kind of thing, so she nodded and agreed. Of course, sir. You can take Hephaestus to the warehouse curry to pick out items, whatever he chooses. Yes. The steward bowed in salute. She then leads Hephaestus to the warehouse. Here Hephaestus selects a few pieces of metal, as well as various gemstones and tools that can be used to make molds, including many small things such as needles and threads. Finally, the steward was asked to bring a large stove and a large anvil. In short, the things he chose this time are very rich. After moving all these to his room, Hephaestus was satisfied. He intends to use these materials to create a gemstone ring as a gift to Thetis. There are many steps involved in the manufacture of gemstone rings, and the finished product is absolutely exquisite and excellent. If there is no way to get rewards, then the system is probably useless. Hephaestus first used a piece of gold ore picked out by Curry. This piece of gold ore is the size of an adult's head, so it doesn't take that much to make a ring. Hephaestus cut a small piece of it and refined it into a golden liquid. After congealing, he put the small piece of pure gold on an anvil and beat it repeatedly. After a while, it was beaten into small gold pieces that were neither thin nor thick. Chapter 16. Finding the goddess of justice to trial Hera flame cutting. Hephaestus condensed the flames into hair thin and cut off the excess of the gold. Then use your fingers to bend the slender gold pieces into a circle, leaving a small gap. This gap needs to place claws. After welding, use it to bite the diamond gem. In this way, Hephaestus was busy in the room for most of the day. After welding, cutting gemstones, absorbing beads, grinding, polishing, and other processes, a beautiful gemstone ring is finally produced. The ring is set with 20 tiny white gemstones. The stars hold the moon. The largest gemstone that is bitten in the claw is a small piece cut from the core of the siren demon. After being tempered by flames, it has a clear sea blue color, which is very perfect. That's it. Hephaestus admired the ring on his finger. The ring doesn't fit his size. Because it was a gift for Thetis, he was built according to the size of an adult. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully producing exquisite handicraft for the first time. The system rewards Strength Promotion Card X1, Divine Art, Flying, Charm Value plus 10. A series of mechanical sounds suddenly sounded from the system. Hephaestus' eyes lit up. His guess was right. Now he can only get rewards for well-made things. Get a promotion card, flying magic, and charm points. This time is a bumper harvest. Hephaestus consumes the card. The strength immediately increased by 1 level. Become the second rank of the median god. Afterwards, he learned the magic of flying and raised all his charm points. Having done all this, Hephaestus came before the mirror in the room. I saw a handsome boy's face reflected in the mirror. His appearance has also improved. It's so rewarding to make good crafts. Thetis' storehouse curry hides all kinds of treasures, and I can quickly become stronger by using them. Hephaestus was agitated, and it took him a while to calm down. Later Hephaestus made an exquisite locket to hold the jeweled ring. Because it was getting late at this time, he planned to choose another time to give the ring out. The next day, when Hephaestus dined with Thetis, he took out the box, pushed it before Thetis, and said, "Master Thetis, this is a gift from me. Please accept it." "My gift?" Thetis was stunned for a moment, and then smiled, as beautiful as a rose blooming. She thought Hephaestus' gesture was cute. Thetis picked up the box and said, "Okay, let's see what present our Hephaestus has given me." She opened the lid of the box. A sea blue precious light flashed. Inside the box lay a very fine jeweled ring. The largest aquamarine gemstone inlaid on it continuously emitted waves of magic power. Obviously not fanpin. Beautiful ring. Thetis' smile disappeared, showing a look of surprise. "Hephaestus, did you do this?" "Yes, it's for you." Hephaestus replied obediently. "This, beautiful. You have dexterous hands, Hephaestus. Thank you for giving me this ring." Thetis was surprised. She had no idea that Hephaestus was so skilled, can produce such beautiful handicrafts. "Please let me put this ring on you." Hephaestus stood up and went to Thetis. The latter smiled, did not refuse, and stretched out his white and slender fingers. Hephaestus put the ring on Thetis' middle finger, and it was just the right size. Then he returned to his seat and settled down. Thetis' complexion changed, and without saying anything, she asked instead, "Hephaestus, is this sapphire the magic core?" She is a high god, so she can naturally sense this fluctuation of magic power. "That's right. It's the magic core of Sira, the siren. It was trying to kill me with the siren, Charybdis, but I killed it instead. Hephaestus answered truthfully. He planned to take this opportunity to tell Thetis about that. Kraken core is a good entry point. Skyra the siren, Siren the siren, and Charybdis the maelstrom monster. They want to kill you? What? Hearing this, Thetis' complexion changed. Hephaestus added, the siren told me before he died that Python hired him to do this with golden apples. Giant python skin. Thetis stood up abruptly. Python is the favorite pet of Queen Hera. He actually came to hire the Kraken to kill people. Or kill Hera's own son. No, not right. Thetis quickly noticed something was wrong. How could a pet have the guts to do such a thing? This is probably Hera's instruction. Hephaestus, is what you say true? Thetis asked. If all this is true, then Hera is so vicious. It's absolutely true. Hephaestus also stood up and said earnestly, Master Thetis, so, I want to find the Lady Justice to judge this matter. Please help me. He knew that his strength could not be Hera's opponent. Even the goddess of the sea, Thetis, can't beat Hera. If the other party really ate the weight and decided to kill him, he would still be doomed. So we must look for Lady Justice. Themis, the goddess of justice, has a lofty status and has always been just and strict, which will make Hera jealous and dare not be so unscrupulous. Yes, judgment. There must be a trial. Hera is too vicious. I will take you to find her. Thetis was furious. Without saying a word, she grabbed Hephaestus' hand and flew out of the underwater palace. Lady Justice is on Mount Olympus and has to go there to find each other. Chapter 17. The Lady Justice Mount Olympus in front of the majestic and magnificent Temple of Justice. Many burly armored warriors stood guard with spears and shields. Although they are strong and tall, they are very small compared to the pillars on the side. In front of the temple is a wide square. A huge statue of the Lady Justice is erected in the center of the square. Her eyes were covered with black strips. This has two meanings. One is that everyone is equal before the law, and the other is that the judge uses the heart, not the eyes, and the goddess of justice will not be confused and deceived by appearances. Holding a scale in her left hand and a sharp sword in her right hand, she looks heroic, with an unspoken majesty that makes people daunting. This moment, the goddesses of the sea, Thetis and Hephaestus, pass by the square. It's a big statue, but the carving is too rough. Hephaestus gives his own opinion on this. I was still thinking in my heart, the statues have such majesty, so what kind of demeanor should the Lady Justice herself be? As far as he knows, Lady Justice is Zeus' aunt and Zeus's second wife, the creator and guardian of order. Her status is not ordinary. Thetis leads Hephaestus into the Temple of Justice. There were low growls and arguments inside. Hephaestus saw two groups of people confronting each other in the hall, but he didn't dare to make any noise. His appearance was a bit funny. Enough. This is not a place for you to quarrel. My judgment is clear. Hiraeth, if you cannot abide by my judgment, then you will be subject to legal arbitration. At this time, a majestic female voice stopped them. When the two groups of people heard this, they immediately fell silent, not daring to speak back. A middle-aged man named Hephaestus said with trepidation, Yes, noble Lady of Justice. I am willing to accept the punishment. Compensate Zoya. I am also willing to abide by the ruling of the Lady Justice. Accept the compensation from Hylos. The woman bowed respectfully. Back off, said Lady Justice. The two groups had no choice but to retreat, passing Thetis and Hephaestus. Hephaestus looked up and saw a beautiful woman sitting on a throne deep in the temple. She was wearing a spotless clean white robe, which set off her plump body. With a beautiful appearance, his eyes and demeanor are full of majesty, and his every move gives people a heavy sense of oppression. Although she looks much older than Thetis, the goddess of the sea, she has a unique style. Thetis, Hephaestus, asked Lady Justice to hold a trial. Thetis and Hephaestus approached and bowed together. Themis naturally knew the goddess of the sea, but this is a temple, so it's not suitable for reminiscing about old times. She still sat upright and asked, Thetis, what do you want me to judge? Hephaestus? Who is he? Hephaestus, the son abandoned by Hera. Thetis replied instead of Hephaestus. And the queen of god Hera also ordered her pet, the giant python skin, and hired sirens. Murder Hephaestus. This is a murder case. Lady Justice. These words made Themis stare. She looked at Hephaestus carefully, stood up, and asked, Hephaestus, are you Hera's son? The story of Hera's abandonment somehow spread throughout Mount Olympus. The Lady Justice is naturally not ignorant of this. Yes, Lady Justice. On the day I was born, Hera threw me out of the Olympic mountains. During this period of time, I lived on the mortal island of Lemnos. During this period, There were sirens, Sky Charybdis, and Ecrusis intended to kill me. It was the goddess of the sea who saved my life. Hephaestus replied. Organized. Themis frowned, thought for a moment, and said, Okay, Hephaestus, I will find out whether all this is true, and judge this matter. Themis immediately issued an order, while sending people to search for evidence, and at the same time sent people to invite the queen Hera, the giant python Pitong, including the undead Charybdis and the river god Ecrusis. It's been a long time. The heavily armed justice warriors escorted two people. One is a blue-haired woman with a heavy body, and the other is a huge and strong man with a beard. It was the maelstrom monster and the river god. Charybdis has seen justice. Ecrusis has seen justice. The two walked to the throne and saluted respectfully. The latter glanced at Thetis and Hephaestus standing on one side from the corner of his eye, and anger flashed in his eyes. Although he had never met, he knew that the blonde boy was probably the one who killed his daughter Siren. You stand by and wait quietly. The trial has not yet begun, said Lady Justice. The two had to stand on the other side and wait. The river god glared at Hephaestus from time to time. Hephaestus didn't care one bit about his selective stare. In front of the goddess of justice and the goddess of the sea, this little river god never had the guts and strength to dare to act rashly. Lady Justice and the four of them waited quietly. The atmosphere was a little anxious. Not long after, all I heard was a loud bang of thunder and explosions outside the temple. Thunder danced wildly in the sky. Everything was illuminated pale. A tall figure appeared at the entrance of the temple. It was a beautiful blonde woman with a dignified long skirt, and her exposed arms were as white as jade, walking slowly. And behind her, a giant python was spitting out a bright red letter and followed her. The Queen of God, Hera, became one with her pet skin. Chapter 18. Hera wants to recognize her son Hera. When Hephaestus saw this woman, his eyes were a bit complicated. The goddess of the ocean, Thetis, showed a look of disdain. The maelstrom monster and the river god saluted very respectfully. Only the goddess of justice, with a blank face and no waves in her eyes. It seems that Zeus is here, and she also looks indifferent about life and death. Themis, goddess of justice, what do you want me for? Helicia ran to the center of the hall and asked. She looked arrogant. She didn't even glance at the people around her, and directly talked to Themis, who had the most authority and the highest status here. Therefore, she also failed to see the Hephaestus she gave birth to. The giant python looked around very cautiously, and when he saw the blonde boy with a complicated face and the river god Ecrusis, his vertical snake pupils suddenly showed a look of fear. I'm afraid something will be revealed. Hera, someone accused you of murdering your own son. That's why I specially summoned you to come and judge. The goddess of justice said lightly. Hera was taken aback by these words, and then sneered. Themis, you are the goddess of justice. How dare you slander the queen of the gods like this? The goddess of justice ignored her and looked at the blue-haired woman. Charybdis, let me ask you, why did you, Sira and Siren, kill Hephaestus? Charybdis didn't dare to lie, but it was very embarrassing. If he told the story in public, wouldn't he be an enemy of the queen Hera in public? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. This is the temple of justice. No one can do anything to you. Tell the truth. Themis scolded coldly. Yes, it's the siren. Skylar and I went to kill Hephaestus because he wounded the siren. Charybdis had no choice but to answer bravely. The siren wants to kill him because of the deal with Pitong. Pitong promised that as long as he kills the kid, he can get a golden apple. The voice fell. The entire temple fell silent. It was dead silent. The giant python's skin and body were trembling, and he lowered his head. On the other hand, Hera looked in disbelief, looking at Pitong, and then at the little blonde boy beside the sea goddess Thetis. This is the child I discarded? No, it's impossible. How could he become so handsome? Hera was confused for a while, and felt wronged at the same time. It would be fine if she really instructed her, but she didn't at all. Goddess of justice, I have never done anything like kinslaughter. This crime is too terrible. You can't arbitrarily convict me. Hera yelled in denial. However, your pet Pitong paid someone to kill him, and he killed me, Hera's son. At this time, Hephaestus stood up and said calmly, this sentence is nothing less than a heavy blow. Hera turned pale, turned her head to look at Pitong, who was lying on the ground trembling, and couldn't help cursing. Damn beast! Who allowed you to do such a thing? You are hurting me. Master, spare your life. Master, spare your life. Pitong felt like the sky was falling. The Lady Justice stood up, walked down the steps, and came to Hera. So, this matter is all manipulated by Pitong? Isn't that clear enough? Lady Justice, I believe you can tell right from wrong. Hera's chest rose and fell in anger, and she yelled at Pai Tong, "Damn beast! You must pay for this. Go to hell." Hera raised her hand and swiped. The void seems to be cut open, and the other end reveals a gloomy breath of death. It is the underworld. "No, master, please spare me." Pai Tong was so frightened that his soul flew into the sky, but he couldn't change the result. Hera's huge body was immediately thrown into the underworld by Hera. The void fissure healed quickly. Hera snorted coldly and said to the goddess of justice, "Themis, I punished Pitong. Are you satisfied with the result? Although you have nothing to do with this matter. But you once abandoned Hephaestus to fend for yourself on the island of Lemnos. Do you dare to say that you are not at fault for doing such a ruthless thing? I will punish you now, confinement in the shrine for a year, self-reflection." The goddess of justice said ruthlessly. Hera was at a loss for words, and her face was a bit embarrassed. Although he wasn't charged with murdering his parents, he couldn't escape the reputation of abandoning his son. There is also a closed punishment, which cannot be ignored. She turned her eyes to the blond boy, and suddenly felt a slight movement in her heart. If Hephaestus hadn't been so ugly, she wouldn't have thrown it away. Now that Hephaestus is now handsome, she has no reason to abandon her son. And doing so can also make her face less embarrassing and better avoid the punishment of the goddess of justice. "Lady Justice, that's me. I was confused for a while. I'm willing to make up for it now." Hera walked up to Hephaestus in a few steps, squeezed out a smile, and said, "Son, come home with me. I am your mother. From now on, mother will make up for you." Hera's hypocrisy made Thetis sick. She wanted to reject Hera outright. But come to think of it, this matter is still up to Hephaestus himself. "Queen Hera, there are only 0 and 10,000 times of betrayal." At this time, Hephaestus said, "I will not go back with you. My mother is Thetis now, and my home is in the sea god palace." How could he live under the same roof as someone who almost killed himself once? He would never get over this hurdle in his heart, so he simply refused. Moreover, he took the initiative to hold Thetis' hand. The latter's eyes sparkled, and he felt relieved. He also clenched his little hand tightly and said to Hera, "Did you hear that? Queen Hera, please put away your compassionate heart." Hera's face turned red and white, but she couldn't speak. Chapter 19. Becoming a high god with stunning beauty. The trial is drawing to a close. The Lady Justice sat back in her seat and announced calmly and solemnly, "The trial is over." The river god and the maelstrom monster, who didn't dare to say a word, fled the temple of justice quickly. This kind of confrontation between giants is not something they can get involved in. Life will be difficult for anyone who offends. This time, I can only admit that I am unlucky. And Hephaestus, in a happy mood, left Mount Olympus hand in hand with the goddess of the sea and went back to the sea. Only Hera had an unknown fire burning in her heart. Even as the queen of the gods, she couldn't ignore the judgment of the goddess of justice. So she had no choice but to stay in her own shrine and confine herself to contemplate her mistakes. It was inevitable that this matter would spread. Many gods were laughing and talking about Hera, especially those who had hatred and suspicion with Hera in the past. They were very happy about it. Even Zeus, the lord of the gods, mocked Hera with a sneer and was teased and circulated by troublemakers. When Hera, who was confined, knew about it, she was extremely ashamed. This is entirely her own doing. If she hadn't been jealous that Zeus gave birth to Athena and tried to give birth to a child by herself, she wouldn't have given birth to the ugly Hephaestus, not to mention such a series of bad things. But she didn't know that Zeus was able to give birth to the incomparably excellent goddess Athena because of Métis shaking in her body. But it's too late to say anything now. Hera had to endure it all. Undersea Palace. There are many metal ores in front of Hephaestus. Gold, silver, copper, iron, including ilmenite ore with a special sheen. He now intends to reforge his own hammer. The iconic item of the god of fire and craftsmanship is the big hammer. He usually needs to use a hammer to create items. It has been used too many times, and the hammer made on Lemnos Island is already in dilapidated condition and must be remade. Building an excellent hammer should also get a lot of rewards. Hephaestus thought to himself, and put the titanium iron in a furnace, stretched out his hand, and blasted out the flames. As time goes by, the ilmenite ore is gradually melted into a liquid. The whole room is illuminated red. In the room of Hephaestus, apart from the siren bone flute, there are many more decorative crafts. During this period of time without the threat of Hera, he was in a good mood and never stopped forging. He actually forged several excellent items and received many system rewards. I am the god of fire and the god of craftsmen. Let's engrave a flame symbol on the hammer. Hephaestus carves the shape of a cluster of sparks with fire wire as he drums the mold. In this way, the molten titanium iron is finally poured in, and after it condenses, there will be flame runes on the surface of the hammer. Such a busy day. Hephaestus finally made it, and got a brand new solid hammer. There are runes of fire on both sides of the hammer body. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully producing excellent items. The system rewards 10 years of divine power. Charm value +5. The rewards of the system came. A smile curled up on the corner of Hephaestus's mouth. He raised the hammer and swung it a few times, causing a whimpering sound. This hammer is very handy. In the deep palace under the sea, Hephaestus keeps making items like this. Some crafts are tedious and lengthy to make, taking days, but rewarding, especially charisma. In addition, he is still thinking about how to make the artifact. I learned from the sea goddess Thetis that artifacts are divided into 5 categories: low-grade artifacts, mid-grade artifacts, high-grade artifacts, master artifacts, and the rarest original artifacts. The siren bone flute made by Hephaestus is only a low-grade artifact, and the attack power is not strong. If fighting, it can only play a supporting role. But the materials needed to make the artifact were too many and too precious, so Hephaestus had no choice but to give up for a while. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, Hephaestus forged more than 10 pairs of armor, more than 20 swords, spears, shields, and many sharp weapons, as well as exquisite and luxurious handicrafts such as necklaces, bracelets, rings, earrings, and crowns. Most of the handicrafts were given to Thetis as gifts. Among them, the one that satisfied Hephaestus the most was Heart of the Ocean. It was a crown made of pure gold, with elegant and simple lines. A rare secret sapphire is embedded in the center, just opposite the forehead. Fady ribbon on the head, noble and elegant, extremely beautiful. Even Thetis herself loved the crown. In other words, every handicraft of Hephaestus makes her love it. In her opinion, Hephaestus, who has mastered the forging skills with a high degree of proficiency, is already an unparalleled craftsman in this world. Naturally, Hephaestus created so many excellent handicrafts, and also received many system rewards, and his strength was successfully promoted to the first rank of the upper god. He also got a lot of magical skills and talent proficiency. His current strength is more than 100 times stronger than before. Finally finished, in front of a stone table, Hephaestus stretched his arms and stretched his neck. In front of him was a pair of small pearl earrings, with exquisite patterns carved on them, and a line of insignia that was barely visible. To the beloved goddess of the ocean, Thetis. This is the latest craft created by Hephaestus. However, the system rewards have not been issued. This is not surprising to him. He knew it a few days ago. With the improvement of his own strength, he will not get a response from the system even if he manufactures sophisticated handicrafts. Now I am afraid that only by creating the artifact can I receive the reward. The materials for making artifacts are rare and hard to find, and the Ocean God Palace doesn't have them either. Looks like it's time to get out and travel around. Hephaestus's thoughts became more and more determined. He packed the earrings and disappeared into the room like the wind. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at Thetis' room. Chapter 20. Leaving Ocean Palace inside the room. Thetis was sitting at the dresser combing her hair. Her beautiful and refined appearance is reflected in the bronze mirror. Suddenly, from the mirror, she saw a teenager walking from the door. The young man was handsome, with blazing eyes, a tall and strong figure, and long golden hair casually draped over his shoulders, giving him a sense of unrestrained chic. Hephaestus, she called out with a smile on her lips. This is the child she rescued from the claws of the river god a year ago. In just 1 year, he has grown into a perfect handsome boy. This kind of appearance is one of the best even among the Protoss, and it is rare to see it. Good morning, Lord Thetis. Hephaestus greeted and walked to Thetis's side, hands behind his back. Little guy, you broke into my room early in the morning. What bad idea are you holding back? Thetis didn't look at him, but jokingly seemed to see through him. Of course it's a gift for you. Hephaestus laughed, took out the earrings, and said, This is a pair of earrings. In a short time, it should be the last gift I give you. The last gift. Hearing this, Thetis' complexion changed slightly, not knowing the meaning of this sentence. Yes, in the short term. Hephaestus gently put the earrings on Thetis and said, You also know that during this year, I have created too many exquisite and sophisticated things. My forging skills can no longer be improved by relying on these things. So I must create a higher level of artifacts. By the way, go out and travel. This coming here is also a formal farewell to you, Lord Thetis. Thetis was silent for a while and tightly grasped Hephaestus' hand. Although her eyebrows were full of worry, She didn't say anything to stop her, because she knows Hephaestus. Forging is very important to her, and Hephaestus, destined to become a great craftsman in the future. Of course she won't stop it. Hephaestus, I know that sooner or later you will walk out of the bottom of the sea. I just didn't expect this day to come so soon. A trace of disappointment flashed across Thetis' bright eyes. Be careful in everything, Hephaestus. If you encounter difficulties, you can always come back to me, you know. Certainly. Hephaestus grasped Thetis's with his other hand, feeling a surge of excitement in his heart. He is still very interested in traveling abroad. After all, since he came to this world, he has lived on islands and under the sea, and has never set foot on the mainland. The creatures I know, apart from a few gods, are elves and fairies in the palace, and no human being has ever seen them. However, the main purpose of this trip is to find materials for forging artifacts, and Hephaestus will not forget this. As for Thetis, he will come back anyway. This is just a temporary separation. Farewell to Thetis ends. Hephaestus left the ocean temple. After breaking through the water, he soared in midair, breathing the air freely. This time I can fly happily. Since I got the flying magic, I haven't flown a few times. Hephaestus tightened his belt, muttering to himself. The whole person suddenly swished and disappeared in place. Cheerful laughter spread far and wide. Wherever he passed, powerful air waves swept through, drawing a deep scar on the vast sea. This damn brat. He actually got out of the ocean god palace. I finally got my chance, on the sea. Suddenly a figure appeared. That figure was tall and burly, with a ferocious face. It was the river god Acros. He has not returned to his home this year, but has been monitoring Hephaestus' every move around the sea god palace. He has never forgotten the blood feud of his daughter Siren. However, during this year, Hephaestus almost stayed behind closed doors. Even occasional trips are accompanied by Thetis, the goddess of the sea. Icrus couldn't find a chance to start, but he is very patient. In the long life of a god, 1 year is nothing at all, and he can afford to wait 10 or 8 years, as long as there is revenge. Fortunately, this time finally waited for the opportunity. Hephaestus, without the protection of the goddess of the sea, you are a damned waste. Your death day is coming. The river god let out a low roar full of hatred, dived into the bottom of the sea, and chased after Hephaestus in the direction where Hephaestus left. Call. Below is the human city-state. In midair, a gust of wind suddenly hit. I saw the handsome blonde boy standing in the air, looking down at the ground excitedly. It seems to have the unique smell of the sea. This young man is naturally Hephaestus. After a long journey, he crossed the sea, many mountains and rivers, and a plain, and finally came to a big human city-state. Ferocious monsters often cause disasters, and the city-state where humans gather is the fastest place to know the whereabouts of these monsters. Soldiers of the human kingdom, farmers, traders, beggars, come to the gate of the city. Hephaestus surveyed everything with curious eyes. The soldiers guarding the gates of the city were wearing armor, holding shields and robes. Ordinary passers-by are dressed in simple and loose khaki robes. The merchants are different. They are all glamorous, and their manners are smooth. In the corner, there were a few ragged little beggars covered in oil, staring at every passerby with timid eyes, silently begging them for some food. Because Hephaestus' appearance and temperament are too outstanding. At the gate of the city, no matter the passers-by, guards, beggars, or vendors, they all looked at him and whispered in low voices. What a handsome boy. I have never seen such a beautiful person in my life. Oh my God, he looks like a god walking in the world. He's here. He's here. Hephaestus was a little embarrassed and speechless. It's like watching a monkey. Chapter 21. Hephaestus didn't quite get used to these looks from people. Withdrawing his gaze, he strode into the gate of the city. The city was full of people, bustling and bustling, like a raging fire cooking oil. Above the street, sunshade cloths of various colors are connected one after another, appearing chaotic. There are 2 drainage channels below, through which all kinds of sewage flow. There was a strong stench. Hephaestus' nasal passages were irritated, and he sneezed without warning. At this time, a carriage full of fruits passed by. Hephaestus picked up a gray cloak from the carriage and put it on himself. He didn't want to be watched wherever he went. With the hood on, Hephaestus is finally less conspicuous. The king offers a reward. The king offers a reward. Hephaestus didn't go very far. I saw a group of people galloping from across the street. Many pedestrians hurriedly retreated to the sides, fearing that they would be hit by horses. The leader of this team was a fat middle-aged man, raised a piece of cloth in his hand, and shouted loudly, "The king offers a reward. The king offers a reward." People in this team kept getting off their horses and posted on the list in crowded taverns and streets. And the fat man ran directly to the gate of the city and posted the biggest list in his hand on the city wall. Many citizens immediately looked around curiously, and after a while, it was crowded. It's a reward offered by the king himself. Look, whoever can kill the Warcraft Chimera will be rewarded heavily by the king. Beauties, gold coins, official positions. The rewards are too generous. Unfortunately, how can ordinary people kill Chimera, unless it is possible for a legendary hero? The crowd chattered. Hephaestus also looked over curiously. The king of Lycia offered a bounty for the monster Chimera. The monster? Then there must be a magic core in the body. Hephaestus stroked his chin. Warcraft Chimera, the legendary child of Typhon and Echidna. It has the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a python. Its breath exhales fire. Wherever it goes, it will be turned into barrenness. It devours both animals and humans, and its fire burns down villages, and no one can stop it. On the reward list, it was because Chimera was a disaster, causing the people of Lycia to suffer heavy losses, so they had to issue a reward to recruit warriors to eradicate the monsters. It's better to come early than coincidentally. Warcraft Chimera, I accept this bounty. Hephaestus held up his hand, and the list posted on the city wall immediately flew over the heads of many citizens and fell into his hand. Many onlookers were shocked by this move. The same is true for the leader, staring at Hephaestus with wide eyes. Everyone stared at Hephaestus in astonishment, and the surroundings quickly fell silent. Which direction is Gaelong village mentioned above? Hephaestus rolled up the list and stared at the fat middle-aged man. To the east. The man stammered and pointed in one direction. Okay, wait for my good news. Hephaestus smiled and walked towards the city gate. Many citizens immediately split a channel. When his back disappeared, they cried out in surprise. Oh, did you see it just now? As soon as he waved, the reward list flew into his hand. What's going on here? Isn't he a god? I saw a sword on his back. Maybe he is a hero? Feel the weather is very hot and dry. The fat man wiped off the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. His head was still a little dazed. He just saw that the face under the hood that received the reward seemed to be a boy who was only 16 or 17 years old, although I don't know how the other party managed to fetch objects from a distance. Can he really kill a ferocious monster like Chimera? Hephaestus flew all the way to the east. Chimeras have been making waves around the Lycian capital city-state. The last time it was revealed was the village of Gaelong in the east. If you follow this direction, you can definitely find it. Half a day passed. Hephaestus passed through several villages, but found no trace of the Chimera. This made him a little puzzled, but he confirmed that he was not going in the wrong direction. It seems that I need to find a village to ask. Hephaestus was thinking. He flew to the top of a mountain, stood on the edge of a cliff, looked down at the ground, and looked for human signs. Suddenly, he saw a village under the mountain being engulfed in flames. Blazing flames dyed a small half of the sky. The villagers, who were as small as ants, fled in all directions crying and screaming like crazy. No matter men, women, or children, they were all equally helpless at this moment. The breath of death is spreading here. Chimera. Hephaestus frowned. I saw a huge lion-like monster suddenly jumping out of the grand flames. The mane on its neck was dyed red by blood, and it opened its huge mouth and roared. The sound waves soared, and the entire valley echoed this terrifying cry. At the same time, its thick snake tail whipped left and right behind it. The houses and houses of the villagers were beaten to pieces. Without hesitation, Hephaestus turned into a meteor and shot down the mountain. God, save us! Save us! In a burning village, a woman with a baby in her arms cries out in despair. She did not continue to flee, and her husband and son died at the hands of the Chimera. One of her legs was also severely injured, and she could no longer run. The villagers were frightened and ran away desperately. No one would come to rescue her. At this moment, she can only pray to the gods for help. Ho 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 ho. After the Chimera roared with all his might, he opened his mouth and spit flames at the women and villagers in front of him. Spit out a terrible flame that can burn everything. However, when the sea of flames poured over, Chimera didn't hear the screams and narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Your fire can't kill people. Let me teach you how to use fire. The flames subsided. A figure in a cloak appeared. He took off his hood, revealing a handsome and young face. Chapter 22. Many villagers were shocked when they saw this scene. They've never seen anyone survive the flames of a Chimera, especially the mother and daughter, kneeling on the ground, staring blankly at the tall and straight figure in front of them. The Warcraft Chimera on the opposite side was also slightly surprised, staring at the blond boy with a pair of ferocious lion eyes, and let out a terrifying voice from the depths of his throat. Who are you? This question is too bad. A scarlet flame rose from the palm of Hephaestus. But I can still answer you. I am the future. With a big wave of his hand, the scarlet flame in his palm immediately turned into a slender filament of fire and swept over. Roar! Chimera instinctively sensed the danger, roared, and jumped back. The long fire wire was extremely fast and flexible like a swimming snake, winding its entire huge body in an instant. Vulcan! Hephaestus spat out the last two words in a low voice and shook his hand hard. Puff chi-chi. The scarlet flames immediately converged, cutting into Chimera's flesh. Chimera's huge physical body was shocked, quickly torn apart, collapsed, and the hot blood rushed wildly. A ferocious and violent beast was dismembered to pieces like this. If it weren't for the usefulness of keeping its corpse, Hephaestus could have burned the Chimera to ashes with a single fire. As a high god, he is still very powerful in manipulating Vulcan, at least dozens of times more powerful than this monster. Roar! The lion's eyes the size of a chimera's brass bell are bloodshot. Staring incredulously at the blond boy in front of him, he seemed unable to accept the fact that he was killed, until the last ray of brilliance slowly disappeared. As far as Hephaestus knew, the chimera guy ended up being the grandson of Sisyphus. A hero named Bellerophon shot him, but now it died at his hands. The magic core, the chimera's magic core. Hephaestus walked up to the corpse of the monster. One foot stepped on the ferocious animal skull, cut the hard skull with flames, and looked for the magic core. After the initial panic, many villagers gathered behind Hephaestus and bowed down, shouting to the gods. Thanks to the great god for killing the chimera, saving our lives. Thanks. A trembling old village chief was helped to walk to Hephaestus's side, looking in awe. They all heard what Hephaestus said just now. Vulcan. Standing in front of them is Vulcan. Found it. Hephaestus rummaged for a while, and found a fiery red crystal in the skull. It contains full of magic power and is full of restlessness. This is the power of fire. The most critical material for the artifact is available. Hephaestus held up the magic core and wiped away the blood with his cloak. Then, he turned his head and asked the old village chief, "Find me a place. I want to do something serious." The old village chief was astonished when he heard this. Most of Gaelong village was burned down, but several houses were not completely destroyed. Hephaestus works here. He first melted his own gold belt, then took a piece of Chimera's leg bone, polished it smooth, and used gold to create a handle for the bone. Next, he used the dagger to carve Vulcan runes on the leg bones. The Vulcan rune has the same attributes as the Chimera core, which can enhance its power. Half an hour later, Hephaestus blew away the bone and ashes on the leg bone in one breath, revealing dense, mysterious runes. Hephaestus then cut open the joint at the other end and inserted the Chimera's magic core into it. In this way, a staff is manufactured. Hephaestus felt a warmth in his hand. With a thought, a blazing flame erupted from the top of the staff. Manufacturing success. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully creating the lower artifact. The system rewards the divine spell, Sun God Fire. The long-lost system sounded. Hephaestus was content. It is very worthwhile to create an offensive low-grade artifact and get a magic spell. Sun God Fire. It sounds more powerful than Fire God Art. Hephaestus immediately learned this magic. After closing his eyes for a moment, he raised his palm. A flame rose in the palm of his hand. This flame is different from the past. It is a mysterious golden color. The temperature is extremely high. The temperature in the whole village increased a lot in an instant, which surprised Hephaestus slightly. This is the flame that can really burn everything. Hephaestus marveled. His Vulcan technique is more suitable for forging, but his aggressiveness is a bit worse. But this Sun Divine Fire is definitely his #1 divine art. There's something wrong here. The Chimera's head can be taken back for a reward. Hephaestus put his staff and sword on his back, put his cloak on his body, and planned to pack up and leave. At this time, two people walked in outside. One is an old village chief with gray hair, and the other is a beautiful woman. Master Vulcan, this is our wish. Please accept it. The old village chief said tremblingly, with a hint of shame in his eyes. The beautiful woman beside him immediately took out a basket, which contained some pitifully few coins and some fresh fruits. She was a little embarrassed. The god in front of him saved the lives of a whole village of them. They are so poor that they can only pay so little. Hephaestus looked at them, reached in, picked up a green apple, took a big bite, and said, "Please help me find another rope. It is used to tie the Chimera's head." The old village head and the woman were startled, and then showed indescribable gratitude. Chapter 23. Killing the River God. Hephaestus' breath, stop here. The edge of the valley cliff. The eyes of the river god Hephaestus are like a torch, shining on the villages below the mountain. The place has just been ravaged by fire and is deserted. Villagers, men, women, and children are busy rebuilding their homes. At least build a shelter before the night when the beasts are raging. Hephaestus watched cautiously for a moment, his eyes flashing coldly. All the way from the ocean to the mainland kingdom, this little beast has been alone all the time. It seems that the sea goddess really didn't protect him in secret. Followed all the way so far. On the way, the river god also thought about doing something. But because he was afraid of Thetis' secret protection, he endured it. Up to now, the god of the river has been completely sure that Hephaestus is really alone and came to the mainland to make a living. His chance for revenge has come. Hephaestus sneered grimly. A gust of wind swept past, and his figure had disappeared. Chi 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 chi. Hephaestus tied the bag tightly with rough rope. The ropes rubbed against each other, making a tooth-piercing sound. Inside this cloth bag, which is twice as big as him, is the head of the Warcraft Chimera. The cloth bags were temporarily sewn by the villagers together. They had nothing but to repay Hephaestus in this way. Packing is done, let's go. Hephaestus carried the heavy sack on his back. Big drops of blood kept oozing out of the cloth bag, dripping on the ground, covered in dust. Congratulations to Vulcan. Congratulations to Vulcan. At this time, the gathered hundreds of villagers stood neatly, bowing and saluting, their eyes filled with awe. Even if it's just the Chimera's head, there aren't many grown men, so don't even think about moving it. And the young man in front of them easily memorized it. This is the gods. By now, Hephaestus nodded at the villagers and flew 3 feet into the air, ready to fly away. But at this moment, boom, a huge water column pierced through the heads of the villagers. The target is the flying Hephaestus! Exclamation point. Hephaestus' eyes froze. He sensed a familiar aura from this water column. But at a critical moment, there is no time to think about it. Hephaestus activated the flying magic, and his whole body flew into the air like an arrow from the string. This water column missed a single hit, and all of them fell through the air. After hovering around the ground like a snake, it immediately stood upright, and there was a figure standing on it. Tall and burly, with a ferocious face, he is the river god Hephaestus. It really is him, the river god Hephaestus. When Hephaestus saw this man, he was filled with murderous intent. Unexpectedly, after passing through the Temple of Justice, this person has not given up revenge. This time it was a direct and shameless sneak attack. If he had reacted slower, he would have been hit by the water column and seriously injured. Damn little b asterisk 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 d. Where do you want to run? Hephaestus looked up, his eyes stabbed at the blond boy, and he grinned ferociously. He raised his hands, as if calling for something. In the next moment, the sound of rumbling water and turbulent water appeared in all directions. Vast water flows gathered from the sky in all directions, completely surrounding the valley. River god. The villagers were shocked when they saw this scene. Seeing 2 gods in one day was completely unexpected for them. Hephaestus, do you know what you were doing? Kill me, and you won't be able to escape the trial. Seeing this scene, Hephaestus didn't panic, but asked with a sneer. He had a strong killing intent in his heart, but he didn't show it. I killed you here, who would know? Hephaestus relishes the feeling of being in control. There was no rush to do it, and he didn't intend to kill Hephaestus outright. He will use 10,000 cruel and vicious punishments. Slowly torture it to death. Only then can he unleash his vengeful anger that has been burning for more than a year. Well, I never imagined that you would be able to do this for a siren full of evil. In that case, I'll send you to the underworld to accompany her. Hephaestus heard this answer. His eyes turned cold, and his blonde hair danced wildly. His substantial killing intent permeated the air, and the surrounding villagers felt that they had come to the underworld, and at the same time trembled in fear. In the battle between the 2 gods, no matter who wins, they probably won't survive. I can hide from the Chimera, but I can't escape the battle of the gods. I'm dead. Sharp-toothed little b asterisk 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 d. How dare you mention the siren's name? Hephaestus seemed to be blown away by a single sentence, with veins showing on his forehead, and he roared, "Go to hell." Rumble. The sky filled with water condensed into countless pythons. Bite to the Hephaestus in the sky. Act recklessly. A magical golden flame rises from the palm of Hephaestus. This is the sun god fire. Not to mention these pitiful rivers. Even fighting in the sea, the power is still the same. Burn everything. Destroy. The flame in Hephaestus' palm suddenly turned into a sea of flames, sweeping in all directions. I saw that these rivers burned as soon as they came into contact with it. Hephaestus manipulated these flames, and together they slew towards Ecrus on the ground. Do not. How can that be? Ecrus' smug smile suddenly froze, his face full of shock. What fire can burn a river? Could it be the legendary sun god fire? But how could Hephaestus master the sun fire? Ecrus's mind was in a mess. His body trembled involuntarily, and he hurriedly looked around, only to find that the sky was full of sun fire. He had nowhere to escape. Chapter 24. Obtaining the priesthood of the river god, Ecrus found himself with no way out. Can't help falling into despair. Hephaestus hides too deep. Not only mastered the real fire of the sun, it can be released to such an extent. If it has not reached the realm of the upper god, it is impossible to have so much divine power to support the real fire of the sun. He's also a high god. Ecrus grew more and more frightened. The distance from the real fire of the sun is getting closer and closer, and his skin has begun to dry and crack. Thinking of the fate of being burned by the fire, Ecrus' scalp went numb, and he knelt down on the ground and shouted, "Forgive! Forgive me! Great Hephaestus! I am delusional. I am blind. I should not have fought against you. Please spare me." After he shouted, he closed his eyes tightly in fear, trembling violently. Gradually, he felt the terrifying temperature around him subside. That is to say, Hephaestus put away the real fire of the sun. Did he let me go? Ecrus was a little happy in his heart, but not entirely sure. He raised his head slightly and opened his eyes to look. Call out. Laugh. Just at this time, the icy cold wind is coming. A sharp blade was reflected in the pupils of Ecrus like lightning. The sharp blade pierced down fiercely, directly piercing his head. The whole field was dead silent. A drop of bright red blood flowed from his forehead to his cheek. Ecrus stared blankly, dazed. It's a pity to burn to ashes. Anyway, he is a high god who keeps a corpse and can make artifacts. The blond boy smiled brightly. Pull out the long sword head Ecrus from the head, and bring up a cluster of warm blood that splatters. The corpse fell to the ground limply, with a feeling of death. Many villagers were trembling, and the crows fell to their knees. They thought they would definitely die in this battle of gods. Unexpectedly, the Vulcan boy killed the river god neatly. They were safe and sound. Hephaestus wiped the blood off the iron sword with his cloak and inserted it into the scabbard. Then he threw the heavy chimera head in the cloth bag behind his back to the ground. There are materials for making artifacts, and there are ready-made places. He intends to take this opportunity to create another artifact. It was the first time he had obtained the corpse of the high god. Hephaestus picked up the body of the river god and walked towards the dilapidated wooden house. Many villagers looked at each other in blank dismay, and it took a long time before they dared to move. Hephaestus first cremated the body of Ecrus. It is the Vulcan technique. If the real fire of the sun is used, then the entire body will be burnt without leaving any slag. Not long, the flesh and blood evaporated, and a pure white skeleton appeared in front of Hephaestus. The scarlet flame continued to burn. The skeleton was gradually melted into a lump of white liquid. Poured on the mold, Hephaestus waits quietly, allowing itself to condense. About half an hour passed. After several processes by Hephaestus, a forest white bone sword was successfully forged. On the surface, this bone sword is not sharp, but it contains a huge wave of divine power inside. Obviously, it is also a very powerful artifact, made from the bones of the river god. Just call it River God Sword. Hephaestus inspected it and said with satisfaction, "Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully creating the high-level artifact. The system rewards clergy/river. 300 years of divine power." The system's iconic icy mechanical sound arrives. Hephaestus' eyes lit up. He actually got a priesthood. This surprised him. Hephaestus opens the system panel, obtains the priesthood, and clicks on the divine power. The whole person was immediately bathed in the ocean of divine power. Moreover, he seemed to have an indescribable feeling for the water flow, and could faintly feel the surging water flow in all directions. Moments passed. Hephaestus opened his bright eyes and opened the system panel again. Host, Hephaestus race, Greek Protos, bloodline level, Lord God 9th rank, strength level, higher god level 5, portfolio, craftsman, river items, siren bone flute, fire staff, river god sword. The strength has been raised to the 5th level of the upper god. Owning the priesthood of the river should allow me to freely manipulate the flow of water. Hephaestus guessed and experimented. He sensed the rush of water underground, so he manipulated it with a thought. After a few breaths, Clusters of water emerged from the ground and hovered over his hands. Hephaestus manipulated the ball of water to wash his hands, and then threw it into the distance like a cannonball, making a dull bang. Water bomb attack. Hephaestus found it amusing, but he didn't continue playing. Time to pack up and leave. Hephaestus has gained a lot this trip. Killing the chimera, destroying one's enemies, and improving one's strength, obtaining the true fire of the sun and a priesthood, can be called an unprecedented harvest, and it is getting closer and closer to the strength of an adult. Hephaestus breathed a sigh of relief, contented, carried the river god's sword on his back, and walked out of the cabin. Let's go. Back to the Libyan capital. Capital of Libya. At the city gate, Samu, the kingdom official who posted the reward list, was sitting on a wooden bench, shaking his fan, waiting anxiously, dripping with sweat. From receiving the bounty and leaving the capital to Gaelong village in the east, it took at least 3 days to go back and forth. In other words, the mysterious blonde boy who accepted the reward would not come back until at least 3 days later. But Samu was still very anxious, inexplicably anxious. He felt that he shouldn't let a beautiful blonde boy take away the reward so easily. Samu even felt guilty. How could such a young man be able to defeat the vicious chimera? Isn't this going to die in vain? Chapter 25. Meeting the king. This is. A huge shadow looms over. Samu froze, looked up, and saw a man in a cloak standing in front of him. There was a huge cloth bag on its back, exuding a sweet and greasy smell of blood. After spotting the handsome face under the cloak, Sam stood up abruptly and called out, You. He recognized it. This is the blonde boy who received the reward. Yes, as you can see, I'm back. Hephaestus raised his head, revealing his face completely, his eyes bright and his smile wide. Then, he unloaded the heavy cloth bag on his back, stirring up a cloud of dust on the ground. Then, under the astonishment of the official Samu and the curious gazes of the surrounding citizens, Hephaestus untied the rope and untied the cloth bag. While cloth bag faded, a ferocious and bloody beast had appeared. The faces of the surrounding citizens turned pale with fright, and they took a few steps back. Samu's eyes widened, and he shouted in disbelief, Chimera? This is the head of Chimera? You really killed Chimera? Of course, an ordinary lion's head shouldn't be this big, right? Hephaestus laughed. It's really a chimera. Everyone, come and see. A hero killed the Warcraft chimera. It's scary. How on earth is this done? This must be the power of the gods. This monster is finally dead. My village was destroyed by it. Benefactor. This is a great benefactor. The citizens found that the monster was dead, and they all came to watch boldly, and were extremely curious about Hephaestus. Some refugees who had encountered the chimera expressed gratitude to Hephaestus. Quick, go and inform the king. Samu ordered a small follower around him. The little entourage quickly squeezed through the crowd to notify, and shouted, Chimera is dead. The hero killed Chimera, causing riots in every street. Samu then walked up to Hephaestus and said excitedly, Hero, you are the hero of the Libyan people. Please come with me. The king will definitely reward you heavily. Hephaestus shrugged casually. He doesn't really care about rewards. The human king's reward cannot be more precious than his fire staff and river sword. But since he came to the world to travel, it would be better to go with the flow. Anyway, he has nothing else to do now. Soon, under the arrangement of Officer Samu, the gigantic head of the chimera was placed on a large table. Under the wooden table, there are 2 thick long logs tied. For strong and tall Libyan soldiers carried the wood on their shoulders and carried it to the palace. Officials Samu and Hephaestus walked ahead of them, surrounded by a crowd of Libyan soldiers and citizens, cheering loudly as they passed. The citizens of the Libyan capital followed closely, almost creating a scene of empty streets, and many citizens, holding out a lot of food and coins, handed them to Hephaestus in the center. But Hephaestus didn't answer either. He is God and does not need these. Because of the fiery enthusiasm of the citizens, Hephaestus and the others moved extremely slowly. On several occasions, Hephaestus even wanted to fly directly to the palace, where he would no longer be crowded with people. Samu didn't notice Hephaestus' expression at all, and said sincerely from the side, You deserve their cheers and gifts. Hero, you saved them. It's true. Every time Chimera shows up, it's closer to the capital, so go down. It will come to the capital sooner or later. You stopped it. Hephaestus scratched his head. This is a bit exaggerated, but it's about the same. It is difficult for mortals to pose a threat to the chimera. If this monster really descends on the capital, then they can only close the city gates and hide. It took a long time for the procession to reach the palace. The building of the king's palace stands tall and majestic. many times stronger than those low houses in the city-state. But the sea god palace and the justice temple that Hephaestus has seen are all insignificant. At the gate of the palace, hundreds of Libyan soldiers stopped the citizens from advancing. This allowed Hephaestus and the others to march smoothly. The king has prepared a banquet to thank the hero. Please the hero come with me. At this time, an old official came to greet him with a smile on his face. Immediately afterwards, Hephaestus and Samu turned left and right through the long corridor and came to the largest palace. There are 2 huge doors here. Crunch, crunch, after several people arrived. The 2 soldiers guarding the gate immediately pushed open the heavy gate. Hephaestus immediately saw what was inside. A group of musicians played music, and a group of beauties accompanied the dance. The maids of the palace hold a variety of fresh fruits and hold a big feast. Many kingdom officials gathered and chatted in groups of 3 or 4 and exchanged cups and cups. There were also some young warriors, all tall and mighty, very eye-catching. Of course, the most conspicuous thing is the middle-aged man sitting on the high throne. He wears a crown on his head, and his square face is very majestic and serious. But at this moment, he seemed to see something, and there were smile lines on his face, and he stood up from the throne. Hephaestus looked at him, and Samu reminded him, "This is the king of Libya, Lycius." Hephaestus nodded. "Everyone, the heroes of our kingdom of Libya are back." King Lycius stood up and shouted with laughter. Everyone in the palace looked at the door together, saw Hephaestus in his cloak, and behind them, the gigantic head of a chimera. Chapter 26. The beautiful queen came to seduce, everyone exclaimed. Reaction was much larger than Libyan nationals. After all, most of them have no horror experience and have never seen Warcraft at all. King, your bounty order was accepted by this young hero. He fought bravely with the Warcraft chimera and finally killed the chimera. Official Samu stepped forward and reported respectfully. All stare at Hephaestus. Although a little unbelievable, the bright red blood on the boy's cloak seemed to be a credible proof. Good. Young hero. Well done. King Lycius smiled happily, skipped the crowd, and strode directly to Hephaestus. I thank you for all the people of Libya. Hero, you saved them. As the king, I also want to thank you. You are welcome, king. Human beings should watch and help each other. Hephaestus nodded. He didn't want to reveal his identity as a god for now. Hephaestus took off the hood of his cloak, revealing a chiseled handsome face and blonde hair. This is a rare handsome man. It can rival the most handsome gods on Mount Olympus. At this moment, everyone was amazed from the bottom of their hearts. The court ladies even stared straight at the eyes. Even King Lycius lost his mind for a moment. But he quickly regained his composure and joked. Hero, your appearance will make all the women in Libya go crazy for you. By the way, hero, what is your name? Please tell me. Hephaestus. Hephaestus replied as such, feeling a little uncomfortable with the gazes of these people around him. He was starting to regret taking off his cloak a little, but he was also uncomfortable with hiding his head and showing his tail all the time. Okay, Hephaestus, this banquet is just for you. Let's have a good time. King Lycius laughed loudly, waved his hands to let the soldiers put down the chimera's head, and then said to the people around, play music and dance. For our hero, Hephaestus, Hephaestus, Hephaestus. All raised their glasses, cheered together, and shouted the name of Hephaestus. This huge sound wave shook the entire palace. Feeling their enthusiasm, Hephaestus also smiled slightly, took the drink offered by a maid, and drank it all in one gulp. Suddenly, he noticed something strange and looked in a certain direction. I saw a beautiful and enchanting woman staring at him. Her eyes were like silk, and her eyes were flowing. Half of the whole person is hidden behind the pillars, which seems to be half hidden with a pipa. But it can still be seen from this half that the clothes on her body are very gorgeous, which is different from the court maids following behind. Moreover, on the snow-white arms and neck, there are large and small strings of precious jewels, which shows that the status is noble. This is our queen of Libya, Lamia. Samu, who was next to him, also noticed this scene, and introduced to Hephaestus in a low voice. Lamia. Hephaestus felt that the name sounded familiar, but I don't know where I've heard it. Lamia came out from behind the colonnade and smiled flatteringly at him. Leading the pack, Hephaestus thought to himself, nodding at the end of the point, but he wasn't looking at the other party. The banquet was quickly set up. Mostly fruit, nothing special. Hephaestus sat on the most honorable seat besides the king and queen. He was very interested in these fruits and ate them with great pleasure. During the dinner, several officials and nobles came to ask curiously how he killed the chimera. One after another, Hephaestus, who asked, was a little impatient. Seeing him frowning, everyone didn't dare to ask any more questions and sat back in their seats wisely. Hephaestus, you are our Libyan hero. Let me toast you a glass of wine. Okay. Queen Lamia, who is as beautiful as a god, came to Hephaestus in style, holding a wine glass in her hand to toast. Hephaestus hesitated for a moment, then raised his glass and clinked glasses with Lamia. Lamia showed a seductive smile, and the back of her white and tender hand brushed against Hephaestus' finger intentionally or unintentionally, as if implying something. Hephaestus withdrew his hand as if stung by a scorpion. His face changed slightly. If it was just a wink, Hephaestus might not be thinking about it. But it's also too obvious. This queen is obviously seducing him. What's wrong? My hero. Seeing his strange behavior, Lamia took a few steps closer and asked with concern. Nothing. Hephaestus calmed down a bit and said indifferently, I drank too much fruit wine today, and I can't drink any more. Please return the queen. Seduce him or not. Hephaestus is not interested in women like Lamia. Dare to seduce a man in front of the king. It is too wanton and indulgent. When Lamia heard these cold words, Mei Xiao froze immediately. She thought that with her unparalleled beauty, she could take down this boy, but she didn't expect to meet a cold nail here. Lamia felt a little angry in her heart. Seeing that Hephaestus ignored her, he picked up his glass and returned to his seat. Because the banquet was very lively, everyone was talking about their own things, and no one cared about the conversation between the queen and Hephaestus. There were only a few maids who seemed to realize that the queen was very interested in this heroic boy, but how dare they speak out? How dare you refuse me? You'll pay for it. I promise. Hephaestus. Lamia drank the fruit wine in one gulp, and the more she thought about it, the more angry she became, and she looked at Hephaestus with resentment. Beautiful queen, can I invite you to have a drink together? At this moment, another voice sounded beside him. Lamia turned her head and saw a young nobleman approaching. He was also very handsome, tall and mighty, as if he was a brave warrior. Of course, young nobleman. A cunning flashed across Lamia's eyes, and she immediately smiled and picked up her wine glass. Chapter 27. Is this guy Zeus the stallion? What's your name? Young nobleman. Lamia took a sip of her drink, her eyes ambiguous. Nox. The eyes of the young nobleman gleamed greedily, scanning down from the queen's face all the way. Beautiful queen, my name is Nox. Nox, I love that name. Lamia gave a charming hum and licked the wine juice from the corner of her mouth with her bright red tongue. Perhaps the queen may like something else, Nox said with a smile. This scene where Nox talks to the queen happened to be seen by Hephaestus, because he sensed an extraordinary force, and the source of this strength comes from that tall brown-haired youth. Who was that? Hephaestus focused his eyes on Nox. He found that there was divine power hidden in this person's body, and it also contained the power of thunder. Obviously, he was not immortal. How did the gods of Mount Olympus come to this banquet? And even when to talk to the queen? Hephaestus found that the brunette boy and the queen had a very happy conversation. The two were chatting and laughing. The scene was extremely harmonious, and they were quite intimate. Whispering and whispering seemed to be talking about some private topic. Thunder, thunder. Is this man Zeus the stallion? Hephaestus calculated, frowning. With the supernatural power of thunder, and going down to seduce mortal beauties, he can only think of Zeus, the king of the gods. After all, this guy is too stud. Suddenly, Hephaestus noticed that the queen and the young man looked at him together. The brown-haired boy's eyes were somewhat provocative. This look confused Hephaestus. Did he offend this little boy? To look at him like this? No, don't go, Nox. He's the one who killed the chimera. You're no match for him. I don't want to see you hurt. Don't go for my sake, okay? Lamia lowered her voice, a little pleading. No, he has insulted you, fair queen, and I cannot bear that, Nox said righteously. Trust me, queen, don't underestimate me. I will defeat him and make him apologize to you obediently. This, are you sure? Lamia looked embarrassed. In fact, she was secretly happy in her heart. This young nobleman named Nox was provoked by her in a few words. He is really a simple-minded fool, but he has a strong body and might have a few brushes. Actually, Lamia doesn't quite believe that Hephaestus killed the chimera. Just take this opportunity to give Hephaestus a try. If this blonde kid is a strong outsider, just imprison him and cook it well. Thinking of this, a burst of tingling pleasure surged through Lamia's heart. It doesn't matter, queen, you can watch how he was defeated by me with peace of mind. Nox smiled charmingly, turned and walked down the stairs. He made his way through the crowd and came straight to Hephaestus' table. Our great hero, Hephaestus, I heard that you killed the Warcraft chimera. Nox spoke condescendingly. At the same time, he secretly gave the queen a flattering look. His roar was so loud that everyone around him was attracted to him. Hephaestus probably understood what was going on by now. He put a grape into his mouth calmly. Isn't this obvious? Then, your strength must be strong. I want to compete with you, please fight. Nox got a satisfactory answer and continued. Looking at Hephaestus's expression, there was unconcealable contempt. Hephaestus was not surprised to hear this. He showed a helpless smile and looked at the queen. This woman is really not a fuel-efficient lamp. It was only a little longer, and I found it trouble and threw it over. Didn't he just reject her love proposal? At this time, King Lycius said, Nox, Hephaestus is the warrior who slayed the chimera. You are not the opponent, stand down. Don't make trouble at the banquet. King, everyone wants to see the hero's skill. However, Queen Lamia smiled charmingly and said, you can satisfy our curiosity. Besides, it would be good for Nox to learn fighting skills from heroes. Hearing her persuasion, Lycius hesitated. Many ministers and nobles also chimed in. They are full of curiosity about Hephaestus. Still others believe that the chimera may not have been killed by Hephaestus after all. After all, this blond boy doesn't look strong. Moreover, there was no scar on his body. His palms were smooth and tender. Without any calluses, he didn't look like a warrior at all. Now that someone is challenging Hephaestus, they are all excited. So take this opportunity to touch the blond boy's bottom. Lycius couldn't bear the queen's acting like a baby, or he also doubted Hephaestus in his heart. So he pondered and said, of course it depends on the hero's own opinion. If you wish to enlighten me, then Nox should go to the temple to thank the gods on Mount Olympus. The ball ends up hitting Hephaestus. The crowd continued to stare at him. He didn't answer in a hurry, but slowly wiped his mouth and hands with a clean cloth, then stood up and said lightly, then compare. He also wanted to know, who is this person who provokes him for the sake of a woman? Chapter 28. Killing Zeus' clone, there was another burst of excited cheers in the palace. For most, this is an eye-opening opportunity. A battle between heroes and warriors. At the suggestion of King Lycius, the crowd moved from the palace to a large square. The sun was shining outside, and there was no cloud in the sky. Waves of heat blow over here, rolling up choking dust. Nox chose his weapon, a spear and a shield, and stood tall and straight in the center of the square. Hephaestus stood opposite him, his hands empty. But he has two swords crossed behind his back. One is an iron sword, and the other is a river god bone sword. In addition, there are siren bone flutes and flame staffs hanging around his waist, which are dazzling. In some people's eyes, he is more like a busking performer. The siren, the river god, and the chimera have all been forged into weapons by you. You little devil is not easy. Nox looked at his opponent and said jokingly in a low voice. When talking to Hephaestus, his aura is completely different. There is a kind of arrogance that despises everything, as if he doesn't pay attention to anyone. Supercilious, you are indeed a god. Only a god can recognize these things. So what kind of god are you? Hephaestus looked calmly, drew out his iron sword, and pointed the tip of the sword at the tall young man opposite him. The opponent was a full head taller than him. He is still a teenager after all. Want to know? Let's talk after defeating me first. Just to remind you, don't use all your strength. Just use the iron sword. You will definitely lose. Nox sneered, his aura rising steadily. It no longer feels like an aristocratic warrior, but the great gods of Olympus. I also want to remind you, if you were so arrogant in a duel with me, you might die. Hephaestus didn't even bother to sneer. Humph. Nox's expression froze, his eyes became sharper, and his figure disappeared in a whoosh. The people watching the battle couldn't see his movements clearly, and all of them stared wide-eyed. When Hephaestus suddenly turned around and slashed back with a sword, and a shield blocked the sword. The two collided and made a dull sound. Nox has come behind Hephaestus without knowing when. Ooh! This confrontation made everyone exclaim. The two moved so fast that ordinary people couldn't see clearly. How did they achieve this speed? So strong. King Lycius murmured in surprise. It's really strong. Lamia was a little proud after being surprised. These two handsome and powerful men fought because of her no matter what. This is her charm. This is her method. Just a moment when everyone was talking. The sound of bang bang dang dang in the center of the square has been heard intensively. Stir-fried beans are average, and the figures of the two people almost turned into afterimages, and in the eyes of everyone, they were just a blur. Wherever the two of them passed by, the sky was filled with dust and sand. The ground is also cracked with dense cracks. Can't bear the strength of the two. Is this kid so strong? Nox waved his spear and shield, frowning involuntarily. He originally thought that 5 breaths would be able to take down the opponent. I didn't expect to be entangled for so long. The opponent's strength exceeded his expectations. Do you still want to hide your strength? A piece of advice. Don't use the power of thunder. You will have no chance. Nox was completely overwhelmed by the might of Hephaestus. When an iron sword strikes down, it needs a spear and a shield to resist it together. If you want to die, I will fulfill you. When Nox heard this, his expression darkened. The eyes suddenly shot out two groups of intense blue light of thunder and lightning. Rumble. A group of extremely violent and huge thunder exploded in the center of the square. The destructive force shook the entire palace violently. Everyone was stunned by this blow, all dumbfounded. Nox retreated dozens of steps and found that there was a deep hole in the original ground, but there was no enemy's bones, and his brows were immediately furrowed. Although you have the strength of a high god, but it's not my opponent yet. Suddenly, a clear voice came from above the head. Nox looked up with everyone in Libya. I saw the blond boy Hephaestus standing in midair, with golden flames surging behind him. The light like the sun is extremely dazzling. Do not look directly. Gods on Mount Olympus. At this moment, the hearts of Lycios, Lamia, and others were beating wildly. They saw the gods. Sun god fire. Nox recognized the golden flame. His eyes were gloomy, and he couldn't help taking a step back with his right foot. Before he could do anything else, the golden flames had already swept over. The figure of Hephaestus is hidden in it. Rumble. Destroy. The shield and spear in Nox's hand turned into dust, and two terrifying blue thunder pillars appeared instead, constantly bombarding the golden flames. But to no avail. He couldn't stop the golden flame from approaching. Two gods are fighting. What the hell is going on here? My god. Many nearly passed out. Who gave you the sunfire? Hephaestus. You'd better get on your knees and confess to me. Otherwise, I will definitely punish you. Kill you. The stubborn Nox shouted angrily. His divine power was consumed extremely quickly, almost exhausted. The power of thunder and lightning naturally weakened accordingly. At this time, a figure flashed out of the sunfire, broke through the thunder and lightning directly, and came to Nox. Puff Chi. A small voice sounded. Nox's face flushed suddenly, his eyes returned to normal, and the lightning in his hand quickly dissipated. Sunbai's bone sword had pierced his chest. I hate people threatening me the most. Hephaestus' gaze was terribly cold. You have no idea who you've offended. Hephaestus, you are so naive. You will, for this, pay for it. Nox's eyes were horrifying, and he opened his purple lips tremblingly, and blood flowed from his mouth immediately. He finished the speech word by word. Hephaestus resolutely drew out the river god sword. Blood splattered, and Nox also collapsed to the ground, completely dead. In a moment, the entire sky was covered with dark clouds, thunder, and lightning. A doomsday scene. Zeus. Hephaestus spit out two words, looked up at the sky. His gaze was still cold. Chapter 29. The Curse of Hera. Obtaining the priesthood of thunder, it was indeed Zeus that Hephaestus killed. However, this doomsday scene of thunder dancing was not brought by Zeus, but Hera. She is the queen of the gods and enjoys the same majesty as Zeus. On Mount Olympus, Hera, queen of the gods, sat on the golden throne and glared at the mortal Libyan palace. Damn you be *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Hephaestus. Hera has always had a way of catching our asterisk asterisk asterisk. Even though Zeus tried every means to create a clone to sneak down to Earth, he still couldn't escape Hera's eyes. She had long noticed that Zeus and Lamia were flirting, and witnessed the whole process from beginning to end. A human woman actually seduced her husband and son at the same time. He also challenged the two of them to a duel. How could Hera tolerate this kind of thing? And she became furious on the spot. The whole sky is full of thunder and lightning. That was the manifestation of her anger. Lamia, since you are proud of your beauty, then I will destroy your beauty. Let you become a disgusting monster from now on. I will make you ugly from god to human, and no one will look at you anymore one look. Hera's voice echoed in the shrine. A vicious curse, cast like this. Libya, royal palace. The sky was covered with thunderclouds, which was very frightening. Many humans on the ground, from the king to the servants, all knelt on the ground in fear and prayed to the gods. Pray the gods don't kill them. Even the instigator, Lamia, was trembling with fright. She never expected that she played with people's hearts, and actually played with two gods. Now the gods are angry. What should we do? What should I do? Lamia's anxious hands and feet were cold, and her heart was on fire. Lamia, Hephaestus murmured, looking at the queen whose body was almost limp. He finally remembered. He also knew this Lamia in his previous life. She is the queen of the kingdom of Libya in the world, and she is extremely beautiful. Because of the sneaky collude with Zeus, he was finally discovered and cursed by the queen Hera, and became a monster. Now, history appears to be repeating itself. Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderbolt descended from the sky, hit on Lamia's body. Everyone screamed in fright and hurriedly hid away. In the blink of an eye, Lamia was the only one left here. Her face was distorted, her mouth was wide open, and she wanted to scream, but she couldn't scream, only the sound of ho-ho. She fell to the ground and her body twitched and rolled nonstop. Her eyes turned white, as if she was falling ill. About 2 breaths passed. Lamia's body undergoes drastic changes. The legs of the lower body are united, the clothes are torn apart, and it becomes a thick snake tail covered with scales. Lamia's pupils also quickly turned into the vertical pupils unique to snakes. When she opened her mouth, her tongue became bright red and slender, with 2 forks at the top. After the painful mutation, Lamia also noticed something was wrong. Looking up at his lower body, he found his ugly snake tail covered with scales. Scared on the spot, he let out a shrill scream that didn't belong to humans. It was extremely ear-piercing. Everyone in the palace turned pale with horror and covered their ears in pain. Including King Lysias, this middle-aged man had lost his crown for a long time. His expression seemed to be crying and smiling, and his body was held up by 2 soldiers to barely stand. It seems that he was greatly stimulated, almost demented. Gods of Olympus, do not do this to me. Please, let me go. Lamia's hair was disheveled, screaming madly. The scaled snake tail whipped around, knocking several unlucky soldiers into the air. Monster! Monster! There was also a soldier who, out of fear, stabbed her tail with a spear before the tail was drawn. Blood splashed out. Lamia suffered from pain, screamed again and again, and quickly walked and fled lying on the ground, disappearing from everyone's sight. At this time, the thunderclouds in the sky gradually dispersed. Hera's anger faded. Everyone was still in shock and stood there dumbfounded. Many court ladies were so frightened that they sobbed in a low voice, wiping away their tears. Hera, the empress of offending God, it is merciful not to kill you. She is the one who can even abandon her newborn son. However, such a punishment seems to be more painful than death. Hephaestus raised an eyebrow. Didn't pay much attention to this scene. No sympathy for that Lamia either. If he was an ordinary mortal hero or warrior, he might have been instigated by Lamia to instigate Zeus to kill him at this moment. This kind of person has nothing to sympathize with. Hephaestus took 2 steps closer, picked up the body of Nox, and left. Big beads of blood dripped from the wound and dragged all over the ground. If he guessed right, this body is the clone of Zeus. How precious is the avatar of the God King. Of course it cannot be discarded like this. Possess the strength of a high-level god. That is to say, at least one can refine a high-level artifact. When everyone present saw Hephaestus lift the corpse and leave, no one dared to say anything. Their eyes were filled with awe. They probably also understood that this man was the god of fire on Mount Olympus. That's why he could kill Chimera so easily. The officials and nobles who had guessed wildly before were extremely terrified, for fear that their thoughts would be known by the gods and punished, especially after seeing the whereabouts of the queen. In the palace, Hephaestus found a random room and closed the door tightly, then released flames and burned Zeus' clone. Forged by divine fire, this body with the strength of a high god melted into a mass of liquid. Zeus masters the thunder. What kind of artifact should I build? At this moment, Hephaestus fell into deep thought. After careful consideration, Hephaestus decided to forge a Thor's hammer. He also happened to be short of an artifact-level hammer. When he left Ocean God Palace, he didn't bring his own hammer. Thinking of this, Hephaestus forged the mass of liquid in the shape of Thor's hammer, which he knew from his previous life. About an hour passed. The hammer body is completely formed. The faint blue light of thunder and lightning surrounds the whole body. Make a crackling sound. Very cool. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully forging high-rank artifact. The system rewards 200 years of divine power. Charm value plus 20. Holy title/thunder. Chapter 30. Prometheus, Thunder Priesthood. Hephaestus' eyes glowed. He killed the river god before, forged the river god's sword, and got the priesthood of river. Now kill the clone of Zeus, forge Thor's hammer, and get the priesthood of thunder again. That is to say, if an item is forged with gods as raw materials, the system will reward the other party's priesthood. Hephaestus thought excitedly. At the same time, immediately learn the priesthood, and then all the divine power and charisma points are on the system panel. A few breaths passed. Hephaestus felt that the strength in his body was much more abundant. It seems that it is not far from breaking through the next small realm. Obtaining the priesthood of thunder, I feel more compatible with Thor's hammer. Use it. It must be powerful. Hephaestus swung the thunder hammer. knowing the thunder power contained in it well. This is the benefit of controlling the priesthood. Right now, boom, there was another rumble of thunder outside. When Hephaestus heard it, his eyes lit up, and his clairvoyance penetrated the house and looked into the sky. Immediately, I saw dark clouds billowing in the sky, thunder and lightning flashing. Just like Hera was angry just now, there was a sense of terror that the world was about to be destroyed. It seems that Zeus realized that his clone was killed. Hephaestus understood that this time Zeus was angry. Although it was a big harvest, it offended Zeus, the king of the gods. The threat of the dying Zeus clone is still vivid in his mind. Hephaestus felt a heavy sense of oppression and crisis. Must be promoted to the realm of the main god as soon as possible. Only in this way can we have the power to protect ourselves and compete with Zeus. No hesitation. Hephaestus pushed the door out, soared into the air, and flew into the distance. The human beings in the palace, including those in the capital of Libya, saw the terrifying celestial phenomena and a figure flying across the sky. They all thought that a god had descended into the world and knelt down together to pray to the gods they believed in fear. Mount Olympus in the palace of the king of the gods. Zeus was indeed furious. Damn, Hephaestus. Hera, you have produced a good son. Zeus's beard trembled wildly, and it was difficult to calm down for a long time. With great difficulty, he managed to create a doppelganger and went down to the world for entertainment. The result was completely destroyed by Hephaestus and Hera. One is to kill his clone. One is to turn a beauty into a half-human, half-snake monster. This pair of mother and son is perfect. Bad luck. Bad luck. The moment Zeus cursed, he expressed his depression, and slowly, after a long time, he calmed down. When Zeus calmed down, he thought carefully again. Think about everything that just happened. As for the god Queen Hera, he no longer wanted to bother with this terrible, jealous woman. The main attention is on Hephaestus, who killed his clone. Hephaestus, he was born about a year ago, right? He has grown to be a high god, and he has also mastered the sun fire. The potential is so great. If it lasts forever, let him continue to grow. Zeus squinted and blinked, as if interested in Hephaestus. If this is the case, then there is no need to offend such a powerful subordinate for a mortal woman. Wouldn't it be better to take Hephaestus under his own hands and strengthen his power? But the only trouble is that Hephaestus has such great potential and grows so fast. If it is too strong, it will breed ambition and get out of control. Even one day, when his strength reaches a certain level, his status as the king of the gods will be threatened. Zeus would never allow this to happen. When you have great strength, no matter whether you are a human or a god, you will not be able to control your own inflated desires. Hephaestus, where is your limit? Zeus stared into the distance. He stood up from the throne. A pair of eagle wings suddenly flapped, and a hurricane suddenly blew up in the shrine, and his whole body disappeared. The figure of Zeus descended from the sky. Bring a storm. He landed before a small temple on Mount Olympus. It seems to be agreed. A man also came out of it. The appearance of the man is quite kind, with a golden beard growing on his chin, wearing a loose and plain robe, and walking on the ground with bare feet. I have seen the king of the gods. The man with the golden beard bowed slightly respectfully. Prometheus, don't waste your time. I want you to prophesy something for me. Zeus waved his hand majestically and strode into the temple. Prometheus followed behind. After the two sat down in the temple, the servants of the elves served hot tea. Prometheus asked, King Zeus, what do you want me to prophesy? Prophecy, the future of Hephaestus. Zeus was silent for a moment and spoke. Mount Olympus has many gods with the priesthood of prophecy. The most powerful of them is Prometheus. Prometheus was born of Themis, the goddess of justice, and Iapetos, the Titan. Although they belong to the Titan family, they submit to the gods of Mount Olympus. Zeus also held him in high esteem. Prometheus and Athena, the goddess of wisdom, co-created humans. Prometheus was responsible for sculpting the human shape, while Athena infused the clay figurine with soul and taught human knowledge. The future of Hephaestus? When Prometheus heard this name, his eyes seemed to brighten a little. Is that the son of Hera, queen of the gods? It's him. Zeus nodded. Prophecy for me immediately. I want to see how powerful he is in the future. Yes. Prometheus agreed very simply. Chapter 31. Prometheus' prophecy. The process of prophecy is not complicated. Prometheus closed his eyes and fell into meditation. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes again. There was still surprise and amazement in his eyes that didn't fade away. Prometheus saw a picture that shocked him, about the future of Hephaestus, the son of the queen Hera, the god of fire and craftsman. He was amazed by it. What do you see? Zeus was sensitive to the strangeness of Prometheus. His eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed. Prometheus's heart tightened. He was very familiar with Zeus's eyes. Whenever he gets angry and wants to kill someone, he will show a similar look. Tell me, Prometheus, what did you see? Zeus asked again, seemingly losing his previous patience. I see that the future Hephaestus has become the original god. Zeus, god king, his potential is huge, and his growth has surprised me. Prometheus spoke truthfully. This answer stunned Zeus on the spot. Although he is the king of the gods, his strength so far is only at the peak of the main god realm. It is extremely difficult to break through the original. But this Hephaestus, the son born of Hera's own will, has potential so great that it surpasses him. Achieve the original divine realm. Zeus felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Continue to prophesy for me. Zeus roared in a low voice. Hephaestus, will you replace me and become the fourth-generation king of gods? The problem is serious now. Prometheus' answer determines whether Zeus will kill the gods. Obviously, he will not be king of the gods. After a while, Prometheus shook his head and smiled. King Zeus, you will also become the original god in the future. No god. Yes, no god can shake your position. There seems to be a special magic in this gentle and plain words. Zeus felt more at ease, because he believed in Prometheus. In the future, I will also become the original god. Then, it is impossible for Hephaestus to surpass me. In this case, I can include him in Mount Olympus. Zeus pondered for a while, then suddenly burst out laughing and shouted, Okay, very good. Prometheus, I will reward you. I'll go first. After he finished speaking, he spread his wings and flew directly away from the temple. Wait for a long time after he leaves. Prometheus, who was sitting there, stood up. At this time, he suddenly found that his back was already wet with sweat, and even the palms of his hands were also stained with sweat. He lowered his head, spread his palms. His eyes were blank for a moment, and then gathered again. Prometheus, you actually deceived the king of the gods. What are you doing? Prometheus' heart beat wildly. About the second prophecy, he lied to Zeus. Everything he said was was deception. But when Prometheus thought of the future he had foreseen, the future that belonged to Hephaestus, he had difficulty telling the truth to Zeus. It can only be this way, thought Prometheus. The other side, over a pristine wasteland, many red long-necked birds sang and flew by. Suddenly, a shadow rushed over quickly, causing a strong wind. Frightened, the group of flaming birds fled in all directions, quacking. Flying for so long, it's time to rest. The shadow stopped, stood in midair, and whispered to itself. Hephaestus took off his hood, revealing his handsome face. The wind rattled his cloak. After Hephaestus left the Libyan capital, he chose a random direction to fly. We met several villages and towns on the way. Every time he passed by, he would stop to inquire about the news about Warcraft. But no clues have been found yet. Only by continuously forging more artifacts can my strength improve rapidly. Hephaestus thought to himself. He landed in front of a red fruit tree, stretched out his hand and picked one, summoned the water to wash it, and then put it in his mouth to chew. After chewing a few times, Hephaestus' mouth was full of sweet and slightly green juice. Zeus should be looking for me right now. Killed his clone and ruined his love affair. God Queen Hera is determined not to move. If you think about it, you can only vent your anger on me. Hephaestus sat by the tree, bored, thinking to himself, and after a while he gnawed the fruit down to a single pit. Just when he wanted to pick the second one, his complexion changed suddenly, and his body flew towards one direction like a cannonball. The next moment, boom, a blue thunderbolt fell from the sky. It is as thick as 10 trees. Directly destroy all the flowers, plants and trees within 100 feet around. There are also several terrifying cracks on the ground, which seem to be able to lead directly to the underworld where the dead return. The thunder dispersed. A figure appeared where Hephaestus had been. Behind it, a pair of huge eagle wings slowly closed. Say chow chow and chow chow will come. It's just bad luck. Hephaestus flew in midair, frowning greatly, clenched Thor's hammer in one hand and river god's sword in the other. He didn't expect that Zeus would find him so soon. I said, with those little things of yours, it can't hurt me. Hephaestus. At this time, joking words came from below. Chapter 32. Zeus came to win over. Hephaestus is not verbal. Behind him rose a golden flame that illuminated the heavens and the earth. The clouds and the earth are dyed the same color as gold. The temperature rose rapidly, and it seemed to be an extremely hot hell. Peak of the Lord God. Explode all the artifacts, and then use all the power to launch the fire of the sun. It should be able to stop it. The muscles of Hephaestus' whole body were tense like a fully drawn bow and arrow, and he was still thinking calmly in his heart. The gap between him and Zeus is too great. If you really do this, maybe you can exchange for 1 breath or 2 breaths. He can take advantage of the time gap blocked by Zeus to escape from here. The chances of escape were slim, however, Hephaestus knew it well. But if necessary, he will give it a go without hesitation. Thoughts flashed. Hephaestus frowned, suddenly realizing something. Zeus doesn't seem to be serious about it. There's no killing intent either. What does he want to do? Hephaestus stared at the figure on the ground. I saw Zeus soaring up at this moment, standing on the same level as him. Junwei's brows were full of spirits, and he seemed a little happy. Seeing this, Hephaestus realized something, and slowly loosened his grip on Thor's hammer and river god's sword, and the golden flame behind him receded like a tide. King of the gods, what do you want to do? Is that right? Your little tricks can't hurt me. Hephaestus, you're very smart. Zeus said with a smile. Hephaestus didn't answer. Seeing this, Zeus knew that Hephaestus was still hostile, so he said, I know, there have been some conflicts between us, Hephaestus. But you don't have to be nervous, because I didn't come to kill you. On the contrary, I am very optimistic about you. Potential. So I hope you will return to Mount Olympus. This statement surprised Hephaestus. Optimistic about his potential? Back to Mount Olympus? So they came to win me over. This stallion is a bit of a hero. No wonder. He can secure the seat of the king of the gods. Hephaestus' eyes flickered. He understood what Zeus was thinking. What? Don't want to. Seeing that Hephaestus did not answer, Zeus flew to Hephaestus. The two are only an arm apart. Looking at each other, Zeus said again, as long as you enter Mount Olympus, I will make you one of the high-ranking main gods. How about it? Hephaestus, you should know how to choose what is more beneficial to you. Hephaestus looked directly at Zeus, and he could indeed read sincerity from his eyes. But Hephaestus was still reluctant. Mount Olympus is not a good place. The gods are intriguing and fighting each other, and the water is too deep. He's still just a high god now, and getting involved won't do him any favors. If he refuses, Zeus will probably settle the score with me for killing his avatar. Hephaestus knew he couldn't refuse. He didn't really have a choice. However, there is no room for maneuver here. God King Zeus, after all, I was born on Mount Olympus. Now that you have spoken in person, it's okay for me to return. Hephaestus said. However, before that, I have one condition. What conditions? Let's talk about it. Zeus listened carefully. I'm still young, and I don't want to carry so much. I will join Mount Olympus when I become an adult. Hephaestus made his condition known. Zeus listened, pondered for a while, and readily agreed. With your potential, this day will come soon. Forget it. I will wait until you become an adult. Hephaestus also showed a warm smile. Thank you. Ha. Speaking of which, Hephaestus, you are the son of Hera. This is called kissing and kissing. Zeus looked very satisfied. I came out in a hurry this time, and I didn't bring any gifts. The Thor hammer you forged with my avatar, just treat it as a welcome gift. He is the king of the gods. What a sinister vision. It was obvious at a glance that Thor's hammer was forged by himself. Hephaestus was about to speak. God King Zeus has already whipped up a hurricane and flew away from here. His majestic voice continued to echo in the air. Hephaestus, I will tell the world about this, and I will see you next time, when you return to Mount Olympus. We'll meet again next time. Maybe I'm already stronger than you. Hephaestus put away his smile, and his expression became indifferent again. He knew what Zeus wanted to tell the world, just to tie him to Mount Olympus with a rope. However, Hephaestus didn't care. With this period of time as a buffer, he has enough confidence to rise and become stronger, even become stronger than Zeus. At that time, even the king of the gods can no longer force him to agree to anything. Strength is fundamental. Mount Olympus? Ghosts go there. Hephaestus disappeared into the sky like a shooting star. As predicted, after talking with Hephaestus and returning satisfied, Zeus announced that Hephaestus was from Mount Olympus and was under his protection. This news surprised many gods. Most of their impressions of Hephaestus are still ugly abandoned babies. Unexpectedly, Hephaestus has grown to the point where Zeus, the king of the gods, threw out an olive branch. Chapter 33. A few days passed. Hephaestus still did not find any trace of the monster. Maybe the place I passed was too barren. Even human villages are pitifully few. So much so that it was an extravagant hope for him to find a big city-state with better information to inquire. If this continues, when will we find Warcraft? Improve your strength and surpass Zeus. Hephaestus flew in midair, feeling dizzy. Only by forging artifacts can he quickly increase his strength, But now, he can't find raw materials at all. Make bricks without straw. Hey, there seems to be a big river ahead. Hephaestus suddenly noticed something and looked into the distance. He now has many priesthoods, including the priesthood of the river, so he has a sense of affinity for the river. Immediately felt the rushing flow of the river ahead. So Hephaestus picked up speed and flew past with a whoosh. What a big river! Hephaestus sighed in admiration. His body fell on the water, floating but not sinking. This big river is constantly rushing, and it is very wide. Standing here, you can't see the other side at all. From time to time, schools of fish in the water jump out of the water to breathe the air, bringing a wonderful landscape. Hephaestus had been traveling for several days without washing his body properly. So at this moment, I couldn't help but dived into the river. After a while, puffed, Hephaestus resurfaced and spat out a mouthful of water. He wiped his face, then flicked his long, wet golden hair, splashing countless crystal drops of water. Such a handsome face makes such an action, which is extremely attractive. If a human woman witnessed this scene, she might faint from excitement. Comfortable. Hephaestus grinned in satisfaction. He manipulated the water flow to wash every corner of his body to ensure it was clean. Immediately afterwards, under his control, all the watermarks on his body were pulled out and fell into the river. Even the moisture on the clothes was pumped clean. Thousands of times better than washing machines. Catch some more fish. After Hephaestus took a bath, he activated his clairvoyance to look at the bottom of the river. Immediately, I saw many schools of fish swimming at the bottom of the river. Just when he was about to catch fish and grill them for a full meal, a burst of dense air-breaking sounds suddenly hit from all directions. Sobbing and sobbing, especially piercing. Question mark. Hephaestus was startled and looked around. It was discovered that there was a dense rain of arrows attacking and killing him. If you can't hide, you will definitely be shot into a sieve. Who is it again? Hephaestus wondered. The movement of the hand is not slow, raising the hand to summon the river. Boom! I saw the river rising from the ground. Rise to the wind. Turn into a water curtain as thick as a city wall, covering the sky and the sun, and blocking it in all directions. Bang, 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 bang. These dense rain of arrows failed to break through the defense and collapsed one after another. It turned out to be water condensed. 3 rounds of water arrows attacked the past. The vast river boiled like boiling water. More than a dozen water jets rumbled out of the water in succession, rising to a height of several feet. There is a figure standing on each water column. Hephaestus glanced and found at least 17 or 18. Each of them is a god, and their strength is not weak. The leading god, with a mighty and majestic posture and a trident in his hand, is a powerful upper god, the most powerful of these gods. At this time, he held the trident, pointed at Hephaestus, and shouted angrily, "You lowly be asterisk 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 d. You have to pay the price of your life for your brutal actions. River god." So much at once. Hephaestus was surprised. It was too sudden that he could meet so many enemies while touching a fish, and he had never expected it. But the reason, Hephaestus probably guessed a thing or two. River god Icarus. These river gods should all be brothers of Icarus, who came to seek revenge on him. However, Hephaestus did not mention it directly, but jokingly said, "You river gods, why did you come to me? I don't know you." As soon as he said this, many river gods glared at him. The mighty river god holding a trident roared angrily, "You don't know us, but we know you. Hephaestus, how dare you forge my brother into a bone sword? I, Zuxo, must kill you today? Avenge Icarus." Bone sword, Hephaestus thought. It turned out that it was the breath from the bone sword that allowed them to find me. After learning this, Hephaestus turned serious and said seriously to the leader of the river god, "Your name is Zuxo, the leader, right? I will only tell you the following words. Icarus is because he doesn't know right from wrong and wants to avenge the siren and keeps chasing me, so I will get rid of him. If you are also oblivious to right and wrong, no matter who is behind you, I will not have any scruples, so I will kill you all." This seems too arrogant. But Hephaestus has this power. It might have been dangerous for him to face so many river gods before, but now his strength has skyrocketed, and he is not afraid at all. And Hephaestus is more than willing to do so. These dozen river gods are just a dozen artifacts. It is also a great opportunity to improve your strength. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. I really don't know how to live or die. Brat, do you know what you're talking about? The scene was silent for a moment. The river gods looked at each other and burst out laughing, amused by Hephaestus' words. As soon as Zuxo laid hands, they stopped laughing immediately. Killing intent bloomed in Zuxo's eyes, and he said coldly, "Icarus did nothing wrong. Hephaestus, don't talk nonsense. You will die here today. The dignity of my ocean and rivers. Don't trample on it. Hearing the words, more than a dozen river gods immediately summoned their weapons. Murderous. The sword is on the verge of breaking out. Hephaestus snorted coldly with disdain, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Very good. Zuxo, I am very happy for your decision. Chapter 34. Icaros, the river god, including Zuxuo and the dozen or so river gods. All are gods of oceans and rivers, sons of Arnolds of Os. Os Arnolds is one of the 12 ancient titans with more than 6,000 children. But he is not a Zeus-like stallion, and this is all because his wife Tesses is too fertile. More than 6,000 children, naturally strong and weak. The river gods who came to revenge were all middle gods except for Zuxuo, who was the upper god. For Hephaestus, it was simply vulnerable. With his mastery of many means, his strength can far exceed that of an ordinary high god. It's just a matter of minutes to torture these river gods. Kill. Zuxuo glared and roared. Kill. 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 The remaining 16 river gods roared in agreement. I saw that under the control of their divine power, huge waves of hundreds of feet rose from the huge river. Roll on Hephaestus. They stand above the huge waves, armed with bows and arrows, spears, tridents, and other weapons, ready to besiege at any time. Zuxo was not stupid. He knew that since Hephaestus could kill Icaros, he must be a high god, so he brought 16 brothers to help out this time. Play more with less. They can definitely win. The current wave is just the beginning. You actually have no advantage in fighting on the water. Hephaestus sneered. He activated the magic of flying, soared into the air, and retreated to avoid the huge waves. Taste the taste of thunder. Hephaestus yelled loudly, and held up the superior artifact, Thor's hammer. Boom. But seeing the strong wind sweeping across the sky, the dark clouds rolled and condensed in an instant. Thunder and lightning. The incomparably violent thunder twisted together like a python. They fell to the ground one after another. No more, no less. 17. Hephaestus now has the thunder priesthood. And there is also the thunder hammer, which is very terrifying to launch this blow. Seeing this scene, Zhou and many river gods were so frightened that their faces turned pale. My brain crashed on the spot. How could this god summon thunder? This is clearly the authority of Zeus, the king of the gods on Mount Olympus. No one can manipulate except God Queen Hera. What exactly is going on? Go. Zhou knew that now was not the time to think about these things, so he roared immediately, engulfing the nearest brothers and sisters with divine power, and sprinted away to avoid them. The divine power in this thunder is far superior to him, and it cannot be resisted by force. Bang rumble. 17 thunderbolts struck down, except for Zuxuo and the 4 river gods who escaped. All hit. He was hacked to death on the spot. Burnt black all over. Flesh torn. Even the huge waves of hundreds of feet were bombarded and returned to the river, surging. But because of the power of the thunder inside, after a while, dense fish corpses floated on the water waves. My artifact. Hephaestus saw the corpses of the river gods falling into the water and went down the river for fear of being washed away by the water. Ever since, he hastily used his divine power to control the water flow and fished up the corpses of the 12 river gods. Zuxo, we are no match for him at all. This person's strength is beyond our imagination. Let's go first. Zuxo, if you don't go, it will be too late. Seeing that Hephaestus could not help but control the thunder and control the river, Zuxo's eyes widened. Although he couldn't understand what Hephaestus was, but he knew that he and these brothers and sisters were not rivals. This is the situation. Zuxo finally understood what Hephaestus had said earlier. Several brothers and sisters urged like a cannonball in panic, and Zhou also reacted and forced out a word from his teeth. Escape. The voice did not fall. They escaped from here quickly. Like an arrow leaving the string, it disappeared into the river in the blink of an eye and disappeared without a trace. But how could Hephaestus allow these humanoid artifacts to escape? The flying magic is fully launched. Dive into the water. His speed was unbelievably fast, and his body split the entire giant river in two, exposing the riverbed at the bottom. The escaped Zuxuo and his party also showed their figures. With a flash, Hephaestus stopped in front of them. Zuxuo, you did a good trick of rubbing oil on the soles of your feet. What about the arrogance just now? Huh. As Hephaestus said, he raised his hand and blasted out a large piece of sunfire, which turned into a cage, enveloping Zuxo and the others inside. The golden flame exudes a terrifying temperature. The surrounding rivers were ignited and quickly evaporated. Zhou and the others had to stop their movements. They all had a hunch that as long as they touched a little bit of this kind of flame, they would definitely be burned to scum. Joka broke out in a cold sweat, fixed his eyes on the blond boy not far away, fell silent for a moment, and said in a trembling voice, "Our father is Hephaestus, the god of oceans and rivers. Kill us, and you won't survive. Let us go, okay? We can talk slowly. There's no need to be so extreme." Hephaestus. Zuxo, I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Hephaestus shrugged. You actually think that there is still something to talk about? The answer is obvious, no? I have given you a chance to choose. No. Lord Hephaestus. We were forced to come here. Don't kill us. Yeah. If you want to kill him, kill Zuxo. It's all his fault. The two river gods couldn't bear the fear and cried out for mercy. You? Shameless. Zhou Kisua couldn't believe it when he heard it and blushed and cursed. Not to be outdone, the river gods immediately quarreled with Zhou Kisua. It's noisy. Hephaestus frowned, pulled out the river god's sword, and threw it forward. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The moribund sword, which left a series of afterimages, pierced through their bodies. The violent divine power destroys all vitality in their bodies. Zuxuo and the other river gods all stared wide-eyed and died completely. Chapter 35. Becoming the Lord God, the water flow engulfed the corpses of the river gods such as Zuxo like a python. Excitement flashed in Hephaestus' eyes. These corpses are all used to forge artifacts. His strength will definitely skyrocket a lot. The loss of not being able to find the monsters for so many days has been made up for in one go. Bind the corpses of the 17 river gods with running water. Hephaestus put them on his shoulders and flew off into the distance. Now I need to find a place to forge the artifact properly. Fly for a while. Come to the virgin forest surrounded by mountains. Hephaestus found a secluded cave here, threw all the corpses on the ground, stopped the water, and spewed flames from his palms. Boom, boom, boom. The scarlet flames devoured the corpses of these river gods. A smell of burnt flesh wafted out. Hephaestus is refining all their flesh and bones, peeling off the cocoons, removing the dross, and extracting the essence. Half an hour passed. In front of Hephaestus, clumps of corpse essence appeared. Each group exudes a majestic breath. The weapon that symbolizes the power of the sea is the trident. Let's forge a trident with the corpse essence of the only high god, Zuxo. Hephaestus thought to himself, and immediately started to act. As his strength improved, his forging skills became more and more proficient and meticulous. It only took a quarter of an hour to forge a high-level artifact. When the scarlet flames faded, Hephaestus had a trident as white as jade in his hand. No flaws at all. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully forging a perfect, high-level artifact. The system rewards, level promotion card X1. 100 years of divine power. Unlimited storage space. System rewards are coming. Hephaestus smiled. It was the first time he forged a perfect high-grade artifact, and the system rewards were also very generous. The storage space is opened, which means that he doesn't have to hang these artifacts on his body anytime and anywhere. It is much more convenient. With a thought of Hephaestus, the trident disappeared from his hand immediately. He called up the panel, and a light curtain immediately appeared in front of him, with many grids inside. The first square contains a trident. With another thought, Hephaestus returned the trident to his hand. Very nice. Hephaestus nodded, and put his existing river god sword, Thor's hammer, flame staff, siren bone flute, and trident into the system space. Then continued to forge the corpse essence. Half a day passed. Hephaestus consumed a lot of divine power and spirit, kept improving, and finally successfully forged all the essence of these god corpses. Among them is a pair of bows and arrows, which were forged with 11 groups of corpse essence, and also formed a high-level artifact of perfect quality, which is no less powerful than a trident. In addition, there are shields, spears, and a staff, all of which are of perfect quality without exception. To achieve this level, Hephaestus undoubtedly spent a lot of money. His body was almost hollowed out, and his brain was drained. If it weren't for Hephaestus' strong willpower, he might have passed out directly. But the system rewards are also extremely generous. Hephaestus got 900 years of divine power for strength promotion cards and 45 charm points. These gave him the hope of breaking through the realm of the main god. Great harvest. The family of the god of oceans and rivers is really my lucky star. After Hephaestus finished forging, his face was as pale as a vampire who hadn't seen the sun all year round. He immediately opened the system panel and rubbed his hands excitedly. I saw a plus sign appearing behind his charisma and strength columns. Without any hesitation, Hephaestus kept clicking with his consciousness to add all the inventory. Rumble. Waves of surging divine power suddenly emerged. Wow, it hurts. Hephaestus' complexion suddenly changed, and he became very red. Now he only felt that his whole body was being thrown into the furnace and continuously burned with flames, placed on an anvil and continuously beaten with a hammer. The piercing pain almost made him breathless. However, Hephaestus is having fun. His strength is constantly improving at the same time. High God 6th rank. The 7th rank of Upper God. 8th step. 9th order. Lord God realm. Ah! Hephaestus couldn't help raising his head and let out a loud roar. The vast power in his body crazily spilled out. The eyes turned into miraculous lightning. The whole body is lit with golden flames. Long hair dancing. The gods came to the world. Rumble. Attracted, dark clouds gather quickly. Thousands of thunderbolts exploded in the sky one after another. Seems to be celebrating the moment too. With strong willpower, Hephaestus finally took control of his body and suppressed the vast and violent power. The thunder in his eyes and the fire of the sun on his body faded away one after another. His clothes were scorched clean, and he was now revealing a perfect figure with a tall and straight body and delicate muscles. The realm of the Lord God. I have finally entered the realm of the Lord God. Hephaestus didn't pay attention to those minutiae. My heart is very excited. His body is full of powerful divine power. He felt stronger than ever. Now, Hephaestus is also the main god without Zeus's acknowledgement and support. Although his bloodline level is the main god. But if you want to grow to this level, you don't know how many difficulties you have to overcome and how much time it will take. It will never be as easy as Hephaestus is now. System, bring up my system panel. Hephaestus gave orders with consciousness. Chapter 36. The Lord of the Ocean. I saw the system panel immediately appeared in front of me. Host, Hephaestus, race, Greek protos, portfolio, artisan, river, thunder, bloodline level, Lord God 9th rank, strength level, Lord God level 1 items, siren bone flute, fire staff, river sword, thunder hammer, trident, sacred bone bow and arrow, sacred bone shield, sacred bone spear. It is indeed the Lord God. Hephaestus' eyes sparkled. But it's not enough. Zeus is the pinnacle of the main god. I'm still not his opponent. To improve your strength, you must continue to work hard. Hephaestus clenched his fists, his eyes determined. Of course, he wouldn't naively think that he could defeat Zeus now. There is still a distance from that realm. Now, Oceanic River Shrine. The majestic old man sitting on the throne jumped into a rage, roaring ferociously. This is trampling on my dignity, insulting the god of oceans and rivers. I will never allow him to live in this world. The old man wears a magnificent crown. The majestic temperament can be compared with Zeus, the king of the gods. It is the god of oceans and rivers. Os Arnolds, one of the 12 titans. He just clearly felt that more than a dozen children who had a blood connection with him had completely disappeared. This kind of disappearance means death. And Os Arnolds knew how they died. Zuxo led a dozen brothers and sisters to besiege Hephaestus and avenge Echrius. He knew it. Now, Zuxo and the others are all dead. The results are obvious. It was the gods of Olympus. Hephaestus killed them all. Os Arnolds had 6,000 sons and daughters, and the death of one Echrius would not be of much concern. But now more than a dozen were killed at once. This is not just a simple matter of blood feud. This is about the dignity of their oceanic and river protoss. This revenge must be avenged. Father, don't be impulsive. Next to the throne, a rather handsome young man frowned in dissuasion. Hephaestus, we can't kill him yet. He is Achilles, known as the Silver Whirlpool, son of the god of oceans and rivers. Okay. The old man looked back at him with flaming eyes and frowned. Why can't I kill him? If I don't take revenge, I will lose all face. How can I gain a foothold? Father, this Hephaestus really cannot be killed now. Achilles took 2 steps forward. Zeus, the king of the gods, has just announced that this god is under his protection. You went to kill him in a blink of an eye. Isn't this obviously slapping Zeus in the face? Zeus is absolutely impossible to bear this tone. When the time comes, the gods of Mount Olympus will definitely lead the gods of Mount Olympus to declare war on us. When Arnolds heard this, the wrinkles on his face tightened, showing hesitation, and his anger subsided a little. He thought for a while. There is some truth to what Achilles said. However, Arnold snorted coldly and said, how can we gods of oceans and rivers be afraid of Mount Olympus? If Zeus really wants to fight against this evil, I will accompany you. Achilles looked a little complicated, sighed, and continued, Father is right. Our oceanic and river gods are not afraid of Zeus. But now Poseidon, the emperor of the sea, married Amphitrite and became self-reliant. The portal is dedicated to fighting against our ocean gods. He is now wishing for us to fight Zeus. It will attack us from both sides. If we really fight, we will definitely not be able to please think twice. These words made Arnold's heart skip a beat. He was too angry just now, but he didn't think of this. Poseidon, the emperor of the sea, is indeed a big threat to their oceanic and river gods. You're right. Arnold's completely calmed down now. After pondering for a moment, he said with unwilling eyes, this matter still needs to be discussed in the long term. Then, we have to let go of that evil obstacle for the time being and choose another time. And Zeus, sooner or later, I will settle accounts with him. Arnold's tone was full of resentment. He did have a deep hatred for Zeus. Zeus was originally his son-in-law. Zeus's first wife, Metis, was his daughter. But Zeus received a prophecy that the child born to Metis would replace the god king. Zeus was afraid that this day would come, so he swallowed Metis in one gulp, so as to prevent her from giving birth to an offspring to replace him. Later, although Athena came out of Zeus' head, Metis never came out, and was swallowed by Zeus just like that. As the father of Metis, how could Arnold not resent Zeus? That's why Arnold said, this account will have to be settled sooner or later. Achilles breathed a sigh of relief. It was not easy persuading this father to change his decision. The other side. Hephaestus doesn't yet know what happened at Oceanic River Shrine. He is worrying about clothes at the moment. When breaking through, the divine power in the body ran out of control. The sun's fire burned his clothes to pieces, and now he is standing naked in the cave. A gust of cold wind blew, and it was chilly up and down. Do you want to cover yourself with leaves again? Hephaestus scratched his head. He used to cover his body with an apron made of leaves and lemnos. But today is not what it used to be. He has become the main god, so of course he doesn't need to return to his original life. Hephaestus searched for raw materials in this primeval forest, and within a short time, he made a set of exquisite and gorgeous clothes. Of course, a cloak is indispensable to cover his stunning appearance. After doing all this, Hephaestus used clairvoyance to observe and investigate, selected a direction, continued to set off, and flew away from this virgin forest. Chapter 37. Prometheus has not stealed fire. That night, the world fell into darkness. A cool breeze blows in front of you. Her faith's hood was blown off, revealing a handsome face, and the flames surged, adding an evil charm to him. He held a handful of scarlet flames in his palm. It is the only fire in this world. There's a village ahead. Hephaestus walked through the air, muttering to himself. With his magic clairvoyance, he can see clearly the scene hundreds of miles away. There is a village inhabited by humans. At this moment, on a night that should have been peaceful, the village was in great chaos. A group of adult men are holding wooden sticks and stone-polished weapons to drive away a group of hungry wolves. Vicious packs of wolves are scattered in the darkness. Pairs of bloodthirsty eyes exude a creepy, oily green. They choose to devour people, and they keep trying to attack humans, slowly approaching. And this group of humans, facing a pack of wolves that is more than double the number of our own, we can only be forced to defend, constantly shrinking the defensive range. Most of them were so frightened that their legs went limp and their bodies trembled. Their eyesight at night is not as good as that of wild animals, and the weapons are quite rough and tattered. It is difficult to kill these beasts. If the wolves did pounce, they would most likely be bitten through the throat. But even so, they cannot escape. Because there are women and children behind them, they have to defend their families. In a world without fire, human beings are so vulnerable. Hephaestus' eyes flickered. Along the way, he has seen many villages where life is very difficult. Because there is no fire, most of them drink blood like savages. Those with better conditions eat fruits, but the food is very poor. And without fire, there is no way to forge iron and bronze. Weapons are basically made of wood or stone. When fighting against wild beasts, they are easy to break and are injured by wild beasts instead. Even the capital of Libya, the great city-state that Hephaestus visited, had weapons made of wood. The only tip of the spear is a sharpened stone. As for these villagers living in the wilderness, the quality of life can be imagined. As long as night falls, they must be on guard against the invasion of wild animals at all times. Prometheus hasn't stolen fire yet. According to the myths I know, it seems that after I became the main god on Mount Olympus, Prometheus went to steal the fire. Hephaestus thought to himself, walking nonstop, because there is one more thing he needs to do. Hephaestus dodges and disappears in place. When it reappeared, it was already above the village. Boom. He moved with divine power. A huge flame suddenly rose up, shined this land with a radius of hundreds of miles like daylight. The wolves were suddenly frightened, fled in a panic, and soon disappeared. This group of humans looked up in fear and surprise. Meet Hephaestus standing in midair. God, it's Vulcan. Kneel down and pray. The villagers, regardless of men, women, old or young, fell to their knees and kowtowed excitedly. There were also some women with tears in their eyes, kowtowed and prayed. Great Vulcan, please give us fire. Protect us from being invaded by wild beasts. Gods have mercy. Gods have mercy. Face their prayers. A ripple appeared in Hephaestus' eyes, but he did not respond, but retracted the flame. Although he was promoted to the main god, he was still far from defeating Zeus. So he can't give fire to the world and do things that offend Zeus. He is not Prometheus. However, when he becomes stronger, it will be another matter. Strengthen your houses and build more wooden fences to keep out wild animals. Try not to come out at night. Flame, you will have it in the future. It won't be long, I promise. Hephaestus said. He took up his hood and stepped away from here. If he didn't really become stronger, he bestowed the fire on earth, and he would end up just like Prometheus in the myth. God, don't go. Great Vulcan, please give me fire. The villagers raced to chase the firelight in midair, but Hephaestus disappeared into the sky in an instant. The flames that illuminated the night also faded away. The biting cold wind was blowing, and the villagers were all shivering in fear and hurriedly hid inside their houses, hiding in the despairing darkness. Hephaestus did not go far. He found a cave in the mountains not far from the village and lived there. The fire dispelled the damp and darkness in the cave. Hephaestus sat quietly by the fire, lost in thought. Hephaestus. Suddenly, a voice came from the darkness. Hephaestus focused his eyes, stabbed fiercely where the voice came from, and said, Who? It's your friend, Hephaestus. Don't be nervous. There were rustling footsteps in the darkness. Not long. A man came to the cave entrance. He has bright eyes, a bushy beard growing on his cheeks and chin, and he wears a loose robe that reveals half of his shoulders. Feet are bare. It was Prometheus, but he looked entirely like a powerless mortal. I'll give you 3 breaths. I don't know why you came here. I will keep you out of this cave. Hephaestus said lightly. His eyes flashed the faint blue thunder. My name is Prometheus. You must have heard my name. I came to you to make a good relationship, said Prometheus. He smiled and didn't care about Hephaestus' murderous threat and walked directly to the fire and sat down. Chapter 38. Prometheus prepares to steal tinder. Prometheus? Hephaestus was taken aback. Isn't this guy in Mount Olympus? Why did he come to the world to find him? He doesn't know the Titans. Don't question it, Hephaestus. Prometheus sat next to him very casually. I want to talk to you. But before that, I want to remind you that it is best not to use the power of thunder. It will bring you disaster. The scene fell silent. After a few breaths, the thunder in Hephaestus' eyes was still bright. It is impossible for him to relax his guard just because of a few words. You must know that the thunder belongs to Zeus' authority. It is his reliance over the gods. If you let him know that you also have the power of thunder, believe me, Hephaestus, he will kill you without hesitation. Seeing this, Prometheus said solemnly, Now, should you have a good talk with me? Thank you for the reminder, Prometheus, but you must tell me your real purpose. Otherwise, I can't talk to you. Hephaestus stood up slowly. He knew that what Prometheus said was true. Therefore, if Prometheus' purpose is not pure, and he is an enemy rather than a friend, he must kill the opponent. But Hephaestus believes that this god who will suffer for mankind is not bad. That said, today's conversation shouldn't be too bad. But he still needs to know the real purpose of the other party, which is the basis of the conversation. Sit down, Hephaestus, and listen to me. Of course I will tell you. Prometheus smiled. Hephaestus sat down again. Do you know what Zeus did before he went to recruit you? Prometheus asked. He came to me. Let me prophesy something. Yes, about you. Prometheus calmed down and said, Zeus asked me to predict your potential. I saw your future and would become the original god. I told Zeus truthfully what I saw. So Zeus asked me to continue prophesying whether you will replace him, kill Diam. So I prophesied again and told him that you will not pose a threat to him. He will also become the original god, continue to lead the gods, and serve as the king of the gods. Hephaestus frowned. He was very surprised by these words. It turned out that Zeus had done such a thing before recruiting him. The original god. Hephaestus frowned. So, if Zeus thinks I will threaten him, he will kill him. His thoughts flashed, and he quickly digested the information. At the same time, he thought to himself, if this is really the case, why did Prometheus come to him? Suddenly, the light of wisdom flashed across Hephaestus' eyes, and he whispered to the man beside him, You lied to Zeus, right? Prometheus, you are very clever, Hephaestus. Prometheus nodded unsurprisingly, with complicated eyes. I see you in the future, powerful and benevolent. You will be a better ruler than Zeus, so I can't just sit and watch him kill you. I deceived Zeus that in the future, you will be far more powerful than Zeus, and he will not become the original god. Hephaestus fell silent. If all this is true, then Prometheus is equivalent to saving his life. Of course, I still have a little selfishness. Prometheus said, Hephaestus, during your travels in the world, you must have witnessed the dire situation of human beings. Without fire, they are still drinking blood like wild beasts, and they don't even have the ability to protect themselves. So, I want to give tinder to humans. But in the future I foresee, Zeus does not agree with my proposal. So this project, Hephaestus, requires the two of us to do it secretly. Prometheus looked a little excited. In fact, he already had the idea of stealing fire. But he never made up his mind. Because he knew that Zeus would definitely punish him. It will even ruthlessly take back the fire. Not to allow humans to enjoy the rights of gods. Although he is also in the main god realm, he is not the opponent of Zeus at all, and cannot interfere with all this. That's why Prometheus was delayed until now. Until he sees Hephaestus in the future. Prometheus knew that his chance had come. The two of us. Prometheus. After hearing what he said, Hephaestus shook his head and smiled helplessly. You think too highly of me. I can't beat Zeus, and I can't help you with this. Of course I know. Prometheus was not discouraged and looked directly into the boy's eyes seriously. But you have the sun fire. As long as you take me to hell to hide for a while. You know, the gods of hell are afraid of the sun fire. And hell can block the gods of Mount Olympus. There is some truth to what Prometheus said. But Hephaestus thought hesitantly. If he plays steadily, he will surpass Zeus in no time. At that time, it can still give the world fire. No need to take risks now. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. Prometheus made a request to him now, and he happened to owe Prometheus a favor. Hephaestus thought about it, and decided to agree. Looking at each other, Hephaestus said, After you succeed, come to me immediately. I will take you to hell for refuge. Okay, Hephaestus, I knew it. I saw the right person. Seeing his promise, Prometheus smiled happily. I'll see you later when I steal the fire. By the way, Hephaestus, remember, no matter what happens, don't use the power of thunder again. The reason why Zeus knew that you would become the original god and still didn't kill you was because he was confident that at the same level, he was invincible with the power of thunder. But if you let him know that you have also mastered thunder, then you are in danger. Chapter 39. Prometheus stealing fire. I understand. Prometheus. Hephaestus nodded. Prometheus' reminder is timely. Otherwise, if he keeps using the power of thunder like this, Zeus will notice something is wrong sooner or later. After using it once or twice, it can still be covered up with Thor's hammer, which is not a flaw. Mount Olympus, palace of divine fire here in the middle of the night, it is still as bright as day. In the depths of this palace, the eternal divine fire is burning blazingly. As long as the fire is stolen, the plan will be more than half successful. In the shadows behind the great colonnades of the shrine, Prometheus didn't know when to appear. He was quite nervous, looking around vigilantly. After negotiating with Hephaestus, he immediately rushed back to Mount Olympus to steal the fire. The sooner this happens, the better. The faster it is, the less suspicious Zeus will be. The guards guarding the shrine outside did not find Prometheus. Like a ghost, he quietly sneaked into the temple. Passing through 2 empty halls, he came to the deepest part. There is a round altar in the center here, 1 person high, carved with patterns on the outside, and the whole is the same color as bronze. At the very top is concave, where the divine fire burns blazingly. This kind of divine fire does not need divine support and will never go out. In the era when most human beings are still in the period of drinking blood, the significance of Shinhua is self-evident. Prometheus breathed a sigh of relief. His expression calmed down. He walked up to the divine fire, took out the holy grail from his robe, and received the divine fire. The process was smooth. The holy grail of Prometheus is lit. Now, he just needs to take the fire away from Mount Olympus, and everything will be safe. Do you know what you're doing? At this time, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind him. Prometheus shook his big hand involuntarily. He turned his head slightly, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw a young goddess in golden armor. The goddess is majestic. Her appearance is bright and refined, and her eyes are piercing with burning eyes. Athena, Prometheus called out. Holding the holy grail that was ignited with divine fire, he slowly turned around to face the goddess. Do you know yourself? What are you doing? Athena repeated, eyes piercing. Human beings are my children. Athena, you also gave them wisdom, You should know their situation. Prometheus sighed. He wanted to persuade Athena. You can propose to the king of gods. It is up to the king of gods to decide whether to bestow human fire, instead of coming here in the middle of the night to do despicable theft. Athena replied coldly. I foresaw the future, and Zeus would not agree. Otherwise, why would I come to steal the fire? Prometheus took 2 steps forward, and his divine power was running secretly. Athena, we can completely pretend that we haven't seen each other tonight. Return the magic fire immediately. Prometheus, I can pretend I didn't see anything. Athena raised her voice suddenly, and drew out her great sword, pointing directly at Prometheus. Seeing this, Prometheus showed a helpless smile. Okay, don't be impulsive, Athena. I can return the magic fire, and you put away the sword first, okay? Heard the words. Athena's eyes flickered, and she lowered her big sword. The moment she relaxed her guard, the figure of Prometheus flashed and disappeared in place. Athena's face turned cold, and she immediately rushed out with her sword raised. When she came outside, several guards of the Guardian Palace had already fallen to the ground, life and death. Prometheus, you're an idiot. Athena clenched her fists tightly, her silver teeth creaked, and an angry look appeared on her bright face. At this point, she could actually catch up. But Athena recalled what Prometheus said just now, and she hesitated again. She also understands that Tinder can make human life better. The creation of human beings also has her share of credit. So Athena also has deep feelings for human beings. This was the source of her hesitation. It is also the reason why Prometheus escaped from Mount Olympus smoothly. You shouldn't be doing this. You can't bear the anger of God King Zeus, Prometheus. Athena's mind was a little confused, but she didn't catch up in the end, and stuck her big sword on the ground bitterly. Athena, what's going on here? Rumble. In the distant sky, 8 celestial horses fanned their wings, pulled the chariot and galloped through the air. There is a golden flame burning on it. It is the fire of the sun that shines on the sky and the earth. And in the center of the flame stands a majestic and handsome male god, wearing a crown woven with branches on his head. His elegant appearance is peerless. It is Apollo, the god of light, one of the most handsome male gods on Mount Olympus. He was standing on the carriage at the moment, asking Athena condescendingly. Just after he noticed the fluctuation of divine power, Apollo rushed over immediately. As soon as they arrived here, they found the guards guarding the shrine fell to the ground, and Athena stood at the door with an angry face. Athena was silent for a while, but said again, Prometheus stole the fire and fled to the world. Apollo's face was startled, and he shouted, You really mean what you said? Is it Prometheus? Athena put away her weapon, nodded and said, It's him. Hurry up and report to the god king. I'll chase him. Where did he escape? Apollo exclaimed solemnly, There is no delay in this matter. Athena was expressionless and pointed in a direction. There. Apollo hurriedly drove the sun chariot to chase after him. After the chariot of the sun disappeared into the sky, Athena turned and left. Chapter 40. Going to the underworld. Prometheus stealing fire. Soon Zeus, the king of the gods, was alarmed. Soon after, Apollo, the god of light, returned in his chariot. He failed to catch Prometheus, and the journey was in vain. Apollo, Ares, Helios, in the name of the king of the gods, I command you to hunt down Prometheus, a damned traitor. How dare you steal god fire? I will make him pay a terrible price. Let him understand the consequences of offending the god king. Zeus roared with blue veins on his forehead. His anger wasn't just because of the theft of Shinhua, also because of betrayal. He believed in Prometheus, and Prometheus did such a thing. I'll wait. I promise to capture Prometheus. Apollo, the god of light, Ares, the god of war, and Helios, the sun god, came out together, responding solemnly to their god king. An unknown mountain range. I saw a stream of light cut through the darkness and descend from the sky, roll up a strong air pressure, bending the whole forest. The streamer swayed to the ground, revealing his figure. It was a middle-aged man with a beard, holding a round cup in his right hand, and a flame was burning inside. It was Prometheus. It seems you succeeded, Prometheus. Hephaestus, sitting on a rock roasting a hare, glanced up and smiled. The hare in his hand has been coated with a layer of honey, and it has been roasted until it is charred on the outside and tender on the inside. The stealing of fire was successful, but the result was terrible. I was discovered by Athena. Now Zeus should have ordered the gods to arrest me. That is to say, for safety reasons, we must immediately distribute the fire and flee to the underworld. Prometheus came with a magic fire in his hand. Right now, his whole body seems to be shrouded in light, which looks very sacred. When Hephaestus heard this, His eyes turned golden. He looked around and said, "Don't be so nervous. No one has come after you yet. You will get half of the roasted rabbit." "Hephaestus," cried Prometheus, frowning. Hephaestus divides the roasted rabbit into 2 portions, poked one of them directly in front of him. Prometheus twitched his nostrils a few times and found that this thing was very fragrant. So he looked at Hephaestus and looked around. "Are you sure?" "Nonsense." Prometheus took the rabbit meat, opened his mouth and took a big bite. His mouth was filled with fragrance, and the meat juice overflowed. He is a god and rarely eats food. So Hephaestus, the roasted rabbit, directly captured his taste buds, and he devoured the half-roasted rabbit in 3 or 5 mouthfuls. At this time, Hephaestus also finished his share and used the priesthood of the river god to call out water to wash his hands, and said, "It's time for us to act. Prometheus, you should know the way to the underworld, right?" Prometheus was a little bit unfinished, smacking his lips, and said, "If human beings have fire, they can also eat such delicious food." He wiped his mouth and got serious. "Of course, Hephaestus, the underworld is very dangerous. Although you have the sun god fire, don't take it lightly. On the way to the underworld, you must follow my instructions." Hephaestus raised his eyebrows, indicating that there was no problem, and then picked up the holy grail beside Prometheus to look at it. The never-extinguishing divine fire was clearly reflected in his eyes, surging continuously. Hephaestus could feel the power contained within, very huge and vast. "Before that, give fire to humans first." Hephaestus was quite excited. "The darkness of the human world will be completely illuminated tonight." Soon, Prometheus and Hephaestus split up to distribute fire to humans. This night, in the deep and boundless darkness of the world, raised clusters of flames that will never be extinguished, and the cheers of human beings resounded through every corner of the earth. Do it all. Hephaestus and Prometheus are in a good mood. After human beings have fire, the quality of life and the speed of development and progress will be greatly improved, and they will no longer have to drink blood and be afraid of darkness and beasts. However, the 2 of them could not watch this scene happen. They also have to go to the underworld to take refuge. Zeus must have been furious and sent someone to arrest Prometheus. To go to the underworld, one must follow the path passed by the dead soul. First of all, the first stop is Erebus. As far as Hephaestus knew, Erebus was part of the underworld. Located between the earth and the underworld, it is the place where the dead first pass. Hephaestus, remember, don't talk or light fire in Erebus, or you will disturb Erebus and bring disaster to us. This is what Prometheus ordered before entering Erebus. After entering, Hephaestus understood why there was a rule not to light the fire. "It's too dark in here, almost pitch black. If they were not gods, they would be almost blind here. Erebos, the primordial god. According to Prometheus' prophecy, I will also be able to reach the original god in the future. The premise is that I can forge enough artifacts." In the dark, Hephaestus and Prometheus walked side by side. Hephaestus kept thinking, "Erebos is an ancient and powerful god, born of the chaos god Chaos, a powerful primordial god, the incarnation of darkness. He is also the ruler of this dark kingdom. If this one is alarmed, neither of them can escape." Along the way, Hephaestus saw many ghosts passing by. They were in a daze, as if they were summoned, and they seemed to follow their instincts, passing through this dark country and rushing to a deeper underworld. I don't know how long I walked. Hephaestus and Prometheus have finally come to the end of darkness. Here is a large garden full of black poplars and coconut trees. A breeze blew by. There was a faint smell of decaying blood coming from inside. Moreover, there seemed to be dark shadows moving inside. In this dead, silent, and terrifying dark environment, it was extremely creepy. Prometheus looked at Hephaestus and pointed forward. "We go through here." Of course, Hephaestus understood. The 2 stepped into the garden in 3 steps and 5 steps. The Garden of Persephone at the Gates of Hell. Chapter 41. The Hell Three-Headed Dog, Chi-Chi. Among the poplar and coconut groves, several ghostly shadows flashed across, accompanied by the sound of dripping liquid dripping on the ground. They seemed to be surrounded by many monsters. Hephaestus and Prometheus walked as usual. None of them had emotions of fear and terror. Both of them are main gods. Nothing could hurt them here but Erebus, the Lord of Darkness. It stands to reason that this is already the territory of the underworld, and Erebus's perception should not be too sensitive. Hephaestus thought to himself, "Right now? Roar." Suddenly, a black shadow came from the dense forest. The faint light revealed that this black shadow was a monster with a one-horned scorpion tail, layers of sharp teeth continuously oozing mucus, and when it opened its mouth to roar, it brought out a foul-smelling wind. Hephaestus flicked a look away. Boom. I saw that the monster exploded in midair and fell apart. The stinky green liquid exploded and splattered. This kind of monster is only about the level of the siren, and it has no threat at all. Hephaestus can be killed by a simple wave of divine power. Ho 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 ho. This one monster dies. More monsters sprang out from the dense forest. They turned into black shadows at a very fast speed and attacked the two of them from all directions. Hephaestus raised his palm and swung it with divine power. Bang rumble. The powerful and ferocious divine power exploded like a cannonball, and the coercion was astonishing. Wherever it passed, all the monsters exploded to death. The screams are coming and coming. This action alarmed some monsters' onlookers. Seeing how strong Hephaestus was, they all ran away in fear. Although they all desperately want to devour their flesh and blood, they also know that they are definitely not this person's opponent. Hephaestus did not go after him either. These monsters are of little value. A few of them are about the strength of the lower gods. Even if it is made into an artifact, there is no way to improve its strength now. After Hephaestus was promoted to the realm of the main god, the lower artifacts were useless. The system will only issue rewards for high rank and above artifacts. Ahead is the gate of hell. Prometheus whispered. They have left the borders of Erebus. Naturally, those taboos no longer need to be followed. The one guarding the gate of hell seems to be a powerful monster. Hephaestus' eyes flickered. After the two passed through this large forest-like garden, come to the two huge doors. The world on the other side of the door is the underworld. In contrast, the dead souls, who are as small as ants, keep passing by here, entering but not exiting. Beside the gate, there is also a giant beast squatting. As soon as Prometheus and Hephaestus came, it immediately stood up and stopped them. You two don't belong to the underworld. Get out of here quickly, otherwise I will eat you. This gigantic monster spit out human words. Its tone was fierce and oppressive. It looks like a dog, but it has 3 heads, dark green eyes, and it looks terrifying. At this time, the 3 dog heads made sounds together, superimposed, and it was a bit noisy. Guardians of the gates of hell, we. Prometheus was about to speak. Roar. The hell 3-headed dog came over with a roar, looking fierce and vicious, obviously really wanting to eat the two of them. It is the realm of the high god Peak, and its strength is very fierce. In its eyes, the aura of Prometheus is ordinary, while the aura of Hephaestus is very immature, like a newborn baby. They are not strong and easy to deal with. As long as it is not the main god, then it can ravage each other. 3-headed dog of hell, Cerberus. Hephaestus rubbed his hands. It's a good ingredient. Since you want to eat us so much, come on. He smiled brightly. The killing intent gushed out from his body, and the overwhelming coercion swept out, making this place even more terrifying. Many dead souls who passed by here could not help but tremble. Seeing this, Prometheus hurriedly said, Hephaestus, don't do anything yet. Give it to me, and I will negotiate with it, okay? You still refuse to leave? Then just obediently be eaten by me. The hell 3-headed dog saw that the two had no intention of retreating at all, and the blue underworld flames condensed from the mouths of the 3 dogs. I want to burn the 2 of them to death immediately. No, don't do it yet. Prometheus shouted again. You step back first. Prometheus, I can also negotiate with it. It's just in another way. After Hephaestus finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared. At this time, the 3-headed dog of hell spewed out a surging flame of the underworld. As far as the eye could see, everything turned into a boiling blue sea of flames. The terrifying high temperature can almost burn everything. Those poor dead souls were directly burned to ashes. No, Prometheus can only dodge. And he shouted worriedly, Hephaestus, don't kill him. We can't offend Hades. Cerberus, the 3-headed dog of hell, is the watchdog of Hades, the king of the underworld, guarding the gate of the underworld. If you kill it, you will definitely offend Pluto. They came to the underworld to take refuge, and offending Hades would undoubtedly be very detrimental to them. Prometheus' voice fell. Boom. I saw the vast blue sea of fire. A huge coercion rises, and at the same time, a slender and dazzling scarlet thread flickered. Directly divide the vast sea of fire into 2. Lightning rushed towards the hill-like body of the hell 3-headed dog. At this time, the eyes of the hell 3-headed dog also showed shock. Chapter 42. Obtaining the Vulcan priesthood, the hell 3-headed dog sensed that this coercion was in the realm of the main god. In other words, this immature god is a powerful main god, and it is only the peak of the upper god. It is impossible to be an opponent at all. This time it hit the iron plate. No, spare me. See the scarlet silk thread coming. The hell three-headed dog was full of fear of death and wanted to shout this sentence immediately. But it was too late. The scarlet light flashed away. Cerberus felt a warm burning sensation from his neck. It was warm and made him a little tired. There was no time to think about it. His consciousness has been plunged into eternal darkness. Boom! The huge body like a hill fell to the ground. Blood gushes out and gathers into scarlet streams. The sweet smell of blood permeates the air. Immediately afterwards, the blue sea of flames dissipated completely. The figure of Prometheus reappeared in front of the hell three-headed dog. He turned his head to see Hephaestus standing beside him, smiling broadly. Because this Cerberus at the peak of the upper god can create a higher artifact, which means that his strength can be improved by a bit. You shouldn't have killed it. We still have to be protected by Hades. Prometheus said helplessly. With all due respect, Prometheus, relying on yourself is the most reliable way. Hephaestus shrugged and spoke his mind. As long as his strength improves fast enough, there is no need to hide in the underworld. And Hades may not be reliable. It is fundamental to have strong strength. Prometheus had a complicated face and was speechless. A wisp of scarlet flame rose from the fingertips of Hephaestus, and he threw it on the corpse of the three-headed hellhound. Boom! The scarlet flames rose against the wind, and immediately devoured the flesh and blood of the hell three-headed dog. A moment of effort. After being tempered by flames, a mass of pure essence full of magic power appeared in front of the two of them. Prometheus was curious about this scene, staring with wide eyes. I saw Hephaestus manipulating the flames to condense various utensils, constantly forging the essence, and gradually, a blue bead the size of a baby's fist appeared in front of the two of them. The beads are crystal clear. There is still a small handful of flames burning inside, constantly emitting magic fluctuations, obviously not ordinary. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully forging a perfect, high-level artifact. The system rewards clergy/fire, divine magic/hellfire. 300 years of divine power. The cold mechanical sound of the system sounded. Hephaestus' heart beat suddenly faster. The priesthood of Vulcan. Finally got it. Hephaestus was very happy and immediately opened the system panel. From now on, he is the real god of fire and craftsman. With this priesthood, his control over flames and forging skills will reach a new and higher level. In such a short period of time, a high-level artifact was forged. Although Prometheus knew that the future Hephaestus would be powerful, he was still shocked by this scene. And just as he was shocked by it, boom, suddenly, a coercion gushed out. It was Hephaestus who broke through. The second level of the main god. Prometheus looked at the blond boy with even more surprise, as if looking at a monster. What's wrong? Hephaestus suppressed the violent divine power in his body, and found that Prometheus' eyes were strange. You've been promoted too fast. It's only been a little over a year since you were born. Prometheus had a complicated face. Fast? I think it's too slow, Hephaestus said. Hearing this, Prometheus was speechless for a while, rolled his eyes, and stepped into the gate of hell first. Wait for me, Prometheus. Hephaestus laughed and followed. Long after Hephaestus and Hephaestus both entered the underworld, 3 powerful auras appeared in front of the gate of hell one after another. The leader is Apollo, the god of light. He has a majestic and handsome appearance, and wears a crown woven with laurel branches, a myrtle, and olive trees. His whole body seems to be bathed in holy light, bringing light to the dark surroundings. Beside him is the sun god Helios, who is also very handsome and elegant, with a white face and beardless, wearing a purple robe. At this moment, he put his hands in his big sleeves and said nothing. Standing on the far right is Ares, the god of war. He was the bulliest of the 3, with a fierce appearance, wearing armor and a helmet with feathers, and his whole body seemed to be emitting a thick, bloody smell. Are you sure Prometheus escaped to the underworld? Apollo? I don't like this place. At this moment, god of war Ares frowned and said. Apollo didn't answer. He searched his eyes, walked to the gate of hell, and looked down at the blood-soaked ground. Helios followed up, identified it, and asked doubtfully, Is this the blood of the hell 3-headed dog? That's right, the 3-headed hellhound should have been killed. Apollo pondered for a moment, and said, My foresight was correct, Prometheus, and entered hell. What an idiot. Killing the 3-headed hell dog. It's the same as offending Hades, the king of the underworld. They still want to stay in hell? Huh, I'll catch him sooner or later. Take him back and punish him. God of war Ares yelled arrogantly. Hurry up, the blood is not dry yet. Prometheus must have just left. The underworld is not suitable for staying for long. The sooner we catch him, the better, said the sun god Helios. That's right, follow up. Apollo nodded with a serious look and stepped into the gate of hell first. Duh. Chapter 43. Make an arrow for Dushan clatter. The sound of surging water kept coming. Hephaestus was standing on the bank of a black river. There is a thick white mist over the river, obscuring the view. Prometheus stood beside him and explained, "The rules of the river Styx are special, and the gods cannot fly, so we can only cross by boat." In fact, he didn't say it, but Hephaestus could feel it. Where the rules are, the forbidden area. You said before, prepare some coins. It turns out that it is the ferry fee for the boat. Hephaestus flipped his wrist, revealing a handful of gold coins shining in his palm. Good. Prometheus also took out a handful of gold coins. Charon, the fairy god of the Styx, will take us there. The premise is that we pay enough money, he said, throwing a gold coin out. The gold coin splashed and floated several times on the black Styx, before finally disappearing into the thick white mist. Not long. In the black water and white mist, looming, a small boat slipped out. Standing on it was an old man in a tattered gray robe. The wrinkles on his face could kill flies, and he punted to the shore expressionlessly, staring at the two of them. Charon, god of crossing the river Styx, please take us across the river. Prometheus said respectfully. This old man on the ferry is not as simple as it seems. He is the son of two original gods, Erebus, the lord of darkness, and Nyx, the goddess of the night, and he is very powerful. Originally, the underworld does not allow living people, and even outside gods to enter and exit. Charon should also refuse to carry them across the river, or even drive them away. But he didn't. His personality was very salty, and he didn't want to meddle in other people's business at all. As long as you have money, you can cross the river, no matter who it is. So Hephaestus and Prometheus boarded his ship easily. Of course, the gold coins were also paid to him. Styx god, besides taking us across the river, I also want to make a deal with you. Stand on the sampan. After Hephaestus waited for the boat to leave the river bank, he said calmly to the old man. Prometheus's heart tightened. It is not a wise choice to make a deal with the gods of the underworld. He didn't know what Hephaestus was up to, but at this moment, Hephaestus gave him a look of relax. Prometheus had no choice but to wait and see, without saying anything. Charon glanced at Hephaestus, but without saying a word, continued to punting dully. It seems that there is no interest at all. I have a lot of artifacts here. You can choose them at will. It's just a small favor. Hephaestus takes out the artifact from storage, such as siren bone flute, flame staff, river god sword, trident, etc., including the newly forged hellfire beads. These things made Charon's eyes a little turbulent. You could tell he was surprised. After we leave, there will probably be gods from Mount Olympus crossing the river. You don't want to take them on board. This is the terms of the transaction. Hephaestus said again. What he needs most now is time. Give him time, and he will grow and become stronger. And this Styx is a good opportunity to stop the gods of Mount Olympus. These are all made by you. Charon spoke with a hoarse voice. He ignored the transaction and asked an irrelevant question instead. Hephaestus blinked and said quickly, Yes, I am the god of fire and craftsman. I can forge the most exquisite things in the world, and I can also forge powerful artifacts. What do you want? Charon, put it away. I'm not interested in artifacts. Charon remained expressionless and continued to punting. Hephaestus also fell silent. This old man looks a bit out of touch, a bit difficult to deal with. When he was thinking about how to impress the other party, Charon said again, However, little guy, if you can create a unique musical instrument that even I, Charon, have never seen before, I will promise to help you. Hephaestus smiled brightly upon hearing this. This request is too simple. He was born in Huaxia in his previous life, which is a country of etiquette and has a wide variety of musical instruments. Let alone one kind, he can create 100 kinds. Prometheus was quite excited when he saw Hephaestus' expression. It couldn't be better to stop the pursuit of the main god of Mount Olympus. It's easy, Charon. Let's say it first. I made it. You are not allowed to go back on your word. As long as you can do it. Charon remained expressionless. Good. Deal. Hephaestus put away all the artifacts, leaving only a shield forged from the bone of the river god. He is going to be an arrow. Because he felt that Charon's face of bitterness and hatred was very suitable for playing Erquiningwa. And this divine bone shield is the raw material for making Eru. Eru is also called Huchin. It consists of piano tube, piano skin, piano rod, piano head, piano shaft, jack, bridge, bow, strings, and other parts. Except for the vibrating membrane, that is, the violin skin and strings, which need to find other materials, the entire violin body can be forged from Hushin bone. First step, it is to melt the shield with fire and shape it. After Hephaestus received the priesthood of fire, his control over the fire was already supernatural. In the scarlet flames, concertina tubes, long piano bars, and piano bows took shape one after another. There is no need to forge with foreign objects at all. This kind of skill made both Charon and Prometheus feel fresh, staring intently. Can you get a boa constrictor? Suddenly, Hephaestus raised his head and asked Charon. Chapter 44. Python. What do you do? Charon asked. As you can see, make instruments you've never seen before, said Hephaestus. Silently, Charon held out a finger. A large drop of blood fell. When it landed on the sampan, it instantly turned into a huge python. Hephaestus didn't say much and cut off a piece of skin from the boa constrictor with a strand of fire. The boa constrictor was in pain, and with a howl, it was about to bite the blond boy who cut its skin. Hephaestus didn't lift his eyelids and said lightly, "It's useless." In the next moment, Charon opened his mouth and swallowed the python. After a while, the scarlet flames went out. A hucine made of python skin appeared in the hands of Hephaestus. Only the strings are missing now. Hephaestus controls his own hair to grow longer, and the thickness is appropriate, and then pulls out a few to make strings. A few minutes later, an arrow is made. Snow-white piano body, python skin piano tube, and golden strings. Both Charon and Prometheus were fascinated. Seeing the completion of the production, Charon couldn't help asking, "What instrument is this?" "Hucine," Hephaestus replied. He adjusted the hucine, held it in his arms, meditated for a while, and pulled the bow. Immediately, an inspiring clank sound flowed out. It is very artistic conception of gold and iron horses, thousands of miles of yellow sand. Both sides of the Styx River are constantly echoing. The gloomy and dead energy has been dispelled a lot. In fact, every musical instrument can express the 7 emotions and 6 desires. What is needed is the realm of the performer. After a long time, the music was silent. Charon continued to say, "Little guy, I didn't expect you to have such a talent. What's the name of this song?" "Light Walk. You should be able to learn it." Hephaestus smiled and handed the arrow to Charon. Charon took it, and he couldn't put it down, and there was a hint of excitement on his face, and said, "Hucine, light work. Very good. Little guy, I will help you with this. However, I can only delay it for 7 days." Hephaestus and Prometheus exchanged glances. 7 days is enough. Hephaestus nodded. He also knew that the gods of Mount Olympus were not to be trifled with. Charon is willing to help this favor, and he has tried his best to delay it for 7 days. After crossing the Styx River, Charon and his boat disappeared into the white mist again. Hephaestus and Prometheus left without looking back. "Hopefully Charon can keep his word," said Prometheus. At this time, there was a burst of music from the depths of the Styx. Hephaestus paused and said with a smile, "He will." On the banks of the river Styx, through the gate of hell, the 3 gods Apollo, Ares, and Helios who came to the underworld appeared here. After standing on the shore for a while, Ares said impatiently, "What are we going to do now?" "Wait for the crossing of the Styx, Charon." Apollo said, "They, too, cannot fly here and must rely on ferries to cross the river." It didn't take long. The 3 of them suddenly heard a strange sound coming from the river Styx. In black water and white mist, a small boat floated slowly, and an old man was sitting on the boat, holding a weird musical instrument in his arms, playing it constantly. This person is naturally Charon, the god of ferrying the Styx. He fell in love with the hucine made by Hephaestus. It was a joy to pull along the way, and almost the entire Styx echoed the sound. "Styx fairy god, please take us across the river. We were ordered by Zeus to capture the traitor." The sun god Helios stepped forward and said respectfully. He also knew the background of the old man Charon, so he didn't dare to make mistakes. Charon is still playing the arrow. The style of music is completely different from Hephaestus' bright walk. He played it, babbling and babbling, sad and shrill with great terror. The dead soul couldn't help trembling when he heard it. The 3 gods of Mount Olympus also had their hairs standing on end, looking very uncomfortable. Ares waited impatiently, frowning and about to shout. But Apollo stopped him. The 2 looked at each other, and Apollo shook his head solemnly. Ares snorted coldly, but said nothing. After a long time, the song ended. Charon touched the hucine in satisfaction, looked up at the 3 of them, and said in a hoarse voice, "Cross the river, pay the money. You pay the money, and I will take you across the river." "Pay." The 3 gods were startled. They were all surprised. "I didn't expect the gods to pay money to cross the river." "Styx River Crossing God, we are here to arrest the traitor under the order of Zeus, the king of the gods. We came in a hurry and did not bring any money with us. Please be lenient," Apollo said with a bit of embarrassment on his face. Charon's empty eyes stared at the three of them for a moment. He picked up the huqin, twitched the bow, and continued to play his own huqin. God crossing the river Styx. Helios called. Charon didn't pay attention to it. He was very contented and played very intoxicated. This scene made Ares, the god of war, unbearable. He is cruel and bloodthirsty by nature, impulsive and irritable, and he never does things without thinking. After being left alone by Charon, he became angry and roared directly. Damn stupid donkey. I'll give you 3 breaths. Throw away the junk in your hand. Take us across the river obediently. Otherwise, I'll wring your head off and chop it up and feed it to the dogs. The voice did not fall. A spear appeared in his hand, and he threw it directly at Charon. This blow was extremely powerful. Like thunder, the spear disappeared in a flash. No way. Both Apollo and Helios were taken aback by this move and shouted hastily. At the same time, he cursed inwardly. This idiot Ares has no brains. The god of crossing the Styx, you can't offend him at all. However, it was too late. Chapter 45. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just listen to the sudden change of the sound of crossing god Charon huqin, howling like a ghost. Boom. The spear projected by Ares exploded and turned into a ball of dust. Charon raised his lifeless face and looked at Ares. Flames spewed from his sunken eye sockets. You have offended god of Styx fairy. Rumble. A terrifying coercion swept out. Moreover, it was accompanied by great power of rules, which directly suppressed Ares, god of war, so hard to move. Be merciful. Seeing this, Apollo and Helios shouted in unison. One of them bloomed with great light, and the other blasted out the sun fire. But they didn't attack. They just guarded Ares. But they are still one step slower. The wooden stick of Charon's punting has already been whipped. Boom. Ares was hit hard on the chest, and his body flew backwards. He was still in the air, and a big mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth. He fell to the ground, rolled over 10 steps away, and struggled for a long time before getting up. Damn. Ares' face was distorted, wanting to fight in anger, but fear in his heart. He knew that he was not the opponent of the god of crossing the Styx. Seeing that Charon is so powerful, Apollo and Helios are also very afraid. The two sides stalemate for a moment. Charon didn't make any more moves, sat back on the boat, and continued to play the arrow. After a while, he and the boat disappeared into the thick white mist. All three breathed a sigh of relief. Idiot Ares. Dushan is the son of the 2 primordial gods. Don't use your pig's brains. How dare you offend him? Helios wanted to say this very much. But Ares' status is not low on Mount Olympus, so he can't directly yell like that. Apollo's face was also ugly, and he walked up to Ares, who couldn't stand upright, and said, "This is the underworld, not Mount Olympus. Control your temper. Do you understand? Ares, we still have to arrest Prometheus. See, you don't want to be unable to fulfill the orders of the king of the gods, do you?" Ares looked fierce, snorted coldly, and didn't say much. But for him, this is a disguised form of softness. Apollo did not pursue further and changed the subject. Now, let's go back to the mortal world and get some coins back. This is a necessary fairy fee. The 3 soon left the underworld. One day later, the 3 got the fairy fee in the world, returned to the underworld again, standing by the vast black river Styx. Apollo shouted, "God of crossing, please take us across the river." Not long. The strange and piercing sound of playing music came from the river again. Charon, the god of ferrying the Styx, appeared with a strange musical instrument in his arms, patiently waiting for him to finish playing the hair-raising song. The 3 of Apollo took out 3 coins and put them on the bank and said respectfully, "God of ferrying the river Styx, this is the ferry fee for the 3 of us. Please take us across the river." Charon glanced at it, adjusted the arrow calmly, and said, "Not enough." These 2 words are like a fire. Almost set Ares on fire. But he thought of yesterday's lesson, gritted his teeth, and endured it. Not enough? 1 coin for each of us. Why not enough? Helios was incomprehensible. When Charon says it's not enough, it's not enough. The old man ignored the 3 of them, played the arrow, drove the boat, and left the place quickly. Before Apollo even had time to ask, "How much do you want for the ferry?" The 3 stood by the Styx river, looking at each other. Ares gritted his teeth. "Go again. Bring more coins this time." Apollo also said in a bad mood, "I will go this time. You wait in the underworld." Naturally, Helios and Ares have no objection to this proposal. So, the 2 of them waited in the underworld and returned to the world by Apollo. Another day passed. Apollo came back with a huge package on his back, which was bigger than others, and it was heavy as one can imagine. It is full of human coins. All three of them believed that they would definitely be able to cross the river this time. So Charon was summoned again, and pile up this hill-like coin on the shore. However, Charon still replied coldly, "Not enough." This time, even Helios and Apollo could hardly keep calm. They both have an annoyed sense of being played on. Helios raised his voice a few degrees at this time, and shouted dissatisfiedly, "God crossing. Obviously only one coin is needed to cross the river. What we are giving now can send an entire legion over. What do you want?" Apollo also frowned and said, "Wu Shun, please make a price. We will definitely satisfy you, just don't play tricks on us like this again." Charon sat on the boat and thought for a while, then said, "You are powerful gods. You must bring a high-level artifact as a fairy fee." "A high-level artifact? You are deliberately making things difficult for us." Ares broke out these words coldly through his teeth. "We are here to arrest the traitor under the order of the god King Zeus. God crossing. If you let him escape, you will not escape the blame. Don't threaten me, little guy. This is the underworld, not Mount Olympus. What's more, your god king father can't scare me." Charon showed a look of disdain and said one more sentence. "If you want to cross the river, take the high-level artifact. Otherwise, nothing will be discussed." Of course, this is deliberately making things difficult for them. After all, Charon promised Hephaestus, the gods who held Olympus for 7 days. Now, it's just the beginning. Apollo, Helios, Ares are all furious. But there was nothing he could do about this god of crossing. If they want to really reach the underworld, they must rely on Charon. If Charon is angered and Charon refuses to board, that is the worst. This crossing god is insatiable. Let's go back and report to the king of the gods. Apollo said angrily. Chapter 46. The three had no choice but to go back to Mount Olympus and report the matter to the king of the gods. Mount Olympus. The three Apollos truthfully reported what had happened in the underworld. After hearing this, Zeus was very annoyed. This Charon simply does not take Olympus, the king of the gods, into his eyes. But there is no way. Zeus also had to endure this tone. Who let the other party be the son of two original gods? No one wants to bear the wrath of the primordial god, especially Zeus, who was coveted by all parties. King of the gods, please guide us on what to do. Apollo, the god of light, bowed and said, "If you confirm your prophecy is correct, Apollo." Zeus clenched his fists tightly and said as uncomfortable as eating a fly, "I will take out a few high-level artifacts as your fairy fee." "Yes." Apollo nodded. "This is the only way to go now." Therefore, Zeus took out some unimportant high-level artifacts and gave them to the three Apollos. At the same time, he thought of Hephaestus, the son of Hera whom he met some time ago. He still remembered that this little guy was very good at forging. He melted and forged his avatar into a hammer. The talent is amazing. With him joining me, Mount Olympus will have another powerful force. When he and I both become the original gods, the underworld should be cleaned up. Zeus thought so. He didn't know that it was Hephaestus who helped Prometheus steal the fire and fled all the way. Just as the three of Apollo were trying to enter the underworld, Hephaestus and Prometheus had already arrived at the field of truth. The Styx is also called the River of Pain. Cross the River of Pain, and all you see is a vast gray plain. There are 2 roads linked here. One road leads to the place of happiness, Elysee paradise. The other road leads to the place of pain, hell. On the vast gray plain, Hephaestus and Prometheus both appear very small. Prometheus is introducing the underworld to his companions. After all, counting, Hephaestus was born not long ago, and many things are not clear. Elysee paradise and hell. Hephaestus looks around. There are too many ghosts here. Some are so confused that they don't even know that they are dead, and some are awake, constantly crying out in pain. These dead souls are all awaiting judgment. The outcome of the trial represents whether they will go to the happy Elysee paradise or the terrible hell. This point is quite similar to the underworld that Hephaestus knew in his previous life. The difference is that there are only 3 great judges of the underworld here. So, what about the residents of Hades? Prometheus asked Hephaestus. Between Elysee paradise and hell, there is a huge and majestic palace, which is the residence of Hades, the king of the underworld, Prometheus explained. Hephaestus nodded. At the same time, a golden light shone in his eyes. After activating the divine spell, he immediately saw the end of the distant plain. There, he saw a huge and majestic palace with blue flames burning inside, which looked very eerie. "Don't spy. It will be discovered by Pluto," said Prometheus. At this time, Hephaestus stared slightly. In the deep palace, a majestic man in a black robe suddenly turned his head. His eyes traveled through the distant space and directly met him. These eyes are full of a terrifying breath of death, just like the underworld itself. I think Pluto has discovered it, Hephaestus said. He saw that the majestic black-robed man was smiling faintly at him. Prometheus heard the words and said, "Well, we were going to see him too. It will be faster this way." His voice fell. In the world of the underworld, a deep and magnetic sound resounded. It seems that there are guests from the underworld. Prometheus, what a rarity. Pluto, I'm taking the liberty to visit. Please don't take offense. Prometheus said respectfully. Where? Prometheus, who is this kid next to me? He looks very interesting. Take him to my palace for a while. Prometheus, welcome to the underworld. Hades' voice came again. Yes, the great Pluto. Prometheus and Hephaestus looked at each other and agreed. The next moment, all the souls of the dead split to the two sides like a tide, making way for a straight path. Hephaestus and Prometheus strode past. Not long. The two came to the gate of the palace. Many powerful undead guards lined up to welcome them. They are full of lifelessness and seem to have no IQ. On the high steps at the end, Pluto, dressed in a black robe, stood there, looking at the two of them with a half-smile. His majestic aura of commanding the gods is no less than that of Zeus. The two walked up to Pluto to salute. Prometheus looked a little wary, because they killed the three-headed hell dog. He was afraid that Hades would be angry because of it. But Hephaestus was generous, with a look of indifference. When the three of them met, Hades stared at Hephaestus with flickering eyes and asked, "Little friend, you have the breath of Cerberus on your body. You killed it, right?" Prometheus's heart tightened suddenly, and he turned to Hephaestus. Chapter 47. Hades wants to recruit two people. Yes, I killed it. With all due respect, Pluto, your watchdog is too domineering. Hephaestus admitted bluntly. The divine power is still operating in the dark. Prometheus also became nervous. If Hades really wants to blame, they have to find a way to appease each other's anger. If they can't appease, then they can only run away. Hades in the underworld is as formidable as Zeus in Olympus. It is the most unwise choice for them to be enemies. Cerberus is indeed very arrogant. Who made its mother Echidna? You don't have to be nervous. I won't get angry and embarrass you. But Hades didn't mean to blame, turned around gracefully, and walked into the depths of the palace step by step. Come with me. 2. Go in and sit down, and tell me by the way why you came to the underworld. The mother of the three-headed dog is Echidna. It is a half-human, half-snake monster with many offspring, including the Sphinx, Chimera, and Cerberus. And the hell three-headed dog, like Echidna, lives in hell. It was captured by Hades during an invasion of the underworld. All along, Hades has imprisoned it at the gate of hell, guarding the gate as a slave. If it is a partner or a subordinate, Hades will not treat it like this. As a result, Hades didn't mind Hephaestus killing it. Seeing this, Hephaestus and Prometheus looked at each other and followed. It seems that Hades will protect you, Prometheus. Walking, Hephaestus whispered. He could feel that Pluto had no hostility towards them. In other words, this time the plan can be successful. He can also slowly improve his strength in the underworld. I believe that there will be more monsters in the underworld than in the human world. At least, this is a good start. Prometheus said incredulously. As long as he didn't offend Hades, Prometheus believed that Hades would agree to protect him. After all, Pluto and Zeus have always been at odds, and there has been a long-standing grudge. The conflict between the two began with the abdication of the previous generation of god-kings. Hades is the eldest son of Kronos, the king of the previous generation of gods. Originally, the tyrannical Cronus was defeated by Zeus and several brothers and sisters. After being locked up, Hades should inherit the position of the king of the gods. However, Zeus stepped in and used a lottery method to snatch the position of god-king, and assigned Hades to the hell of the underworld to be the king of Hades. How could Hades endure this kind of hatred and humiliation? Therefore, he has always wanted to regain the position of god-king. But he also knew how powerful Zeus was, so he didn't act rashly. After so many years, Hades has been secretly accumulating strength for this goal. Its ambition is already obvious. Actually, Pluto, you must know that I came to the underworld to seek your protection. Prometheus walked a few steps quickly, followed Hades, and told his intentions. I offended Zeus for stealing the god fire, and he is hunting me around with great fanfare. I have no choice but to escape to the underworld. Help! Oh! Hades paused slightly when he heard the words, and asked with a frown, stealing divine fire? Prometheus, what do you want this thing for? I don't need fire, but humans do. Their world will be changed because of fire. Prometheus replied solemnly. Hades looked stiff and didn't say much. In fact, I was very disdainful of this move. Humble and lowly human beings are also equipped with divine fire. If he were Zeus, he would be angry too. But he's Hades, and he has other ideas. He has extraordinary eyesight, and can tell that Prometheus and the blonde boy are both very powerful, especially the blonde boy, whose aura is so immature, he is already in the realm of the main god, which shows his extraordinary potential. There is a more important point, that is, they and Zeus are against each other. If you can keep it as your own, the strength of the underworld will grow even more. Why not do it? Prometheus, it seems that you have deep feelings for humans. But that's right. After all, humans are like your own children to you. Hades quickly returned to normal and said confidently and domineeringly, when you come to the underworld, you can rest assured. No one can hurt you, even the king of the gods, Zeus. I promise. Prometheus showed a happy look on his face. The three came to the inner hall of Hades' palace. The whole palace is made of black stone. There are 8 braziers hanging from the top with black chains, and azure blue flames are burning inside, illuminating this place in a strange and eerie way. Climbing up the 3-tiered ladder, the highest point is the god of Hades. The handles on both sides are white skulls, very creepy. Pluto sat on it at this time, shifted his gaze to Hephaestus, and said with interest, Prometheus, you haven't introduced me yet. Who is this handsome boy? He just said to sit down, but in fact, the inner sanctuary was empty except for the chair under his buttocks. So both Prometheus and Hephaestus can only stand. Hearing Pluto's question, Prometheus immediately replied, This is Hephaestus, the god of fire. Thanks to him for escorting me along the way. It's the god of fire and craftsman. If Pluto wants to forge any gadgets, you can find me. Hephaestus added with a smile, God of fire and artisans. Very well, I will trouble you if necessary, Hephaestus. Hades' eyes were bright, and he didn't say much. Then, Prometheus, Hephaestus, you go down and rest first. I'll order someone to prepare a dinner to cleanse you up. Chapter 48. Then, Hephaestus and Prometheus are brought back to the chamber by Hades' attendant of the dead. The two of them traveled all the way, and it was really tiring. Without too much conversation, freshen up and rest. To the evening hours, the waiter came to say hello again and invited the two to the main hall for the dinner. Thinking about it, more than a year ago, I was running around in Lemnos with bare buttocks. Now I have become the guest of Pluto. The change is really quite big. This is the guest of Pluto. It sounds a bit weird. Hephaestus walked on the corridor, thinking wildly to himself. On the way, many nymphs and fairies couldn't help but look at him secretly. At this moment Hephaestus has taken off his broad cloak. His handsome and beautiful appearance and tall and straight figure were fully revealed, and he was wearing a shawl with blonde hair, very chic and unrestrained. The whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of holy light. Wherever you go, you will naturally become the center of the world. Every passing nymph finally left with blushing cheeks. Under the leadership of the attendants, Hephaestus soon came to the cella. The bright red flames inside dispel the gloom and terror. A group of nymph fairies sang and danced. The long banquet tables are covered with delicious food with strong aroma. Hades sat in the first seat, Prometheus sat on the left, and there was an empty seat on the right. Hephaestus knew that was his place. Hephaestus, I'm waiting for you. Come and sit next to me. Hades saw the blonde boy and said kindly. Hephaestus also responded with the same attitude, and at the same time noticed a young woman beside Hades. Exactly. It is a young goddess with a charming appearance. Her long hair is coiled like a noble lady. She is wearing a light green robe. Her temperament is dignified and elegant, and she is sitting beside Hades without saying a word. Hephaestus also noticed that she frowned slightly and looked unhappy. This is the queen of Hades, Persephone. After being seated, Prometheus introduced him. Hades also said to the goddess beside him, This is Prometheus' partner, Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsman, right? Hephaestus. Hephaestus smiled irrefutably, and then gave Persephone a polite compliment. I have seen the queen of the underworld. You are very beautiful. Thank you, Hephaestus, and thank you for escorting Prometheus. Please enjoy the wine and food to your heart's content. Although the queen of the underworld was also amazed by the beauty of the blonde boy, she didn't seem to want to talk too much. After saying this sentence, I don't say any more, and I don't eat the food on the banquet table. Persephone, the seed goddess, is technically one of my brothers and sisters. During the meal, Hephaestus thought. As far as he knew, Persephone was the daughter of Zeus and Demeter, the god of agriculture. She is also a woman of Hades, a queen of the underworld with a high status in the underworld. Madam, use this mellow and sweet wine to toast the two guests. Hades suddenly poured a glass of wine and placed it in front of the empress. Persephone froze, looked at Hades, and smiled apologetically at Prometheus and Hephaestus. "Dear guests, please forgive me for being rude. My appetite is not very good. I cannot drink. Please do as you please." The two Hephaestus said in unison. Persephone's face softened. She smiled and nodded her thanks. When Hades saw this, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said to the two, "Then we have to enjoy this fine wine." The dinner party didn't last long. Hades is in the underworld, and he also has a lot of affairs to deal with, so he is quite busy. So after drinking for 3 rounds, the banquet is over. Prometheus and Hephaestus bid farewell. Before leaving, Empress Ming offered a toast to the two of them, but it was all symbolic, and her lips didn't even touch the wine glasses. "Hephaestus, come to my room later, I want to talk to you." Just walked out of the inner hall. Prometheus whispered like this. "What? How sneaky?" Hephaestus was curious, but he didn't ask any further questions. He nodded in agreement, and the two separated and went back to their rooms. Could it be for the Empress Dowager? Before leaving, when the Queen of the Underworld toasted Prometheus, her eyes were not quite right. Waited for about half a quarter. Hephaestus guessed wildly, quietly left the room, and came to the Prometheus room not far away. Crunch, after closing the door. Hephaestus turned around and asked, "Prometheus, what do you want from me?" Prometheus was sitting at the table, frowning, as if he was worried. Then he raised his head and said, "Hephaestus, you are here. Sit down first, let's talk later." Hephaestus sat down. Prometheus said again, "Just now, the Queen of the Underworld quietly sent me a signal, saying that she is coming to see me." Quietly. "See you. You are." Hephaestus had a weird face. What's up with this back garden tryst feeling? Did Prometheus green Pluto? But if so, what's the point of pulling him? Don't get me wrong. Prometheus saw the boy's expression changed and said, "Persephone must have something important to discuss with me." Persephone lived on Mount Olympus before marrying into the underworld, and Prometheus was naturally familiar with her. When Hephaestus was about to ask, crunch, the 2 doors were pushed open again. Dressed in a light green robe, the graceful empress walked in and quickly closed the door. There seemed to be wet tears on her fair face, and her expression was agitated, completely different from the indifference just now. "Prometheus," Persephone called tremblingly. Prometheus stood up and asked, "Persephone, why did you come to see us secretly? It's too risky." "No, as long as you can escape, it's worth it." The dignified goddess wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, sobbed, and said, "Prometheus, Hephaestus, I know this is embarrassing for you, but please, get me out. I don't want to stay in this dark underworld anymore. I don't want to see Hades' hideous picture again. Face. Chapter 49. Prometheus called out in pity, "Persephone, Prometheus, you should know. Zeus, king of the gods, my father, he can't be trusted. If he wanted to rescue his daughter, why would he let me wait until today? The day Hades stole me. He should have come to me. He should declare war on the underworld. But he didn't. He just acquiesced to Hades' behavior. Shameful king of the gods. Shame on Zeus. He doesn't care about his children at all. He only cares about how to keep his throne as the king of the gods forever." The more Persephone spoke, the more excited she became, and her tears grew like pearls. After she got angry, she looked at the 2 of them with pleading eyes. "The only thing I can rely on now is you. Prometheus, Hephaestus, please save me. Help me get out of this hell. I can't stay here any longer." In fact, Persephone did not marry into the underworld. Instead, he was taken away by Hades during an outing. Since then, Persephone has become the queen of the underworld, the wife of Hades, who is in charge of ghost sacrifices, death, and sleep in the underworld. However, Persephone never gave up on escaping Hades. She doesn't even eat anything from the underworld. There is a law in the god realm, and anyone who has eaten food from the underworld will stay in the underworld forever. Pluto's persuasion during the banquet also wanted to use this rule to keep Persephone completely. But in the final analysis, it still depends on strength. The 2 main gods, Hephaestus and Prometheus, even if they ate the food of Hades, Hades could not force them to stay. While Persephone was crying, Hephaestus also thought of the section where the seed goddess was taken captive by Hades. It turned out that I misunderstood. The queen of the underworld seeks Prometheus for help. She was snatched by Hades and forced to be his wife. Hephaestus turned his gaze to Prometheus. The latter's face was tangled, and he was speechless for a long time. "Prometheus, tell me, you will help me, okay?" Persephone choked up. Prometheus sighed with great difficulty and unwillingness, turned his head, not daring to look into the eyes of the queen of the underworld. "Persephone, it's not that I don't want to help you with this favor. It's just that we have offended Zeus now. so we can only rely on the king of the underworld to protect us. No, that's not the case. We obviously have other places to go. Prometheus was silent. Persephone also fell silent, covered her face in despair, and staggered to the side. Prometheus looked at Hephaestus, who was not making any waves, shook his head and sighed, walked over to comfort her, and said, "Don't cry, Persephone. Tears won't save you. Be strong. We promise you, we will get you out. But not now. You need patience now. Endure till the time comes." Hephaestus sat aside, watching quietly. He doesn't want to take care of this pile of rotten housework at all. The goddess of agriculture, Demeter, was the sister of Zeus and Hades. Zeus married Demeter and gave birth to Persephone. And Hades took the child of his brother and sister, Persephone, as his wife. This kind of ethical relationship, as Hephaestus, who has retained his past life thoughts, only feels that it is too outrageous. The most important thing for him now is to improve his strength. If the strength is strong, it doesn't hurt to help this innocent and suffering seed goddess. But before that, Hephaestus would not care about this matter. As Persephone said, what Zeus really cares about is how to keep his throne forever. If Zeus reacts and detects Prometheus' lie, then he is the one who is in danger. For that prophecy, Zeus would absolutely ruthlessly kill any child who was beyond his control and stronger than him. Under the comfort of Prometheus, Persephone's mood gradually stabilized. After making an agreement with each other, she left here. She was so excited today that she thought she had seen a savior. But they don't know that Prometheus and Hephaestus are both clay bodhisattvas. How could they save her regardless of the consequences? Hephaestus. After she leaves, Prometheus walked up to Hephaestus, hesitant to speak. Everything waits for strength to say, "That's what I say." Hephaestus seems to know what Prometheus is going to say. Prometheus was startled, then smiled and nodded. At least, after Hephaestus becomes stronger, Persephone will be able to get out of the sea of suffering. Not like Zeus. Just don't ask. The next day, Hephaestus came alone to meet Hades in the inner hall of Hades. At this time, Hades was talking about something with a great judge of the underworld holding a golden scepter. Seeing Hephaestus coming, Hades told the judge a few words, and then let him retreat. The two passed each other, and the judge of the underworld bowed slightly, quite respectfully. "Hephaestus, how are you resting? In the underworld, are you still getting used to it?" Hades stood up from the dark seat of Pluto and asked with a smile. "Fortunately, the waiters are attentive." Hephaestus answered politely, "But I was complaining in my heart. Who would adapt to living in such a spooky place like the underworld? Just tell me if you need anything. You are in the underworld. You are my guests of Hades. You don't have to be restrained. You know, Hephaestus?" Hades said again. Hephaestus didn't want to speak these unnutritive words. After finishing the two sentences, he asked straight to the point. "Pluto, in fact, I came here to ask, where in the underworld are there monsters in the realm of the main god?" He wants to improve his strength as soon as possible. With so many stronger than himself around, Hephaestus felt very insecure. Chapter 50. Hell Monster Invasion. A monster in the realm of the main god? Yes, I want to forge weapons and use them. Hades pondered for a while, and then said, "There are many monsters in the abyss of hell which should meet your needs. But recently, the Lord of the Abyss, Tartarus, has awakened, and he has always wanted to take back the underworld, making mischief frequently. Therefore, the abyss of hell is not safe." Tartarus. Hephaestus' eyes were shocked. It's the original god. He vaguely remembered that Tartarus was the incarnation of the body of hell in Netherland. Born after the birth of the Earth Mother Gaia, it is also a powerful original god. The original god? No, he just woke up, and his power has not yet returned to the original state. Otherwise, the underworld would have been taken away by him long ago. However, the prisoners who were imprisoned in the abyss of hell in the past have become the minions of Tartarus. This is a force that should not be underestimated. Hephaestus, I don't recommend you go there. It's too dangerous. Hades said earnestly. Tartarus, since the first generation of God-King wars, has been in a deep sleep. Gods such as Zeus and Hades thought that he would never wake up, so they always regarded the abyss of hell as a place to imprison some heinous gods and criminals. Unexpectedly, it was the power of these gods and criminals that strengthened Tartarus and prompted him to wake up. Now Tartarus controls a group of subordinates to continuously invade the underworld, trying to regain control of the underworld, which makes Hades, the king of the underworld, very headache. It seems that the underworld is not safe. Hephaestus thought to himself, but that's okay. The abyss of hell is so big. As long as he is careful and kills a few monsters to improve his strength, he can gradually rise to the original god level. At that time, the king will come to the world, and there will be no need to worry about everything. Hades, about. Hephaestus spoke. Ah, right now? There was a sudden piercing and shrill howl resounding from the outside world. Alarm. Damn it, these monsters in the abyss of hell are restless again. Hades' complexion changed suddenly, and he stood up abruptly. The monsters from the abyss of hell have come to invade the underworld again. Hephaestus also changed his face when he heard that, but he showed joy. Hephaestus, I have to deal with this first. You can come and help if you want. Pluto, Hades said. His figure flickered and disappeared. Of course I would. Hephaestus licked his lips and followed closely. This is a good opportunity for hunting. On the plain of truth, Hades, the king of the underworld, drove a chariot drawn by 4 black horses and led a group of subordinates to the direction of the abyss of hell. Hades and Persephone stand side by side on the chariot. She looked very calm at the moment, with cold eyes. A noble aura exudes from the whole body. It was like 2 people when I was desperate and crying for help yesterday. Hephaestus and Prometheus are also in this team. They are now relying on Pluto for protection. Naturally, you can't sit idly by when encountering a battle, and you must contribute. Moreover, Hephaestus also wanted to take the opportunity to kill a few monsters, forge artifacts, and improve his strength. The gods of the underworld didn't have a long way to go before they stopped suddenly. Hephaestus was in the team and saw a space black hole suddenly appear in front of him. This black hole tore through the void and grew bigger and bigger, causing sand and rocks to fly on the plain. Almost devours everything. In the end, several huge monsters drilled out of it one after another. 3 of them are 100-armed titans. They have 50 heads and 100 arms. Every face is extremely hideous and terrifying. Each arm holds a weapon. The momentum is extremely fierce. Every breath echoed like thunder on the plain. In front of them, the gods of the underworld are as insignificant as little ants. What finally came out of the black hole was a half-human, half-snake monster. The upper body is as beautiful as a nymph fairy, and the skin is as fair as a lily, but the lower body is the body of a snake, which walks on the ground and draws lines of marks. Echardana. When Hephaestus saw this monster, these 4 words immediately appeared in his mind. This half-human, half-snake monster is the legendary Echidna. It combined with Typhon, the ancestor of all demons, and gave birth to many terrible monsters, such as Chimera, Nemean lion, 100-headed dragon, Sphinx, Sudella, hell 3-headed dog. In short, most of the monsters in ancient Greek mythology were born of her. Briareos, Kodos, Gyges, Echidna, you should stay in the damned abyss of hell at this time, instead of appearing in the field of truth. This king gives you time, go back quickly. Otherwise, the consequences are clear to you. On Pluto's chariot, Hades yelled majestically. A double-pronged fork appeared in his hand at some point, pointing at these monsters. The brains of the 300-armed titans didn't seem to be very bright, and they were taken aback by such a scolding. But the snake demon Echidna is different from them. She is the big demon who dominates one side, Typhon's wife. Walking forward at this moment, his eyes filled with bitter hatred, he screamed piercingly, Hades, you are the king of the underworld. You didn't keep your promise. Kill my child Cerberus. I want to pay with blood. Blood wash the underworld. Blood washing the underworld? It's up to you. Hearing this, Hades' face darkened. Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.